I don't know what's happening there. I just cut. Wait, you need to tell me how to operate. How you want? Because you'll be there, right?
Yes, I'll be there.
Yeah. So you show me.
Yeah, I know in the images.
Set up transitions. Hey, you are doing live, eh? Oh.
Yeah.
morning, everyone. Welcome back for day two of our Singapore Nationals 2025. Esmond here with Fun Fei. Sorry, not Mervin. But yeah, Fun Fei. First, how was day one?
Wow, I think game one is amazing. It really shows like the prowess of our Singaporean players.
And well, I kind of looked at the conversion rates already for some of the heroes. We have some exciting heroes left in here. But first of all, thank you if you're joining us on this stream. This is going to be 3 rounds of CC, followed by the cut to top 8. So yesterday we had 3 rounds of CC, followed by 2 drafts. And yeah, so conversion rates. Yesterday we saw almost half the field. Well, a lot of Syndras. 19,
19
Syndras.
Syndras,
Yes,
yes.
yes. A lot of Azaleas, a lot of Gravies. And surprise, surprise, Syndra has a very good conversion rate.
Yep.
But I think another one with a good conversion rate is Azalea as well.
Oh no. Nah, just joking.
Yeah. That's Funfei is a well-known Azalea player. But yeah, so we are gonna look into our day two conversion rates. The rest of the heroes. There are a total of 48 players
Yep.
left today. Although I suspect not all of them might be here because some of them who have fewer wins, they might drop out.
And play the national invites.
Yes, there's a
Worlds-
qualifier
Yeah,
event.
the Worlds qualifier.
Yes. So a lot of one-offs here with 100% records. There's an Auxilio, there's a Dash, there's a KO, there's a Rhina. Those are the one-offs that are left. And as for the top conversion rates, besides the 100%, well, Kano and Dash.io, right? 4 and 3, both 100%.
Yep.
And then Azalea, 75%.
Wow.
Yao, 2 out of 3 made it. Slippy, 4 out of 6. And Gravy, half of them made it as well.
And one Kasai, 100%.
And one Kasai, yeah.
And oh wait, there's a Dash IE also.
And there's a Dash.io, yeah. And we can see the top 10 players. The top 10 players for the standings. We are going to feature some of them on the next couple of streams. But in first is Brendan Pay on Slippy.
Yeah, he's our residential boating player, but recently he was playing Slippery when it first came out, when Hearted came out. He's doing exceptional with him.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's practiced a lot.
Practice a lot.
But I want to point out, we have a Puffin. We have 2 Dash.ios.
Yes.
We have an Auxilio in here.
Yep.
And of course, our current reigning champ, Jinhan, at 7th, with Verdance doing well also. And we can also look at the next 10 players, the 11 to 20. These are the people, the 6-3s, with a good chance of getting the top 8.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Don't count them out yet.
Yeah,
Yep.
the Kasai is here. We see the Ben Lim on Azalea.
Yep.
And there's Ivan, who is Brennan's teammate on Slippy as well.
Yep.
And Dory and Kano.
Wow.
very-
Scary stuff.
Yes. Yes, so I think the players are already seated down for the game. We can take a look at our matchup that we're going to cast. Keith, on Puffin,
Good.
we wanted to get him on yesterday,
Yep.
but he declined. I think he has some spicy sauce for this Puffin deck.
Yes.
And Timothy Teo, we saw a lot of yesterday. He crushed the draft. He was doing very well with Puffin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know that Keith actually went 9 rounds of Puffin yesterday? On
Oh,
draft.
yes.
So,
So
so the funny thing was that he actually went in wanting to force Puffin every draft.
oh.
It's like, everyone says that Puffin is a bad hero. He's here to prove everyone wrong.
I
that,
see.
That you can actually play Puffin well in not in draft and in CC.
I see. So he did it then.
Yeah.
He did well. He did well with 9 rounds of Puffin.
Yeah, and all that Puffin testings really paid off. Like he really understand the core mechanics, the value mechanic of like Puffin in both CC and draft.
I mean, I think it's going to be quite different in CC though, surely.
Surely. Yeah.
Right. We don't exactly know the contents of his deck, but I've heard that she plays a bit like a Guardian.
Oh, the secret is out.
I've
Okay.
heard whisperings.
Okay.
But
I didn't like that.
No, definitely not. But I think Syndra might be a bit difficult. And especially Timothy. Timothy is a well-known,
Brute player.
I was
Well,
going to say aggro player.
okay, wait,
Yeah.
but he qualified for PT Sing with Aurora. also.
Exactly, yeah. So from Aurora, now he's transitioned
Turning
to a fire ninja.
yeah.
Yeah. So he's well versed in the aggro deck.
It's
Yeah.
quite well. He's quite good at playing the aggressive meta decks.
Yes,
I'll
yes,
say.
yes. He is. And I mean, these two are both good players.
Mm.
Currently very high on our rankings. And I believe the timer has already started. It's probably about 50 minutes now. Yep. So Puffin and Syndra. I'm actually quite scared for Keith here.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's I would say the matchup that Keith is trying to run into. It's the best because Puffin Puffin have always have the issue of not having a lot of defensive armor against a
Mm,
Syndra.
mm,
I think one of the ways that you can beat a Syndra is having a good armor package
mm,
and above rate 2 card hand, so you can block efficiently and able to throw damage efficiently back at Syndra.
mm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it's how important is mask here
Mass of
for
momentum.
yeah? Is Keith gonna try and block that out?
Hmm. Okay, so that he might not actually have to do that,
Oh, okay.
because Puffin actually has access to one new Mac card in High Seas that actually target armor pieces.
Well, but I mean, you have to like you don't get to choose which armor piece, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
but you can always lead with a T-bone to
Mhm.
force like the blocking from like the Dragonflight skillers,
Mhm.
and then you play like a Palantir at
Right.
the end.
Right. Right.
And one of the weakness of Syndra is that 3 of her armor pieces are all big bricks.
Right.
So being
Yes.
put up on the combat chain will immediately destroy them.
Yes. Yes. T-bone. T-bone actually one of my favorite cards.
And actually, we look at Keith there, he's running a very interesting weapon.
Oh wait, he just okay. So he's pitched a bastion
Yeah, he pitched a
and
best.
into the pistol,
Yep.
and looks like that's all he's doing.
Yeah, he's not running any of the new guns
Yeah,
actually.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I think we saw this at the calling, one of the first calling after this was released, and I
Yep.
saw a Puffin running the pistol,
Yeah.
and I was like, hey, that makes sense.
Mm.
Okay, so Timothy getting on the offensive, and Keith happy here to block with the Conqueror.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of builds for Puffin right now that I see online.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the more interesting aggressive build was like the Hanabe Blaster.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
you go like
Full boost.
full boost, and then playing a gun that actually can chip damage with the overpower.
Yep. All right.
Mm.
So Timothy here has flick knives, I believe.
Yep.
Sending the kunai to the graveyard and coming in with a cut through red. It's a 0 for 4, and this is the guardian thing, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Blocking for 4, and third attack here, rising resentment.
Coming for 4 also
Mhm.
because of um,
The fire
the
fire
yeah,
attack.
yeah,
Yes.
the Fire
So,
Fist, yes.
yes. Pumping the draconic attack by 1. So a lot of break points here, and this is the plan, right, for Syndra? You're just trying to chip damage every turn.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's the strength of Syndra over most other aggro decks, because of the combination of flick knives and like awkward
Break-
numbers,
yep.
the break points.
Break points.
Yeah, you can actually chip a lot of damage against like more defensive decks like Victor, Bravo,
Mm.
yeah, or
Yes.
Betsy, or any of the other guardians.
Yes,
Because
okay.
once your armor runs out, yeah, you can't really block any of the
Yeah,
break
yeah.
points without a D-React.
Yep. But there are so many D-Reacts now.
Yeah, there's a lot of power blocks now.
All right, this looks like a Sky Skimmer,
For 4.
and yeah, Tim's just saying no blocks. I heard that over the mic, and down to 36. 36 plays 38. Back over to Timothy.
Oh, back over. Yeah,
Ah, sorry,
over,
yeah, back over
back
to Timothy. Yeah.
Wow.
Oof.
Oof. It's a
Starting off.
5 cat hand with a
The oath.
oath. Very scary stuff.
Let's see, 4 times 5.
That feels like aura numbers.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, ideally, he wants to go at least, what, 6 attacks long, right?
Yeah.
Trigger mask twice. I mean, threaten mask twice.
Threaten mask twice, yes.
Yeah. So Keith is taking this first 4. Let's see what the follow up is from Timothy. Still 4 cards in hand. It's going to be a display loyalty. And this is just 3 go again, makes the fealty.
Yep.
Is the fealty important?
I think in Syndra, like currently I think the fealty is not as important in Syndra compared to the earlier versions.
Yep.
I think some of the earlier version of Syndra runs like a lot of Dragonfire,
Yeah, yeah,
a lot of those require fealty,
yeah.
additional effect over fealty kind of effect. But I think the fealty is still important because of most Syndra lists will run 3 oath.
3 oaths.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
yes,
the
yes.
fealty actually goes around the requirement of having to play a draconic card in that chain link.
Okay, but we got a glimpse of Keith's hand there, and I saw a 2 block in erase phase. So this might not be a blocking turn from Keith,
Yep.
right? And this is, I mean, this is just numbers right now.
Yep.
Ronin Renegade, 3 go again. And this is currently the first of chain link to hit. He needs to chain 2 more attacks to threaten Mask.
I think this will also threaten Mars because of the he flicked a dagger just now, right? On the
Oh,
second.
Did he flick?
I think he
Ah,
did.
okay, okay.
Yeah.
So he flicked. Okay.
So the second chain link actually hits.
Right. Okay. No,
He-
but then he would have drawn on Ronin Renegade. No?
Did he take link? Oh, maybe he didn't
Yeah,
flick.
yeah,
it.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't think he flicked it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about it. Yeah, he didn't flick the knife. So he opted to
Yeah.
flick the last knife to
then
get
bring-
back the through the blood run steep. Yep.
But Keith blocked here with the erase phase. So what's his plan for next turn?
I mean, we will never know what goes in mind of this
This muffin.
this guy.
Is there another one in the arsenal, perhaps?
Yeah.
This is Rising Resentment coming in for 3. And I think Timothy has no cards in hand. So this doesn't actually have a hit effect. It's just 3 damage.
Yep. But he managed to chip like about 7 damage. this
Yeah,
turn.
yeah. 7 plus the flick, I think so 8 total.
8 total damage.
And if Keith takes this, it's going to be an 11 damage turn. And he got back the daggers.
Yep.
Yeah. So overall, I mean, it's a long turn.
Really good spot for Timothy right now.
Is he going to play this kind of game where he goes 3 cards into 5 cards into 3 cards? That's a loan shark. by
There's
the
a
way.
loan shark.
Yeah, that's a loan shark blocking this Rising Resentment.
Yes.
And is that the spice?
Okay, so from
Wait,
what I see
Did he
right
flick-
now,
Didn't he flick already?
no, he didn't flick. He blood runs deep to throw the dagger.
Oh,
then
okay,
he take back.
Blood
then he
runs
flick
deep.
at the
Okay,
end.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So one of the dagger was gone last turn.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I thought it was flick. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, so you were saying.
Oh, so I think Keith deck is a bit more on the pirate heavy side. So he's unfortunately here he launched a
Yeah.
CNC without
Yeah.
team having an arsenal.
Yeah, and he did have a second erase phase.
Yep.
So pitching that plus Tunic to send a CNC just for 6 damage. Yeah, still. I was going to say not insignificant, but it feels quite insignificant at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe Tim, like I said, is he trying to set up like big 5-card hands
Yep.
every other turn, that kind of thing? And that's how he pushes through damage, perhaps?
And I'm not sure about team because this I don't think team knows the deck list of Keith.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
No
there's
one
a very
knows.
good chance that he just assume that Keith is like on a dash IO plan, a very aggressive plan, and choose to like bot in D-Rex.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe,
So there's
maybe.
a chance that team doesn't really have a D he have a D-Rex in hand and is unable to block with it.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, because Puffin is unknown right now.
Yep.
Everyone's saying that she's difficult.
She requires a lot.
Yes. Not the easiest hero to build.
Not the
Because,
hero.
partly because there are 2 distinct plans, right? You can go on the mech plan, you can go to the pirate plan,
Yep.
right? And like you were saying, Keith is more on the pirate plan. We saw Conquerors, and we've seen all these disruptive effects like Erase Phase, CMC.
Yep.
So very, very good pummel targets.
Yep. Palmer is a really good card in Puffin. I tested it. Most of the attacks that requires you to have a cog to give you an attack, it makes it so that Palmer is really hard to block, even with a D-Reg.
Yeah. Okay, so this has been Kunai. He pitched a red here to start off the chain into a red brand with Cinderclaw.
Yep.
So, I don't know. I think now the Syndras, they run a couple of blues, right?
Yep.
Like, you have to have that Draconic starter. Otherwise, most of the cards in your hand, they just need the Draconic card first to go again.
I think the reason why they're running the blue, for one, it's against like Zhao, the ice heroes
yes.
that requires you to have a bit more pitch
Yes.
in the event that you have a frostbite. The other interesting thing that they recently add was spreading flames.
Oh yes.
Yeah, spreading flames is a
That card.
very interesting card in Fi. Like it was like staple in Fi. Like you just whenever you see this card being played in the first chain in Fi, you know that you're gonna take a lot of damage. It works wonders in Syndra because off a blue, your daggers actually converts to 4 to 2 damage each.
Very strong.
Yeah, and you actually can continue the chaining at chaining 4.
Yeah.
So most of your attack that's 3 base will get
Will
the
get +1.
+1 from the
Yeah.
spreading flames.
But this has been a demonstrate devotion, and Keith here blocking with the arm piece and a pinion sentry,
Yep.
making the cork and then immediately tapping it to make another one.
Yes.
And it looks like he cranked both of them.
Yep.
So he's drawn off of that with Puffin's ability.
Yes.
And Tim just gonna flick one of his daggers here and bring them both right back with an arsenal.
Yeah. I think Team is demonstrating the defensive powers of Puffin.
Like, oh, Tim is
Oh,
demonstrating.
sorry. Keith is demonstrating the defensive powers of Puffin.
Yes, for sure.
I think that he actually made a cock of the arms.
Yes, the arm piece.
And then he actually tapped the cock
Yes.
to create another cock so that he cranked twice during your whole opponent's turn so he can draw a card.
Yes, and this is another twice crank turn. The super duper FAP preview card, Cog in the Machine.
Cock octane.
Cog, yes, Cog Octane. This is gonna create 2 golden cogs, and if he wants to, he can tap a cog, put the cog in the machine back in the bottom of the library. But looks like he's not gonna do that. He's just gonna leave them untapped, which kind of indicates he has a payoff for them.
Yes.
Right, so drew a card of the Puffin ability. Now he has 3 cards in hand, I believe.
Yes. Oh, look at that. The Palantir.
Yes. So that's the payoff.
There is the
Right,
payoff.
that is the payoff. You want to have 3 cogs. That's the thing. What I found when playing Puffin is that 3 is the magic number.
Yeah.
Like a lot of them, you have like twice per turn instant. You can tap twice, and then on hit you tap the third one to get the effect. And then dovetail on hit you untap all your cogs, but you want to pump it twice and then give it go again, right? But yeah, so here he doesn't have the 3 cogs. He's gonna pitch the Palantir to play a Zeppelin, and he can't activate the twice per turn instant plus the on hit in this case, but he can pump it by 1 up to 7, and then on hit tap the other cog and make another cog
And fire the pistol for 2.
and fire the pistol for 2. Yes. All right. So Syndra is not blocking.
Yep.
Took all 7 damage, and yep, he's gonna do the thing. All right. Let's see. Keith has to.
I
sequence this
think
properly.
I think he went a
Yes.
bit too fast.
He was like,
Okay,
"Yes, I
yeah.
have go again."
Yeah, go again.
But no, he has to crank the new cog first
Yeah.
if he wants to shoot the gun.
He doesn't have to crank it, but because you have 2 action points from
Oh
the
right, yes,
yeah,
yes, from cog in the machine. My
from
bad.
card in the machine.
Yes. Cog in the machine actually, I really like it with pistol and with symbiosis shot in Dio.
Yep.
I've been trying to figure out if there's a place for Cog in the machine in Dash IO.
I think it does. I mean, unlimited ammo shots, you
Yeah,
know.
right, yeah. You play it, it converts to 4 damage. It goes back in.
Yeah.
Play it again. You just have to keep like 2 cards in deck.
And it's very good with Cerebellum also.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Well, Cerebellum is just a good card.
Mm.
But here we are seeing the Syndra legendary, Wrath of Retribution.
Yep.
And this is going to allow him to get the daggers off for cheaper.
Yep.
And also pump the daggers.
I think one of the upside of running more blues, it also allows Syndra to start with Wrath to swing the double dagger.
Yes.
And if teams actually have a Blood Run Deep in his hand right now, it's a lot of damage.
Yes.
You can actually flick both daggers and then take them back and then swing with both the daggers again.
Okay, but Blue Bastion here. Bastion is a really good card into Syndra.
Yeah, it used to
right?
be like staple in most Fatigue decks, and Fatigue dashes and
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe it still is, or rather should have come back, perhaps.
but Fatigue dash is not really a thing right
Well,
now.
we have one Dash IE, right? We saw one Dash
Yeah,
IE
yeah.
who converted, so who knows? Alright, so Bastion's going to prevent 1, but Kunai is still going to leak another 1.
I think team is looking at his blood skill,
Blood splattered.
blood
vest.
splattered
Yep.
vest to either
Get-
down counter to get a resource.
Yep. So he has one float right now, three cards still left in hand, and life totals are pretty close, 22 to 23.
Yes.
So in we come with another demonstrate devotion.
Yep. For
Four
four.
go again.
Yeah, for four go again.
Yet another breakpoint. I believe Keith did have, yep,
A direct,
a second
shelter in hand.
second shelter. So we're gonna cover that cleanly.
But-
And oh, it says reaction step. There's a throw dagger.
Yep.
All right, so throwing a dagger
To draw a card.
to draw a card.
But the downside is that the dagger have to hit for the draw effect to trigger.
Right.
Yep.
Yes, if damage is dealt this way, then it hit, then you draw a card. So you can prevent it with like a shelter.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is a very important dagger throw because taking back the dagger from Syndra right now will allow team to swing the dagger another time
For 2 and 2.
for 2 and 2 with the rough.
Wow.
And they are for free. So
Yes. Wow.
that's a really big turn for team.
Yes, yes. So it's been 3 into 2, so 3, 2, 4, and this is an ignite coming for 2 go again. It's gonna be at least 2 more dagger attacks behind,
Yes.
and 1 more card. Yes, plus and yes, he does still have flick knives. Yeah, so that is
So this is quite a big turn for team.
that is a very big turn. Keith here has already blocked with 3 cards. This is his 4th card blocking now.
So team is forced to block. Keith is forced to block this because this attack will actually trigger the mass of momentum.
Yep. But yeah, so Timothy does flick to continue the chain link of, well, to continue hitting on the chain links, right? So every attack is gonna trigger mask, basically.
Attack action
Yeah,
cards.
attack action card. Yeah.
The dagger doesn't really trigger the mass, but it's still quite a bit of damage.
This is free 2 damage.
Yeah, and there's still a dragonfly active on team side,
Yes.
so you can swing one of the dagger additional time.
Yes. So players are just confirming whether mask trigger is active. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So 4 chain links have hit,
All chain links.
or rather, this is the 4th chain link.
Yes.
Okay, so Keith's gonna block this, try and reset the chain links, perhaps.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Keith should not have blocked that because of the dragonfly skillers, because team could actually swing the dagger additional time
Yes.
to have the lava burst be the 3rd attack.
Yes.
So that the muscle momentum will still trigger.
You mean the last card in hand,
The
right?
last card, yeah.
Is there a lava burst?
I think there's a
You saw
lava
a
burst.
lava
I think
burst?
it's a lava burst.
Ouch, that's gonna hurt.
That's gonna hurt.
But he does still have adaptive plating up.
Yep.
That can block for 3.
Yes.
He has multiple cogs that he can galvanize to that.
Yeah.
But here we're going to see the dragon scalers activated. Wow, this is a huge turn. But that's why it's legendary, right? The rough. I mean,
Yeah, it's a
yeah,
one-off copy.
yeah. It's for these kind of turns.
Yeah, and it's
And yeah.
really good hindsight to make it 3 attack, not 2. If not, it can be tilted with links.
All right, and here we do see Keith throwing his armor in front of this, galvanizing a cog here, blocking for 5. Not really getting the full value out of the Crown of Providence.
Yep.
But that's fine, right? You prevent a card being drawn. Wait, does he? No, because it's not the 3rd chaining to hit.
This should be the 3rd chaining to hit.
But he blocked the first dagger, no?
Because the dagger hit twice. Because of the dragonfly. Yeah.
Right. Okay,
So
okay.
it's
Because
dagger.
of the
Yeah.
dragon scalers, yeah. All right, so Keith's just gonna draw up and pass.
So at this point in the game, I think Keith have a bit of is a bit on the bad foot right now. He's down about 5 life. It's not too bad. However, he's out of armor.
Yes.
So
yes,
a lot of the break points that team is presenting now requires a specific direct to block out.
I'm just wondering where Keith pivots here.
Usually it's the turn after the rough because team probably won't have the daggers
Yeah.
to to
Exactly, right?
extend the chain.
So if there's a turn to kind of go for it and try and take back tempo, this is probably the turn.
Yeah, this is probably the turn.
But Tim here has Ignite into Ancestral Empowerment. So getting in for 3 damage and drawing a card.
Wow. Is that a
And
cut
looks
through?
like,
I think he drew a cut
yeah,
through.
I think he does have a cut through. There's a brand, which is yellow, and a art of dragon fire, it looks like. Yep. So, what does he do here? Does he just send the art of dragon fire?
I um I think at team's side, for one, my priority right now is to get back both my
Yeah,
daggers,
yeah,
so that I can continue to chip my opponent with the flick knife.
yeah, yeah.
And maybe if I, because I also started with ignite, I actually have, oh actually he played something after that, so it actually take away the reduced cost of
Y-
ignite.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it
yeah.
doesn't really have the discount.
So does he? I mean, he can still pitch the cut through, right? And then play the art of dragon fire.
Yep.
He doesn't have to crack a fealty because Brand makes it draconic already.
Yes, but he requires the pitch for it.
Yes.
I think one of the play line that I might have done is that maybe I have started with like the brand first, then the ignite,
Brand
then I will
Ignite,
crack
yeah.
the fealty to play the dragon fire.
Oh wow, but he's just sending a cut through here.
Yes. So cut through is draconic, but it doesn't have go again.
Yeah.
However, this is 3 draconic chaining so that team can take back the dagger.
So he's setting up for a big turn
Yeah,
next turn.
stacking up for a big turn next turn.
Right, and then sending the art of dragon fire.
Yeah.
Hopefully after a long chain link
Mm.
next turn.
And this is a very tricky attack also, because it also demands like 4 block here. Because what team can do is he can take back both the dagger, flick the dagger, to give cut through +1
And go again.
and go again, which will also trigger mass. So Keith is sort of inclined to block at least 4 here.
And we see that blocking 6 with the pinion sentry making another cog. And yeah, we see exactly what you said, right? So getting back the daggers, flicking it, giving cut through +1 go again, getting the third resource from the vest. Yeah, very, very good sequencing here
Yep.
overall for this game, for this turn. But cracking a fealty and sending the Art of Dragonfire, dealing 2 damage to face, and then coming for 5.
Yeah, I think it's a very heads-up play from Timothy,
Mm-hmm.
because he knows that the pirate class and mag class doesn't really have much destruction other than the arsenal.
Yeah,
So he tries to play out all his cards in a turn and
Makes
to prevent
sense.
arsenaling.
makes sense. All right, so Keith is full on blocking here. I think at this point he's just hoping that maybe Tim tries to take an off turn or
Yes.
bricks somehow, because the life total disparity is 9 to 22. But looks like Timothy's just drawing a lot of. Well, this doesn't really have a lot of go again, I must say. It's
Yeah,
hand.
this is not the kind of hand that you want to see in the Syndra. Let's see if he can, get out of it with the ancestral empowerment.
Yes, draw his way out of it.
Draw his way out of it.
Find another card. But he does have the blue, so he probably just gets the daggers back again. Or he can actually just play the blue, draw another card.
Yeah, but he doesn't really have that go again, because it's a
Yes.
snatch, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
That's
He
a
needs to
snatch.
go again. So let's
So-
see how Tim sequences this.
This might be a good breathing room for Keith here.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Tim might not actually be able to present lethal. Okay, but starting off by pitching, sending the dagger for 1.
So in most puffing games that I know of, usually, the puffin player have quite a few key turns.
Yeah.
So I know some of the puffin lanes they run like Crown Dominion, which give the excess goal, which you can
Straight away, crack.
crack it to
Get
get
a
a
cock,
golden cock,
yes.
and also the parrot,
Yes, cranker.
cranker to poly
Poly
cranker,
cranker.
poly cranker to have that. Uh,
I mean, guarantee you activate Puffin and you do the poly thing, you actually just
actually
draw
draw
a
a
card
card. Yes.
just from that. Yeah.
So Keith haven't really deploy his poly cranker out yet.
yes, yes.
So usually
yes,
there's like the bigger turn.
yes. That is a sunken treasure.
Yeah.
though.
Unfortunately, Keith is blocking here.
Yeah. Does he not have a yellow though? He does have a yellow brand, I believe.
I think he have a
Yeah.
yellow
Okay.
brand, but he can also target himself.
Ye-
I
oh,
think he have a
yeah.
lone shark in his
Yes,
graveyard
yes,
that he
yes.
can
He can,
can
yeah,
turn it
turn it
around
down to get a goal.
to get a goal. Yes.
Yeah. So with this now, I think we saw the loan shark. We're seeing this now. So he's trying to get gold somehow in order to get Puffin online, play the Polycranker turn, and maybe those are his bigger turns.
Yep.
Yeah, we haven't quite seen that yet, but Tunic is on 3, which means more things are possible. And it looks like Timothy's turn is just going to end after this Hunt the Hunter.
Yep.
Yeah, so pitching away the Throw Dagger and the Snatch. And let's see if Keith looks like he's tempted to take this damage.
Mm. But yeah, that's not really. I mean,
Well,
but it's still
super,
Super is still a pretty good card in Puffin.
yes,
that-
super blue here, I think, blocking for 4.
Blocking for 4, yes.
Yeah, still gonna leak 1, and looks like the dagger has been flicked as well. So leaking 2, Keith down to 7, playing 22, and we saw a Palantir in hand.
Yes.
I think
I think Palantir is one of the key cards in this matchup because it always forces a
armor.
armor block. And once you either get rid of the flick knife, you're actually open to be able to fatigue
Yep.
the Syndra.
All right, so here we are going to do that thing, cracking the gold with Puffin, playing Polycranker, drawing a card, hoping to find a way back into this game.
Yes.
Because otherwise, Timothy has a 5-card hand to play with.
Yep.
All right, Tunic, getting a resource, pitching Palantir, sending CNC. Is that it? Looks like that's all he can do. Does that mean he probably drew a red?
Yeah, I think he drew a red.
Yeah.
I think he was looking for a blue here.
Yes. And Timothy immediately just taking the 6, getting rid of the ancestral empowerment in Arsenal. But Polycranker is out. Is that a must kill at this stage of the game? Probably not, right?
Probably not, but it's just 1 damage. And you actually have a weapon that deals 1.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
it's not really it's a should on, it's just a why not.
It's
you
a
know?
low opportunity cost.
Yeah, it's a low opportunity
Yeah.
cost
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of
yeah.
target. Yeah. I think Keith is trying to plead, Timothy, don't hit my bird.
Don't kill my bird.
Don't kill my bird.
Yeah, it's good to see the players having fun here.
Oh, it's targeting a bird. Oh, no.
Sending it straight to the bird.
Keep saying no. The bird is actually blocking your dagger.
Yeah. Well, it soaks up 1 damage, right?
Yeah.
And hot on the heels here, gonna eat up a block. Is that a last ditch effort?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. So this is a
And it's-
fatigue focused Puffin.
yes.
I see.
It's functioned like a dash IO. Sorry, dash IE.
Dash IE.
But there's that this surprise factor where you thought that, hey, maybe he's playing some kind of aggressive game plan, so that it sort of confuses the opponent to board in a different way.
Yeah, it has that similar hybrid quality
Yeah.
as Dash IE, right? So opponents don't really know which version you're playing.
Yeah, and the offensive capability of this deck is also can be quite surprising too.
I mean, we're seeing like Dovetail here, so you still can do like Cork, Dovetail go again into Palantir,
Yep.
like just for pure damage. Like the numbers are still decent. All right, so Kunai, and then we have
A
Breaking
breaking point.
for 5.
5.
That is 100% of Keith's life.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keith have to throw the tunic here
Yeah.
with the soup out to block to cover the 5 damage.
Super, man. I really like Super.
Yeah.
Like the red one especially, like you attack for 4 or you block for 4. Either way, it's still good value.
It's still good value.
Yeah.
Especially in Puffin where you probably will have like a cork left behind after the turn. Yep.
Oh. Okay, so
Oh, it's
there we
the
go.
third Palantir that he actually drew.
Yes.
That was unfortunate. But this Palantir is actually really good because team now have to choose between like the Master Momentum or Flick Knife. But at 5 life, at keeping at 5 life, I do not think the Master Momentum will get much value.
Yeah.
So I think team will just
Throw the
throw the mask in front of it. But that being said, if Keith managed to find his his third Palantir,
Which
okay,
pitched.
which is pitch.
Yeah.
Both hit pitch down, yeah.
Yes.
Can Puffin shuffle the deck?
Not,
There's no spell of
I don't
dealers.
believe that they can.
Yeah,
no.
maybe if the game lasted long.
Yeah.
Or he have a T-boot. Oh. He,
Oh, wait. Hang on. Let's pause the game quickly. Can you just check with the judge? We're gonna make sure the Palantir gets an equipment.
Getting quick.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the card is in Japanese.
Oh yes.
It is a new card as well. So we're gonna monitor the game, make sure that they fix it. But so far, the game honestly has been quite one way,
Quite one way. Yeah.
unfortunately.
Fortunate.
Yeah, I was quite excited to see our highly ranked Puffin. And we saw him crush his way through the draft. We did see him at CC because he declined to be on stream.
Yeah.
But besides this Puffin, okay. So judge has ruled it as a missed trigger,
Okay.
which is unfortunate there by Keith.
Mm. I
But
think.
like you said, maybe you just throw Mars there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna continue. Tim here with the Art of Dragon Blood. Keith. Keith is going through a crisis right now.
Yeah. I think one of the strength of this Puffin build is that she actually run deceptively quite a few 4 blocks, like the super ups, the D reacts. So it's actually able, and the second treasure is also able a way to flip the dagger face down, like what Keith did.
Right. Yeah. That's a good point.
Yep.
So it basically Tim is just playing with one kunai right now,
Mm.
but going to attack with the Spreading Flames. One of the power cards. And this is a Blaze Headlong.
For
This
4.
is just gonna be 4. So the draconic attacks only get +1 if if its power is less than the number of chain links, which I believe this one should be, right? So this it's equal.
This is not
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
draconic card. Yeah.
Okay, not the draconic card. But yeah, 4 and blocking for 3, you're gonna leak 1.
Yep.
Keep going down to
To 2.
2 after the flick.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. Very dire right now. Shooting the pistol here.
I think right now Keith is looking for some life gain effects,
Does
just so
he
that
have any?
he can sponge the bleeding from the flick knives.
But does he have? We haven't seen a sigil yet.
Yeah, we have not seen a sigil yet from Keith's side.
And Tim looks like a pretty.
A pretty straightforward.
yes.
0 for 4 into 0 for 4.
Oh
into
no, but
0
he
for
doesn't
4.
have a filthy.
Yeah, but he can always arsenal the Fire Fist. Or he choose to play the Fire Fist out now. Yeah. And arsenal the loaf. Or
Right.
the oath, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so he can go with this into another Out of Dragon Blood.
Yep.
Right into a Blaze.
I think he can start. He follow up with a Blaze, long, and then into the Art of Dragon Blood, yes.
Okay, so 3 into 4. Does he have a 4 block here?
It's
He
for,
does not. It's the
Yeah.
Sky Warden.
this for 5, and the last Art of Dragon 5 will be for 4.
It's a
Oh, wait,
Shelter,
yeah.
leaking 1. Goes down to 1. Is that
Uh,
right? Oh no,
No,
that's for 4.
R is for 4.
Yeah, that's for 4. Alright, so cleanly blocked it out. Keith smiling as he lives another turn. But can't do much. Does he have life gain effects? That's the question. Can he gain life?
I'm not too sure about this actually.
Alright, so Tim here starting off with the Oath. Does have Ancestral Empowerment in hand, which means that he can't play it this turn. Right?
Yeah, he can't play it because of
Yeah.
oath prevents
Yeah.
like reactions also.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright, so 2 cards coming out here to block. One is the Conqueror, and Tim's gonna follow this up with a yellow Brand into a Rebel for 4. And yeah, I think Keith is just gonna scoop it up. Tim is gonna take this one, and honestly, congratulations.
Yeah.
This is why Syndra is currently the best aggro deck. The
Right,
power of it,
right. Yeah, I think also heads up to Tim also. I think he played around a lot of the Arsenal disruption, like Conqueror High Seas, CNC. Both
Yes.
time when Keith launched the Arsenal disruption effect, Team's Arsenal was actually empty, or it was a card that was irrelevant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and I mean, unfortunate about like the missed triggers, and overall, Keith didn't really manage to like snipe the equipment out with the Palantirs. Didn't really manage to disrupt Timothy enough, I would
Yeah.
say.
I think it was also a bit unfortunate that the turns where he needs to draw a blue off Puffin's ability,
Yes.
he drew like the third Palantir instead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But that's the thing about Puffin, right? You don't know what you're gonna draw. there's no way to know. You're not
Well,
Dash IO.
yeah,
You
not
can't see
that
the
you
top
can't
card.
see the top card.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, maybe a compass will help.
But anyway, for all of you tuning in to the Singapore Nets, this was our round 10. Today is going to be round 10, 11, 12, followed by the cut to top 8.
Yep.
We're going to try and stream as many of the top 8 games as we can, hopefully bringing in at least 2 quarterfinals and then watching the 2 semis and then the finals. But we're also streaming these CC rounds on 2 channels. So if you're watching this on the Super Duper Fab channel, we are also going to stream this on the One Collectibles TCG channel. You can go and click below in the description. You can follow them because we will cut to them for the top 8. So
Yes.
top 8 will only be shown on the One Collectibles TCG channel, whereas the CC rounds are going to be streamed on both channels. So after this, we're hopefully going to see some updated standings. I think there are 2 Dash IOs in the top 10. I hope one of them is going to make top 8 because I do want to see a Dash IO in the top 8. Maybe Keith still has a chance,
Yeah.
right? I think
he does.
X and 3, you still have a chance to get into the top 8. But other than that, let us know also what heroes you want to see.
Yes.
Yeah, right. I think, what would you like to see? There's a Azalea.
Ow. Okay, like, I'm rooting for Benjamin. I think he's a really good Azalea player in Singapore. I think he won a BH with Azalea before in KL.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's one of those that grasps the concept of Azalea really quickly. Yeah. Actually, I'm excited to see the Kasai player.
Oh yeah, there's a
Yeah,
one
the
of
one
Kasai.
Kasai. I'm trying to really figure out how to build and play Kasai recent years.
Yeah, yeah. It's been doing quite well.
Yeah, he's been doing quite well. I feel like I always had that feeling that the 80 is not there yet. I think there's some like deck building improvement that still can be done to the deck. Yeah.
Well, we shall see. After this, it's going to be round 11. I think we're going to take a quick 10-15 minute break while the players set up. We still did have a bit of time left on the timer. So we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
All right. See you.
Bye.
right, welcome back everybody to round 11 of Singapore Nationals. I'm Irvin and with me is...
Kelvin. And we are very excited to bring the next game to you. Things are heating up. We are getting ever closer to that final top 8 cut. And being featured right now is Gravy versus Prism, which I don't think is a matchup we've seen on stream yet.
Yeah, I think this is the first Prism we've actually put on stream.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, and that is a hero that's been receiving quite a lot of attention ever since Enigma LL. I think a lot of the stranded illusionist players have been trying to learn her, and she's once again resurfaced as one of the potential counters to the Gravy Bones deck.
I think Prism is a very interesting spot because it's always been a polarizing hero, right? You have certain really good matchups, and I think you have pretty bad matchups into other classes like Brute has traditionally
yes.
been quite bad for Prism. She's also, besides Kano, to my understanding, the hero that starts with the lowest health total in the game.
Yes.
So she's very, very fragile, and she can brick as well with the figments, which all do not block. And even with library, it can be a brick as well sometimes, even though it's one of her power cards.
Yeah.
So we'll see how the players decide to enact their macro game plans. This is seen to be Prism favored by some, given that the allies provide essentially a free body to let the heralds hit and to trigger Prism's ability. But we'll see if James has a way around that.
Yeah, I mean, of course, anything that has on-hit abilities has a new different angle of gameplay, right? When you're playing into ally-based decks, being able to guarantee the on-hit is very significant for Prism. But then again, when you're swinging a 7-power Herald into the ally, you're essentially not swinging that to his face.
Yeah.
And so you're losing value in that aspect, but you're gaining consistency, you're gaining the ability to play the other parts of your deck. So that's what Gravy can potentially leverage to try and trade out the Prism over the long game. But we'll have to see, right?
Yeah, we'll see. Gravy can run a fair number of poppers. Besides the Conqueror of the High Seas that I think is a staple in
Yes.
Gravy decks, some of them have run cards like Command and Conquer. Sea Legs as well is another potential popper. And even cards like Swiftwater Sloop can be a popper in a pinch if really needed.
Yeah, and I think that there were a few lists like floating around which ran 12 poppers, and I remember they said that the Prism matchup was very easy because of the 12 poppers. If you run the 3 Sea Legs and 3 Sloops on top of all the conquering effects, but we're not sure what James is on here. We've seen him draft a lot yesterday, but now he's going to be playing his main Gravy Bones constructed deck.
And immediately I see something that's very interesting. Instead of the more traditional helmets we've seen before, like Crown of Dominion or even Balance of Justice, we see a Tricon of Saltwater Death.
Yeah, that's the helmet from the Gravy Bones Armory kit, and that's a very interesting inclusion by James here. We'll see how it comes into play.
Yeah, I must say I've never seen that played on stream before, so I'm very excited to see what his game plan for that is.
Yeah, and James looks like going for the turn 0 golden tipple.
Yeah.
Takes the Phantasmal Footsteps from Daniel and creates a gold, which is very important, especially when you're not starting with the Crown of Dominion.
We see that he hasn't chosen to try and recall the chum from the grave here, maybe because he wants to not present a body that's easy for Daniel to clear. This is quite a premium ally in the matchup. It does die to most heralds in the deck, but forcing the Prism player to send a meaty attack at this chum is quite a good way to preserve your life total here.
Yeah, and it's particularly important in the late game. We're perhaps not so much in the early game when I think probably Daniel wants to be sending the heralds into allies anyway. But we'll see whether James might consider it something he would like to play.
Wow, and we see that he's activated Gravy Bones to put another chum in the graveyard, and he's now blocked with the Tricon and put another ally in the graveyard. So he's he's doing pretty well in terms of allies in the graveyard already, which is something that Gravy Bones can sometimes struggle with if you don't have either gold or you don't get that golden tipple train rolling early.
Yeah, and it does seem a bit unfortunate that right after James blocks with his Tricon, the Herald of Erudition comes out, and this is going to be 5 dominate. On hit, it would fetch a Figment, and would also allow Daniel to have 2 cards to park in Arsenal for next turn.
Right, we see that he chooses to take the Herald here, perhaps realizing that he can't block it out.
Yeah, and this allows Daniel to actually fetch another figment that would not be Erudition, because the figment of Erudition can serve as a very useful ponder, but given that he already has an Arsenal target, he might be picking like the War, which
Yeah.
he did, yeah.
Yeah, I
So-
think Figment of War is a good ally to kind of have to swing and clear the Gravy's allies. It's not too committal. You're not giving your power allies like Herald of Erudition. Sorry, not Herald of Erudition. Soraya,
Yeah, yeah.
and you're not even cards like the Figment of Protection, which is in his pitch zone right now, can serve to block out breakpoints in a pinch if
Yeah.
needed.
And I think generally Prisms do pick the Figment of War as their first Figment, simply because the Courage token allows you to continuously bump your next Herald attacks, and hitting with your Heralds early game is very important to set up your board. So it's generally this one or some of the Figments that don't have late game relevance, so maybe the Protection, or maybe in this case even the one that flips the Banish zone down, Judgment.
Right. Okay, we see that James has played a pot side exchange here and put a Sawbones in the graveyard. And he's activated Dead Threats to play a Chum, activate Gold Baited Hook and swing with it, which threatens another gold. And Daniel takes it,
Yeah.
giving James his second gold.
Alright, very interesting here. So the funny thing about Chum here is that if Daniel wants to hit the Chum, he's gonna like in a way waste the Courage token if it's going into Chum. But we'll see whether he wants to just still go face.
This is a 2 for 8 here.
Yep.
And with a relevant on hit as well. That is very, very strong.
Yeah, one of the stronger on hits in the Prism deck, because getting the random Spectral Shield can be very important to protecting your 4 ward Angels. And if James ever finds like a Limpet to try and push through damage, or a blue golden tipple, the Spectral Shield can soak that up before the Angel blocks one with 4 ward.
I think one thing to note about these 1 HP allies is that a very neat trick Prism can do is activate the Halo of Illumination
Yes.
and tutor, I think it's Herald of Ravages, which pings 1 arcane to any target. And much like Icelander and Droma in the past, if you activate a card like Singe
Yes.
into an attacking Ashwing, the Ashwing dies and the action point goes into the void.
Yep.
So you kind of end the turn right there. It is a heavy committal play because you crack Halo, which is probably one of the strongest pieces of equipment on Prism side. But if you strand the Gravy Bones with like 2 or 3 cards, force him to effectively give himself an intellect penalty, it can be worth
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, the Halo, yeah, it is the most important piece in the Prism deck. And I think Prism players, at least when I was playing the deck, people have mentioned that the Halo has to at least generate 8 points of value for it to be a good Halo.
8 points of value off a hit piece, I would say. Is
Yeah.
pretty,
Pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, so looks like James has taken the full 8 here, allowing Daniel to now tutor a Figment out. And looks like
and
he's
he's
gonna...
chosen Erudition here.
Yep. So the question is he gonna flip the Erudition now? Generally, to flip the Figment of Erudition, you need to have 2 in Soul, because you have to do 1 for the flip and then immediately swing with it to get the full value of the draw 2 of Soraya. And he's opting not to do that.
What do you think the choice of Rapture, Empyrean Rapture, as Daniel's chess piece over Vestige of Soul tells us?
I mean, it does seem that the Rapture would indicate he's going for a more aggressive plan. And we did see that from the red Herald of Protection. I think if you're running the Vestige, you generally cut down as many reds as possible, so that you don't break off like your draw turns to kind of set up your Spectras on board. And I guess it really is capitalizing on Gravy Bones' lack of block value, if you would say, and potentially being able to rush him down.
Would you say that that means he's cut out a lot of the auras we traditionally see in his deck? Maybe some of the cards like Merciful Retribution, Parable of Humility, which I guess wouldn't make that much sense against ally attacks, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't, and also by playing a bit slower, you are giving Gravy Bones time to develop. I think I have heard some Prism players think that that is the way, because the Spectras do gain a lot of value, and a Gravy is already action point starved. But there's also another camp that says, just hit them with the Heralds, and eventually they die faster, without
Yeah.
having time.
I mean, he already is at 23 life. He's actually falling pretty low. And it seems like he's activated Gravy here to try and dig and putting a Loot the Hold in Arsenal. But he's drawing to a Conqueror, which is used to pop the red Herald protection there. Very interesting.
I see. Did he draw the Conqueror?
I think he may have drawn the Conqueror.
Oh.
Okay, we see him pitching a pot side to play a yellow golden tipple here, putting an Anka in the grave. I think Anka is quite interesting in this case because we see a Figment of Erudition already on board, right? So if Daniel decides to use the ability of the ally, Anka can actually trigger to kind of force Daniel to drop one of the cards he's drawn.
Yeah.
And I think one thing to point out is that Daniel actually only has one soul.
Yes.
He only has one card in soul, so he is a bit short on soul here. If he awakens the ally and attacks with it, there is the possibility.
And Murderous Rebel for one.
Flipping an E-strike.
Yeah,
That is unfortunate.
That Spectral Shield come in very handy here because protecting the Angel of War. Very unfortunate, and looks like James is stuck with a Sunken Treasure in hand. Sunken Treasure, a very strong card because it's able to, potentially deny some graveyard interaction for your opponent, generate you a gold. But it is a block card. It cannot be Arsenal. I have done that several times when they first released in the past. So he's kind of forced to try and find something here, which is the E-Strike.
Okay, so he's drawn off the goal and drawn the E-strike, and he's used the remaining float to play a Sawbones and swing, which does threaten the Angel here. And I think that the choice of E-strike here is quite interesting. I am partial to E-strike myself in my Gravy Bones list, and to me it indicates that it's a more aggressive slanted Gravy potentially. And he could be running cards like Sloop, we don't know. We'll see if he has those in his list. But yeah, it seems like he's fairly red heavy. If he runs E-strike, there's also the chance of me running cards like CNC as well.
Yeah, which would definitely help a lot in this matchup. And E-Strike by itself, right, it's one of the tech cards that Gravy Bones runs in order to kind of extend the chain link, given that if you don't run the E-Strike, your go again cards are just the Rainbow Tipples and maybe a Limpet.
I think this is actually one of the ideal boards for Gravy Bones to have. Sawbones and Chum together is quite a fearsome combo. You can force your opponent to attack the Chum, and the existence of Sawbones basically means that they have to send a 7 power attack into the Chum to kill it, instead of just a 6 power. And if you do that to the Chum, it means you're leaving the Sawbones untouched.
Yeah, always a very deadly combination, these two.
Correct. We see that he lets the Angel eat the attack from Sawbones here, which should chip 2 over to Daniel.
Yeah, and giving James the extra gold of the gold-baited hook, a free activation because he golden tippled this turn, so even if it doesn't hit, the hook is not going to blow up.
I think the choice of Mage Master Boots from James is quite interesting. One issue that Gravy kind of has is that his armor suite is not the most robust. He has 1 block in the hook typically. You don't really want to block with dead threats until you absolutely have to.
Yeah.
And he did have a Tricon, which is a 2 block, but it's Blade Break. And typically what we see some Gravies run is quick dodge flexes if they really want to convert a non-blocking ally in their hand into some extra block value.
Yeah.
But he chooses Mage Master Boots here, which indicates to me that either one, he only has Mage Master Boots in his equipment slot, or he's considering double or triple allying the Prism at some point in time.
Yeah, and Prism can only technically clear 2 allies. She can clear 3 if she flips a Figment, but that's a lot of resources used to actually not deal any damage.
Yes.
And here we see a pretty good hand on James's side.
He activates the Chum here in response to the red Wartune Herald, which I assume is going to James's face.
Yeah, so the interesting thing about activating Chum here is that if Daniel chooses to flip a Figment here and swing with the Angel has to go into Chum, and the Angel does not have enough power to kill Chum.
Right, so it's kind of wasted in that sense.
Yeah.
Okay, and we see James has tapped Sawbones here for the 1 damage prevention.
Yeah, that's a very interesting time to tap the Sawbones.
Yeah, that's interesting.
His hand is filled with the blue cards, I think.
I think I saw Give No Quarter, Tip the Barkeep, and I can't see the last card in his hand, but it is a card that will let him play allies from the graveyard, for sure.
Yeah.
given it's quite resource rich.
And now Daniel gonna go digging into his deck again. That hit actually helped him get 2 soul. So once again makes the erudition line possible, but because Chum is tapped, that becomes a lot more inefficient.
I think it's an interesting choice to tap Sawbones here because now you've prevented the damage going to face, but a 6 power Herald will be able to kill the Chum cleanly here.
Yeah, I think perhaps he thinks Daniel is just gonna send a Herald into Chum, making the Sawbones prevention kind of useless. So
He's choosing to save the life here.
yeah, he's
maybe.
just choosing to save the life, depending on how Daniel plays. But it does open the possibility for Daniel to now use a yellow Herald to hit Chum, rather than forcing Daniel to find a red Herald. Because if he had Sawbones up and a yellow Herald would swing into Chum, he could Sawbones and push the yellow Herald back to 5.
Ah, interesting. He uses the Figment of Ravages here to ping the Chum for 1, and then come in with a blue Herald of Ravages to finish off the Chum.
Yeah, so yeah, see, in this situation, the Sawbones would have been quite helpful.
It would have been quite helpful in that situation. That's
Yeah.
quite unfortunate for James. I think one thing this means is that he no longer has the ability to tutor the Figment Ravages to kill a one health ally that's attacking. So Rigor
Yeah.
Mortis, Limpet, those are quite safe for James to attack with now, if he so wishes to.
Yeah, so he's free to now bring back the Rigor Mortis that I think is sitting in his graveyard.
Yeah, he's quite free to do that.
Yeah, and it's very important to, even if you're not a Prism player, right, to understand what they can do with the Halo. Because the Halo offers so many lines, and the Ravages line is a very, very bad line, very horrible for you if you're going to be attacking with the allies. Kind of shuts off a lot of your ways to go wide. And so now that this is unlocked, James might be able to be a bit less cautious of the allies he plays.
So he already has the Figment of Erudition on board and the Figment of Ravages on board. What do you think the Halo is likely gonna use? What do you think he's gonna use the Halo to tutor for? Most likely.
I think now it may not be more of a tutor, but more of a way to get more cards in Soul, given that a lot of the very important Figments are already on board. It could also be a way to thin out the deck of Figments in the future, if he wants to use the Erudition on the Erudition turn, so he doesn't draw into the Figments.
That makes sense.
Yeah, alternatively, it could also be a Figment of Rebirth to pick up the very strong Herald of Erudition from the graveyard.
You see a Give No Quarter here used to summon the Swabby, and he's used the Mage Master Boots to double ally um, with a Chum and a Swabby here.
Yeah, the Mage Master Boots always a very good combination with Give No Quarter. I think when Give No Quarter was first released, everyone was so shocked at the fact that it essentially pitched for 6.
Yeah.
But in practice, it's a lot harder to do when, Gravy Bones doesn't have enough action points. So without playing the Mage Master Boots, Give No Quarter allows you to play 2 allies and your turn ends. But with the Mage Master Boots, you can play 2 allies and then swing with one of
Yeah.
them.
And his board is actually looking pretty fearsome right now. He's got Chum, Swabby, and Sawbones, which are, I would say, some of the more premium allies from
Yeah.
Gravy Bones.
3 of the big boys in the
Yeah.
on Gravy's crew. But on Daniel's side, we have 3 Figments, 3 very strong angels, ready to be awakened.
Yeah, this is looking scary for James actually.
Yeah, the fact that Daniel is above James's life total
Yeah.
and still has access to Halo is a bit dangerous. But James having 16 plus 3 plus 6 plus 2 actually means that he has a lot more life than we perceive it to be.
Do you think there's a point where Daniel just says, I don't care about the allies, let me just go at your face with my 8 power, 7 power heralds?
Oh yes, definitely. But before he does that, he has to clear Chum. Because Chum
Right.
is the only thing that stops him from potentially just smacking James in the face.
Yep, he's chosen to do that. He's tutoring for his last Figment, I imagine? Or has he missed the tutor trigger? Oh, resolving the
Yeah.
Ravager's ping.
Oh yes, the
Ah,
one.
there you go. Okay. Pinging James for additional 1 arcane damage here. And he's tutoring for the Figment now.
So he should only have Rebirth left. Yep. And just gonna put the Herald of Erudition into his top of his deck, I believe.
How many has he played already? He's played 5, and I think there's tomorrow. There's like Triumph as well.
Oh yes, there's still Triumph, which
And-
is another Halo interaction, right?
Yeah, I forget the last Herald. I've been punished by this before. I've in rated games I think I was playing a Prism at a calling, and I thought he had all his allies out. He did not. He still had, and I let Heralds hit because I thought there was nothing
Ah.
else he could tutor for, and I was proven wrong.
Yeah, he picks up the deck, then you're like, oh,
Yeah.
whoops.
Oh crap. He actually has all 7.
Yeah, so he probably still has Triumph left, and he might have Judgment if he runs
Yeah.
that one.
I guess Judgment is less important against Gravy, right? Because he plays in
Yeah.
the graveyard, not from the banish.
It would just be another ally on the board if you want to run the Density of Angels.
I forget the name of this, the Arcane Angel, but
Second.
But actually, the split damage is quite dangerous against Gravy Bones because you
Yes.
can send the Arcane at allies and the attack at either face or another ally as well.
Yeah, so Angels, although they're not able to clear things like Chum or Whaler Humperdinck, they are able to clear any other ally, and Second here can actually clear the board of both allies by just hitting like one of them.
He can tap Sawbones to kind of save a little bit of life from the Arcane here.
Oh yes, you're right.
So he could, let's say he swings the second at the Swabby and he sends Arcane and Sawbones. He could theoretically tap the Sawbones to kind of save it for another turn, which would be a nice kind of way at salvaging the board state a little bit.
Oh yes, you're right. So he still does have to choose, making the second flip on the while Sawbones is on the board. It makes second a lot less powerful, I think. Because yeah, he still has to choose here.
Right, and we see that he is doing that exact play, and James taps the Sawbones to save itself.
Yeah, interesting that Daniel prioritizes killing the
The
Swabby.
allies. Okay.
I mean, Swabby does present a lot more damage. Presents 7 damage, making it a lot harder to block or preserve the Angels if he wanted to.
He does get to keep that Sawbones around for another turn, which is nice. I think one thing that James hasn't been able to present is Conqueror of the High Seas. He's
Yeah.
only blocked of it to pop, but he hasn't been able to really disrupt Daniel here. Gravy Bones has a surprising amount of disruption available with cards like Loot the Hold, Conqueror, some of them even run Loot the Arsenal.
Yeah, a lot. It's really a first that LSS has printed on-hit effects for allies. The other illusionists never really had that benefit, but the trade-off is that Gravy doesn't have any gold gain.
Yeah.
It's a lot harder to find gold gain
Yeah.
on his allies.
It's a bit more action point style. That's why we see him running cards like Diamond Amulet here, which maybe could have been a hedge against a potential Aura plan.
Yep. And we see the golden tipple being swung here. I think, did he discard the diamond amulet?
Yes, I think he discarded off Gravy Bones. He's played Avasi and summoned Rigor Mortis to swing with it for 6, which is one of the more chunky ally attacks available to the deck.
Yeah, and if Second dies here, it's gonna be a lot harder for Daniel to clear Rigor Mortis.
Yep. And it looks like he chooses to swing at the second instead of face. Okay, interesting choice.
Yeah, and that's actually a safe play now because before Second or the Figment of Ravagers is tutored out, if you swing at an Angel, he can tutor out the Ravagers with Halo to ping the Angel and end your turn there.
I think this is quite a heads-up play from James because clearing the second here lets him preserve his board. Right now, Rigor Mortis only has 1 health, so if Daniel chose to swing second at Sawbones and send the Arcane to Rigor Mortis, he could clear both allies quite cleanly here.
Yeah.
But he's been hitting James with these huge heralds, 7 from a red Herald of Triumph, which is almost half of James' life total.
Yeah. So you'll see how James is gonna interact with this and potentially block it out.
Oh, blocking with a Sunken Treasure here.
Yeah, so choosing a yellow to flip.
I imagine he chooses one of the Figments here. Yeah, Figment of Ravagers.
It goes to, is that 3 gold? Or 2 gold, 2 gold.
I think now it should be his 3rd gold with the Sunken Treasure block.
That the die he's using is
Yeah, the die he's using is not particularly visible to us, but yeah.
a bit of an optical illusion. I can't tell if it's an 8-sided die or like the two dots on the 6-sided die.
Yeah.
But No
Oh, good.
worries. I'm
This
sure
is-
the players got it.
Yeah, this is cleanly blocked out here. Oh, and we see that Daniel chooses to awaken Soraya here, which is, one of the power plays available to Prism.
Yep, so gonna be swinging at Sawbones, getting rid of that very annoying ally. And now James has no more cards with Watery Grave in his discard pile.
Daniel actually has no more soul as well, which is interesting. He has banished the last card in his soul with the Soraya, and we'll see how he chooses to kind of. I think it's 2 gold.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much, David.
Yep, so we see that Daniel actually gambled a bit by drawing 2 blind cards off Soraya. We have to hope those 2 cards is 1 Herald and 1 Pitch card to be
I
swung.
see a Genesis and I think Triumph.
Oh, those are not cards you want to see.
I think Genesis maybe Figment of either Triumph
Okay,
or
Genesis.
It's not definitely not Rebirth.
Right,
Triumph
so-
or Judgment. I think it's Judgment actually. Oh no, it's the it's a new card that gives +4. Warcry of
Warcraft damage.
Yeah, I think it's Warcry of Demis.
Alright.
Which is a very interesting choice. I have not seen that card
Is it?
run.
Oh, it is.
It is. Wow. Warcry of Demis.
Very interesting that he chose to.
Oh, and he has
break
the
it.
popper at the perfect time.
Oh, okay.
This is such a clean block because he's not going to be sending the CNC anyway because Daniel has no Arsenal.
Yeah. It's very unfortunate for Daniel. I think he actually cracked Halo because
Yeah.
he drew Warcry and Genesis, right? Meaning
Yeah.
he has no Herald to send.
I think this is a little bit of a break here for James. A clean play, the most disciplined play will probably be to just clear up the Soraya here.
He has to,
He
for
has
sure.
to. He has to. I think this is so dangerous if he lets it live.
Oh, that's a very good popper on the.
That is very fortunate. And he's drawn the Soraya from Dusk to Dawn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The Invoke Soraya, is
Yeah,
it?
Invoke Soraya. And he's drawn a Figment of Triumph as well. I think these are some very interesting tech choices from Daniel here.
And here we go. James doing my favorite play of the Gravy Bones deck, which is Call to the Grave Oyston. And because Oyston is free to play and free to swing.
This is a little bit of an inside joke here. I think Oyston is awful, but Mervin here disagrees. I think this is one of the maybe 2 differences between our personal Gravy Bones lists. I don't like Oyston because I think it doesn't really do much. Sure, you're attacking for 3 every turn, but
Hey, 0 card 3s
Sure.
are very strong.
yeah, I guess. Sure.
But we'll see, James chose not to play the Oyston this turn, even though he played Call. So potentially preventing Daniel from, I don't know, having 2 targets to swing his Heralds at? Or maybe assuming that Daniel would have a Herald of Ravagers potentially to clear both allies.
I don't think he even minds if Herald. I haven't seen this in.
It is a card that allows you to heal back your health, to my understanding, and I kind of forgot how much it costs. You have to transform a Spectral Shield though.
Which he does, conveniently. He conveniently has 1 Spectral Shield on the board, but let's see if he wants to make that play here. It is a body which can be hit, so James could use his own allies to clear up that Soraya if he so wishes.
Yeah. So I think
Yeah.
Daniel's really giving it a think here. He knows he's going to be pitching the Figment for sure.
Wow, and it seems like he's thinking of sending the Herald of Protection.
James ready to
blue.
throw away the Rigor Mortis already. He's already reaching for it to toss
Yeah.
it away.
This is so good though. The Rigor Mortis effectively gave him an additional 6 value here.
Yeah.
So, sorry, I think additional 4 value here, because it's way overkill by about 4 health.
Yep, and it looks like Daniel fails his search, so no Figment of Judgment in his deck. Only the Figment of Triumph left. And that actually kind of starves the Prism towards the late game, especially if James is able to draw poppers now.
We see that he has, I think, pop with 2 cards. So at the very least, he probably has another 4 poppers in the deck. Maybe 5, 6 if he runs a few copies of Sea Legs, which could be quite devastating for Daniel if he runs into them at the wrong time.
Yeah. So here we go. Daniel's going to be flipping the Angel of Protection.
Giving himself more Spectral Shields to turn into Soraya.
Yes. And now he has, I think, 4 Spectral Shields if he swings here.
I think he's got no soul though.
I know, he just
removed it.
just
Okay,
removed
okay.
it, Yeah.
4 Spectral Shields is quite a healthy life buffer here.
Effectively at 28 life, Daniel.
Yeah. James doesn't seem too happy with what's on the top of the deck.
Yep. But he has the Diamond Amulet on board. I think that's a very important piece and allows Gravy to do very ridiculous turns. The main issue now for James is also he doesn't have any allies in graveyard.
Except the one Oyston.
Yes, although it is one of the best allies in the deck. He has to find a way to kind of assemble a larger army to win here.
Oh, we see a CNC, Anka, Golden Tipple, I missed the color.
Alright, tossing the Anka into the graveyard.
Anka is somewhat less important now that, the Figment is gone.
Yeah, I mean, he still could, like what you said, rebuff the Erudition. So, not completely irrelevant.
Okay, we see he just chose to activate Gravy here and discard the Anka. I think it's an interesting play considering that. Oh, I see why he did that. Yeah, he was a bit ally flooded there.
Yep.
Discarding a Whaler Humperdinck.
Yes, Whaler Humperdinck, the biggest ally in the Gravy Bones deck, 11 damage. Something not easy for Prism to block out.
We see Daniel blocking the Golden Tipple here, wanting to preserve some of that health buffer. Seems like the game next to them has wrapped up already.
Yes.
Which I think was Syndra against Auxilio, our
Yes.
backup game of the day.
Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a very fast game compared to 2 board state heroes. And we'll say James gonna go for the E-Strike flexibility, straight away hitting the Angel of Protection with Go Again. Yeah, a very interesting play that you can do. I think most people forget that the Angels are allies as well. So the 4 Spectral Shields not protecting. And here we go, James gonna resurrect the Anka and breaks the Diamond Amulet, so he has 2 action points here. And here we go, Oyston is on the field.
Actually, something interesting you could have done is also, if you have a Gold Kiss run, for example, you can draw off the E-Strike. So that's a little bit of flexibility there from the E-Strike, which you might not normally have in these heroes.
Yeah, and we can also see a lead the charge pitched. And so another reason why Prisms perhaps don't run the Vestige build into Gravy, because if they run lead the charge, you'll be clearing 2 Spectras pretty easily.
I personally enjoy Lead the Charge a lot in my Gravy deck. I think it's very flexible. The one drawback is that it needs to be paired with an ally that's cost 2 or greater. And you do have a fair number of low to the ground allies like Rigor Mortis, Limpet, Oyston. But if you have, Sawbones and Chum, and you can even swing with them if you have Lead the Charge here.
Alright, so Daniel trying to decide on the Anka block. His hand, 2 Heralds, 1 Triumph, 1 War Tune, and 1 Blue Spectra. So is he gonna try and deny James of... I mean, he will deny James of the gold because of the immense amount of Spectral Shields on his board. But now, the board states have radically shifted. Now James has 2 allies on the field while Daniel has none.
I think he could be he invokes Soraya here.
Alright, invoking Soraya now.
I have not seen this card in a good amount of time.
Yeah, recently making its rounds back into the game. It is to my understanding, 2 cost to swing. And when you swing it, you can banish a light card from your soul.
Deal 1 Arcane. And 1 Arcane is, Oyston's life. One reason why it's a liability. I'm kidding. Gives him the gold here, and it's honestly not that bad. But it does let James heal a good amount of life here because whenever Soraya deals damage, and I think that includes Arcane as well and
Yeah.
physical, he gains that much health.
Yeah, but if you look on the board, Oixen is still alive because you know he has to discard a card from Soul to do the ping.
Which he does not have.
Yeah, he does not
Yeah.
have, and it is very difficult, right? Because for Gravy, you're balancing an additional resource of cards in your graveyard, and for Prism, you're balancing cards in your Soul. So when you're trying to play this matchup, you have to look at like everywhere on the board.
Okay, we see an Avasti here, and it's coming in for 6 go again.
Yeah, straight into Soraya.
And he immediately goes to the Soraya. That goes away.
Yep, and with the go again, that actually allows James to extend his turn. So let's see what he's gonna follow up with a
Just
murderous
Rebel.
Rebel.
And he flips a blue this time.
This
Thankfully.
time for 3.
Yep. Not for.
And check that out, Oixen gonna get the free 3 value that Oixen often brings to people who believe in him.
Do you think Gravy often brings defense reactions into this matchup, or do you think they are potentially a liability?
They are a liability because in any illusionist or ally mirror, you don't want to be drawing D-reacts, especially if you have the tempo or if you need to clear the opponent's allies. But the thing is, Blood in the Water, which is the Necromancer defense reaction, allows you to potentially block for 6 with 1 card. And that's actually quite significant into preventing the heralds from hitting, at
Yeah.
least the yellow ones. So it really is about personal preference, and also I think that particular question hasn't really been solved yet, and still up for debate.
Yeah, agreed. Coming in with a blue War-Tune Herald here, one of the more efficient Herald attacks.
Yeah, but it being blue makes it a bit easier for James to block. And by completely now that Daniel is back to Prism's starting state, right, which is having no soul, and without the halo of illumination, he is unable to guarantee any soul being put into the being generated, and so James might use this opportunity to block out. And as we can see right here, he has used Blood in the Water to block for 6. Precisely what we were talking about.
Yeah, I do think this is pretty.
Okay.
Wow, and,
And
he
the
pops
CMC
it. That's so
pops.
efficient, and I think with that, James has stolen back a bit of the tempo of this
Yeah.
game here. He has stuffed Daniel's attempts to get soul, but we see a Light of Soul in his hand, which is a
Yeah.
way to get soul uninteractably, potentially.
Yeah,
If he
and
hits a yellow herald off the top, maybe.
yeah, you're right. So that's one way he could do it. Another way he could do it is through Herald of Second. Is it Herald of Second?
Yeah, herald second.
Which guarantees you to put a card in the soul to deal 2 arcane damage, which is very important in this matchup because you can ping the allies with the arcane damage.
Yeah, we'll see what James wants to do here with his 2-card hand.
Yep,
And it looks like he's just pitching a Call to the Grave to swing a Rigor Mortis, which Daniel immediately takes. There's nothing on his board to protect.
Yep, so
We'll see
very
if this hits
effective turn
here.
cycle.
Alright.
Yep.
Oh, and it misses. It's a blue
Unfortunate.
War-Tune Herald. That's very unfortunate. And this is popped even through the Herald of Triumph debuff.
Yeah, exactly what we were mentioning earlier, right? Because towards the end of the game, if you're not seeing your poppers early game, and you draw them late game when Daniel no longer has access to the halo, the poppers become a lot more threatening to the Prism.
Do you think fatigue is a potential out for Daniel here? We can see that, you know, James' deck still has a fair amount of cards, but there is a real chance that you can run the graveyard of allies sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it always is an option to fatigue Gravy, but the thing is, James has a Whaler Humperdinck, which is the ally that tries to counter the fatigue strategy already in his graveyard.
Okay.
And towards the end of the game, the Gravy deck gets a lot more heavy on blues, and does allow you to effectively play the Whaler out more consistently.
Oh, and we see a loot the hold here, which is one of the premium disruptive cards from Gravy.
Yeah,
And this lets what this is that on your next pirate ally gets on hit, discard 1 card and make a gold for yourself. Oh, and he
Yo.
ALS's immediately. Okay. If he started the Diamond Amulet here, I don't think that play would have been available to him for sure.
Yeah, so that's why, you know, the presence of the Diamond Amulet kind of stops Prism from ever attempting the ALS play. So it's something on the Prism side you have to watch out for.
James's board is growing pretty scary. A single Avasti could potentially unlock this entire hand and swing in, make him swing in for like 12 easily.
Yep, and Daniel opting for the
Oh, he has
6
another
damage.
Conqueror in hand. I think this is his last one though. Yeah, he should be able to cleanly
Okay.
pop this, and I think this could be quite a wide turn here from James. He now has a 4-card hand with 3 allies to swing face.
Yeah, and gonna be
Tip the
tipping.
barkeep.
Yeah, getting the Gold Kiss Rum, a very important card for the late game here, allows you to swing 2 Rigor Mortises with the go again if he cracks the Gold Kiss Rum. But before that, a natural go again from Golden Tipple.
Coming for 3, he doesn't discard the card here, so he doesn't get the gold, but it is still, well, 3 damages. Go again is not that easy for Gravy to get.
Yeah, and now we see a minimum of 15 damage on this turn. And that's already higher than Daniel's life total.
Right, chooses to block with a blue Herald of Protection here,
And,
and
yep.
he uses the Gold Kiss Rum. I think the last card in hand is an E-Strike actually, so he might just save that in Arsenal.
Oh, that's a very good card as
That
well
is
for
a very flexible card here. It's an extender. It can just be a clean 3 for 7. 2 card 7, sorry.
now.
If he wants to use it. This is not presenting lethal to Daniel, but I think falling to 1 potentially here is quite a big ask.
It's not presenting lethal, but in ally matchups, when you hit your opponent and they give 4 cards, that's essentially lethal because your allies are already left on board.
Right, and they're staying on board. You're continuing to accrue value from them.
Yeah, so Daniel has to keep a minimum of 2 cards. And that's the issue with Prism into Gravy, because while other classes can kind of rely on their weapon to hit low to the ground allies like Rigor Mortis, Prism doesn't have a weapon and has to swing Heralds in order to clear the allies.
Can I just say that I'm so happy that James is one of my
Yeah,
fantasy picks right now.
Yeah, I see
I'm
you
extremely
smiling through
happy.
the game because he's winning so much.
I mean, it's not over yet. I would say. What do you think was the turning point in this game? Really, do you think it was the point where Daniel drew the unfortunate? I think it was a Genesis and Warcry of the
Yes,
Soraya?
I think so.
I think that was extremely unfortunate. He was probably digging for a Herald there to kind of finish that chain off.
Yeah, that Halo activation did not meet the requirements of 8 value. But because you see, right, he did have a few Heralds popped in the later turns.
Yeah, I think that was super devastating for him as well. The
Yeah.
poppers came at the perfect time for James.
Yeah, so the Halo could have actually saved one of them if he had tutored out the Triumph on the pop.
Right.
So that's one option that could have happened. But then that was a judgment call by Daniel because he wanted to pressure a bit more with the Herald on that turn. And that was the big turn, right? I think that was the Soraya Erudition turn, which is a very important turn for Prism. But that was very unfortunate that even though he dug so much to find the Herald, James had the popper that turn.
Yeah. He had a
And-
perfect answer here.
When you pop, it really stifles the Prisms, and not only Prism, right? Every illusionist.
It looks like he has one more CNC in deck, potentially.
Yeah, so Daniel,
Which Daniel's thinking. He's drawn the Warcry of Demis again here.
Herald of Protection, so I think he's considering whether he wants to flip the Figment of Rebirth, buffing it with the Themis, or is he just going to swing the Herald?
Yeah, I think Fatigue might not be an option here, given James' deck still looks pretty thick.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the 1 health allies I think are so annoying to clear with Heralds. Ideally, you want to be swinging them with Angels instead, but
Yeah.
he's only got the Rebirth left here.
Ideally, you would like to ping them with, your pings from the Herald of Ravagers or the Angel of Ravage. But those are already gone. We don't know how many Herald of Ravagers Daniel still has, but they're not in his hand. And seems to be opting for the flip instead.
Is that a hard flip?
Yeah, looks
Yeah,
like a
it's
hard flip.
Swinging on
Okay.
the Rigor Mortis, pitching the Warcry of Demis here, but he has no soul to activate the ability of Avalon here.
Yeah, and that's the issue, right? And E-Strike.
The E-Strike cleans it up
Yeah.
nicely. I think that's the second last Figment in Daniel's deck here.
I think that is the last already. I don't think
Was
he
it
has the
still
Figment
a-
of Judgment.
I think it was a Figment of Triumph. Was it? I think it
Oh,
was
did
pitched.
he?
Yeah, I think I
Oh,
saw a
okay,
Figment
okay,
of
still
Triumph
has it.
pitched. Merges Rebel. It flips a blue this time.
Yep, 3. We can take a look at. Oh, now
the
he
Herald
draws
of
the Herald
Second.
of Second. That would have been very useful last turn. Oh, but the Herald of Second does require you to keep 3 cards in hand, So it's not as useful in the late game.
I think it's quite difficult to use it here when you've already effectively, you know, gone through most of your figments.
Yep, and Call to the Grave, picking up Sawbones, and that's also a very important card, stopping the arcane pings we were just talking about.
I imagine the last card in hand is probably a blue, and he's gonna summon the Sawbones to swing with it for a nice 6.
Oh, here
Yep,
we go.
There we go with
With
the
the
threats.
threats.
Yeah, this is a strong board from James here.
Yeah, and Daniel gonna enter his turn with 2 cards in hand. We know he Arsenal the Herald, straight into Sawbones, putting into Soul.
And he searches for he doesn't
Oh,
search
yeah.
for the last figment. Yeah. Okay. Right.
Alright, moving over to James's turn.
He still has a little Oyster that could on his field there, which could always be the final swing.
Yeah.
We
Uh,
see
ver-
the Vast Yi, which is a premium extender for Gravy there.
Yeah, the thing is that he doesn't have any damage on board, apart from the Oyster, because his hand has no attacks, and he doesn't have enough to play out the Humperdinck, I think. So he just creates the Gold Kiss Rum.
Which, is pretty good setup for next turn, but I think I saw Golden Tipple and a blue in hand, which could just be,
Yeah.
Tipple into Oyster, which is a
And
still lethal.
yeah, look at the Oyster swinging for Lethal here. A very, very strong ally, often
Wow.
overlooked by
I might-
many.
Yeah, I might have to consider Oyster for my deck after this.
You see, blocking with the Passing Mirage. And Oyster for
Coming in
3.
for 3. I think he's drawn Warcry of Demis several times this game already,
Yeah.
which he just hasn't had the space to use, really. Hasn't really lined up for him, unfortunately.
Yeah, so actually he might be considering taking the Oyster damage so that he can play the Herald of Second, which requires 3 cards to play. Alternatively, he could just block with the Herald of Second and swing the Herald of Triumph.
Herald the Second will be a clean way to kill the Oyster here for him, if he chooses an Arcane at the Oyster and damage at face.
Yeah, so he's picking up his Spectral Shield tokens to kind of fiddle with as he makes this very important decision. And you see how Oyster really puts your opponents into these thinking positions. With really making your opponent consider, how is he going to clear this crazy ally on board.
Sure, Oyster has worked out for him in this game.
I think Oyster often works out for everybody. Right, here we go. Daniel choosing to take the damage and swinging the Herald of Second to guarantee the kill on the Oyster or pushing 2 more damage to James. We'll take a look and see what he does with that.
You see a Blood in the Water in James's hand, which, if there is an ally on top or in the hand, is a neat way to preserve quite a bit of life here. I think it's a Sawbones in hand as well. I imagine the last Sawbones in the deck.
Yeah, interesting to note that Gravy also doesn't have any AB, so if he does opt to swing the 2 damage at James, he can't prevent it. And it's interestingly one of the ways that Prism can close out games against Gravy.
That's a good point there.
Yep,
Yeah,
so-
and with Sawbones only being at the 1-off in the hand, I think that's one avenue, but James is a bit of a high life total here, especially with that Blood in the Water in his hand.
Yep. Yeah, he put a yellow card.
Oh, he tried to put a blue Herald of Triumph in his.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think that's a bit of a missequence there. I think we have the judges kind of sorting the situation out.
Yeah. And
Yeah, it has to be a yellow specifically.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
true.
So we have a judge call going on now, and we'll provide an update once that's resolved, because it looks like the deck was looked through and shuffled.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
an unfortunate sequence there. I think he was very excited to make the second play.
Yeah,
I think he could have put the yellow Warcry into the soul, but that wouldn't have triggered the ability of Prism to go search for the Figment of Triumph.
yeah. That's unfortunate. We'll see how this is resolved here.
Yeah. So what do you think is how do you think Daniel can kind of get out of this situation? Because he does seem to be a bit more on the back end for now, right?
I think one thing he has to do is clear the Oyster.
Yes.
Stop that presence on board. The only ally that he can see in James's graveyard is Whaler, which
Yes.
needs like pretty much a 5-card hand to play.
Yeah.
And if he can start preventing, preserving life and sending efficient heralds at James, especially now that he knows that most of the poppers in James's deck are gone, I think that's a way he can kind of claw his way back into the game. He has done a very good job of clearing allies and being efficient about it, not just sending large heralds at small allies. And I think there is the potential for James to run out of allies and just be stuck with a lot of cards like Portside, Tipabaki, which don't actually do
Yes.
anything on their own without allies to kind of back them up.
Yeah, kind of like his hand last turn, right, where he drew essentially 3 blues that don't attack with just a random tipple.
Yeah, imagine if he didn't have the tipple. The turn would probably just be swing Oyster for 3.
Yeah.
Swing
So
Oyster.
if he keeps drawing those hands, Daniel might be able to take it back and then
Yeah.
kind of push back damage, right? And then James will have no choice but to block, because if not, he's gonna just go to his turn and do nothing.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think at least for James, one way he could guarantee close out the game is try to find the Whaler Blade.
Yeah.
Right? And generally to do that, you want to arsenal a card that generates resources and is a blue. Things
think-
like
yeah.
Chart, Give No Quarter.
I think it's a perfect card right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so it seems like the judge call has been resolved. We'll see how they've chosen to.
Yeah, I think he simply chose not to put the card into the soul.
Oh, this is
Right.
That is pretty bad. And this is a wide term from James here. This is a 6 go again into probably an Oyster swing.
Yeah, and now that.
And Daniel has drawn a no block in the Light of Soul.
Yep, so crazy that the Avasi is able to extend his turn here.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate.
Yeah,
But
so
he does have the Herald here to clean up the Sawbones, and he does hit on the Light of Soul this time,
yep.
which
so,
now lets him search for the Figment of Triumph.
Yeah. So we'll see if he decides. I don't think he's gonna flip here, or he might flip simply for life, because he's not able to swing the angel if he chooses to flip.
Yeah, we'll see what he decides to, and it looks like he does decide to flip here.
Yep. So here we go.
Oh, we see James moving very quickly here, and I think this is the Humperdinck swing you were talking about.
The CFE. Yep.
And he
there
can
we
even
go.
he can swing the Oyster as well, because
Yeah.
he has the Gold Kiss Rum. This might be lights out here for Daniel. I think he has to give the whole hand to live.
Yeah,
Yep.
and it's
That is game for
Yeah,
James.
all
Moving
right.
on to X1.
All right, James.
Very, very well played from both our players here.
Locking himself for top 8, if I'm not wrong,
Yes,
by
I-
being X1 now.
I think he is locked for top 8 in a very good position to be first seed,
Yes.
which is very impressive
And
from our one pointer here.
Hey, yeah, so once again showing that, your past achievements don't define you, and
Yeah.
anyone has the opportunity to really make their mark in nationals.
Yeah.
And
Daniel is still in a very good position to be in the top 8. I think he just needs to win the last one if he's not already locked,
yeah,
to be honest.
he
So-
could already be locked.
Yeah,
as
it could
well.
already be locked. I mean, both these players could very well be locked already. It could just be a matter of standing. So we'll see how things pan out after the next game, which is the last game of our Swiss rounds here for the Singapore Flesh and Blood Nationals 2025.
Yeah, and Kelvin, do you know how much Oyster generated, how much value Oyster generated that game or not?
I would say about maybe 15 value,
yeah.
15 value.
Quite good, quite good. I think you should consider it in your deck.
Sure. I will. I'll think about it.
But yeah, all right, everyone, thank you so much for watching that game. Very exciting, and we'll come back with the last round of Swiss before moving into top 8. So
Right.
stay tuned.
right, guys, we are back with the standings after round 11. And this is heading into round 12, the final CC
Yes.
round before the top 8 cut. So this round is very important.
Yep.
Why?
I think the top 4 slots in for this event has been locked. Anyone who is scoring above 9 or 10, it's locked in the top 8. However, we actually have 8 pointers.
Exactly 8.
Exactly 8.
Yes.
So
And only four
nobody
of them
will
can
bubble.
make it. Yeah.
Yes.
4 of them can make it. So the top 4 of these 8 pointers will make it to the top 8. But let's talk about the top 4 first. 2 Gravies, 1 Prism, 1 Auxilio.
Yes. Whoa, you're
Oh.
surprised about that,
Yeah,
Auxilio?
wow. Very surprised. He just beat Syndra, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Yes, he just beat Syndra in his previous round to lock his spot in the top 8. And yeah, okay, so we are featuring next. We have Benjamin Lim. Is that
Yes.
right? Benjamin, he's on Azalea. Against
Yes. Against Dory.
Dory.
on
Okay,
set.
okay. So none of the top 10, but they are the other 8s,
Yes.
basically, that can make
Actually,
it.
there are 7.
Oh.
Because I think none of the 8 pointers want to be on stream.
No, but why we...
No. Really. We asked all of them already. They all deny it.
Then why? But why are we showing this?
But this is the most interesting one. Oh no, you really want an 8? Sorry.
We need to show a win and in.
Okay.
I think we need to show a win and
We
in.
need to show.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, guys. We are going to change. Make sure we have a win and in on the top table.
Alright,
We'll
alright.
be right back.
Sorry.
No, we have to show a win and in. Okay. So
Alright.
slight miscom there, but we do want to show a relevant game for the stream. So we are putting Keith back here on Puffin.
On Puffin.
One of the interesting ones, I would say. And he's up against Ivan Theo.
on Slippery.
On-
Arachne
yeah.
slip through a crack.
Slip through the cracks.
Yep.
So we already know that Keith is kind of on a fatigue build.
Yep.
And Slippy is quite aggressive.
Mm.
So we'll see how they navigate through this matchup. But it is a win and in. So whoever wins this is going to get into the top 8.
Yes.
Yes. So like we were saying just now, 4 of these 8 pointers will make it into the top 8 because there are exactly 8 of them. So exactly half of them will make it into the top 8. And we're talking about the spread. We have 2 Gravies that are in. We have an Auxilio,
A Prism.
a Prism, and we might have a Puffin now.
Yep. You might even have a Puffin. And yep.
Yeah. We also, I think what I saw just now, we will guarantee have a Verdance because
Oh
there are
yes,
2
Jinghan.
Verdances.
Yes. Jinghan and Gordon are playing in for top 8.
Yes. So the 2 Verdances right now are fighting it out, and one of them will make it in. There's also a Dash IO. Baron Kong is in there. Very interesting.
Very interesting.
Very
yes.
interesting. Okay, so players are seated down now. We are getting ready, preparing the overlays. I think there will be a slight time extension because of this miscommunication.
Yep.
But yes, excited for this game. How do you think it will go?
Okay, I think let's just say like Slippery, because in the past Slippery have a not a very good matchup against Dash IE on the fatigue plan.
Yes.
It's quite similar to what Keith is trying to pull with the Puffin deck.
Yes.
However, I think Keith is lacking a few of those big D-Rex, like unmovables, to stop some of the over-the-top kind of bonds play when it's coming for 10. So I'll say that this game can be quite close. It can go either way actually.
Is Keith? I mean, what is Keith well known for playing for actually? Do you know?
Actually, he's a well-known Guardian player. Yeah. Fun
I
fact:
see.
he actually went 7-1 in PTLA last year.
Okay. on
On Victor.
on Victor. Okay.
He
Okay.
actually managed to win clashes against Chaos.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the KO PT.
That's how you win clashes.
Yeah,
I mean, that's how you beat the chaos.
that's how you beat
Winning
KO
the clashes.
with Victor. Yes,
Yeah, that's crazy
it's
actually.
crazy.
Yeah, but yeah, I do agree. Like compared to the dash build, the fatigue dash build, right? Comparing this to the puffin build currently, missing a few key defensive pieces. Because I believe the dashers they run the steel soul armors, that kind of stuff.
Yes, yes,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah. So if they sometimes get to equip that on turn 0, or even halfway through the game when there's a lull,
Mm.
it's quite a lot of value.
Yeah. Technically, the adaptive plating is a base piece, right?
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not. It's
No,
not.
only adaptive dissolver.
Oh, only dissolver
yeah,
is the
yeah,
base.
yeah.
Ah, so you can't add it on.
You can't. Okay, but we're starting here. Ivan is starting us out with. I believe that's a malign.
No, I think that's Wither, the
Sorry,
one that
Wither.
give frailty.
Mm. So on hit makes a frailty, and yeah, very interested to see how Puffin navigates this as a
think-
guardian.
I think one card when I was spectating Keith just now
Mhm.
that really impressed me was Sunken Treasure,
Yes.
the new blue card from High Seas.
Yes.
It have a block effect that allows you to flip a card from the opponent graveyard face down.
Yes.
If it's yellow, you create a goal,
Yes.
but it can be any card.
Yes.
So in the previous game, the first game today, you can see that Keith actually used it to block with it and actually banish turn face down one of Syndra's
Citrus
dagger.
daggers, yeah. I mean, obviously you want to hit like the allies, right, for Gravy Bones.
Yes.
But in this case, you can hit like Codex targets,
Yep.
and like CNCs and leave no witnesses,
Mm.
right? But we see here he's committed a Palantir to the block. Ivan has pitched a blue and a Razor's Edge. He just sent Wither into Dagger. And yep, Puffin out of cards here, blocked with a Conqueror, blocked with a Palantir, blocked with a Loan Shark.
Mm.
Those seem like powerful cards in the deck.
Yep. But we can see that Keith's game plan is mainly to fatigue
Yes.
Ivan. So yeah, most of those cards, although there's names to it, they're mainly just 3 blocks.
Although there's names to it. Yeah, they do have names.
Yeah, they do have names.
Okay, so over to Puffin. What is Keith's offensive plan then?
Right now, I think the cards that you want to see are like Palantir, CNC,
And that's,
Conqueror of High Sea.
I believe that's the other 2 Palantirs
Yes.
in his hand. He's drawn 4 reds
Yes.
with a turbine. That's not great, unfortunately.
Yep.
Is Palantir part of the plan then? Getting to snipe some equipments?
Yes, I think Slippery also have that break armor
Yes.
piece issues.
Yeah.
So once Ivan loses the black tag, he can't use the leg piece as a free equipment to throw onto the attack.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so looks like Keith is hoping to draw into a pitch card here. Just making a turbine, cranking it, and then activating Polycranker to draw a card of Puffin. And just gonna be a skimmer here, coming in for 7.
I think it's quite interesting that Keith actually opt to send out the Polycranker this early into the game.
Well, we did see his hand, right? It was all reds.
Yeah, it's all great. It's sort of
Yeah.
like a way to draw an extra card here.
Yeah, hoping to draw out, I think.
Mm.
But also quite unfortunate, I guess. Okay, so Ivan moving to block.
Oh, Ivan moved to block with a leave no weakness and an art of desire body, covering 6. Keith tapped the golden cock to give the sky schemer go again.
Okay.
He drew a blue but opts to just fire the pistol for 2.
Yeah, actually, I wonder what he was hoping to draw.
Actually, maybe another 0 for 4, so that he can push a bit more damage. I think the turns where you play the Polycranker is a way, to try and take back tempo
Yeah, yeah,
because you sort of incentivize the opponent to attack the polycranker
yeah,
instead of your face.
yeah, yeah. I mean, in this case, I think getting rid of Polycranker is relatively simple,
Yep.
right? You send a dagger, it dies.
Mm.
And looks like Ivan starting out with an infiltrate.
Really good card.
Mm-hmm.
I think this was like the unknown stealth card that came out during Outsiders.
Yeah,
When it was released, everyone was thinking like, "Whoa, card is really cool." But
yeah.
the only assassin back then was the
Uzuri,
Huntsman,
right?
Huntsman.
Oh, Aragni, yeah, yeah.
Arani Huntsman and
Yeah,
Azuri.
and Uzuri.
But both heroes doesn't really want to play this card,
Yeah.
and then it finally found a home in Slippery.
And I mean, I think it came out during the Aurora time, right? Because you just get a 0 for 4.
Yeah, it's
just play it.
4. Really powerful.
In this case, maybe not super relevant because he might find like a D-React or he might find a block card. But not gonna hit anyway, so not getting that effect. And Ivan just playing a Codex. Very good card.
Very good card. Pulling back a Leave No Weakness to
Yeah.
threaten Keith Arsenal.
Which does he have? I don't think he has an Arsenal.
I think, yeah, I mean, the
Yeah.
Codex would take back.
Oh, yeah,
the
okay, okay.
card, yeah.
So pulling Palantir back into his arsenal and then dropping a card here.
I think Keith also have a Crown of Providence, so that the first Arsenal Disruption effect is not really that potent.
And perhaps does he want to put it back underneath though? He's already pitched 2.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
3 in a row.
Yeah. So he might just block this, leave no witnesses out, and then just pass turn.
I don't think Keith actually committed a card to block this turn. So after Codex resolves, he should have 3 more cards in hand.
What I've noticed though from the previous game is that he doesn't really have reliable ways to set up 3 cogs for Palantir, right? So perhaps if you say cog works, the arms is 1, Tinker Rings, you block with it, and then maybe next time you play the cog in the machine. That's probably the best way to get yourself 3 cogs. Otherwise, I don't know, like Turbine, you get 1 at the cost of 2 resources. So it seems difficult to get Palantir's full value.
But you don't really have to get the full value from Palantir. Palantir itself is a very powerful card.
Yep.
Yeah.
So just the first line of text. That's
just
all
the
you're
first-
playing it
yes,
for.
you're just playing for that.
Yeah.
3 cogs is a bonus. Keep
He does have the 4 block, the D-React, so just had to give up 1 card for that. But no, you're right. So just getting Palantir, I mean, just sending 3 Palantirs, if they all blade break, you get 3 equipments out.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a lot of value already.
Oh.
But we are seeing the cog in the machine. Oh, or not?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
he's trying to do the tunic.
Right,
counter
Tunic first. Yeah, so this makes me actually wonder why he didn't give the arm. Oh well, he had a 4 block. He could have.
Maybe he's saving it for a bigger turn. Yeah.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so drawing off the double crank, 2 resources floating, 2 action points.
Yep.
But remember, there is a frailty on board, so Palantir will be slightly reduced.
He's coming for 5. Keith can tap the cog to give it +1 for each golden cogs. So it can come at damage of 7.
Yep. No unicycle shenanigans like in limited. Can't do the triple untap here.
Ivan is looking through his graveyard.
Unless he drew a lubricate.
I'll be surprised if he actually add that card in his deck.
Lubricate to untap the cogs and tap them again.
You know what can make lubricate good? I mean, okay. I feel like the 3 lines of untap 3 cog. If he says untap a cog, untap a cog, untap a
Oh
cog.
yes, I've heard that before. Yes.
Yeah,
So
I
if you
mean-
can choose the same cog 3 times.
3 times, yeah.
Then you
The
only
card's
need
so
1 cog.
better. Yeah. So Ivan is forced to throw the black tag in front of the Palantir.
This will be the first piece of armor to block. We did see his hand. There was a D-React, I believe. and a couple more tree blocks. But Puffin still with one action point and Keith with one card in hand. I mean, Ivan doesn't really care about the damage, right?
Yeah.
It's really on him to try and push the aggression, try and win this game.
Yes. I think Ivan is just happy to throw the black tag here and take the damage.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It seems like there's really not much else to consider besides how his own turn will play out.
Mm.
It could be just that he can't really convert his whole hand,
Yep.
perhaps.
Looking through the graveyard also signify a few things, you know, like codex.
Yes. I think there might be a second codex hiding in the arsenal.
Yeah. There's also another reason why Slippery like to look through the graveyard, which is
Oh.
What's the become a copy of the card.
Mantle.
Oh, Mantle. Yes, Mantle.
Yes.
Mantle is also another option.
Yes, take up the mantle.
Yeah, I think Slippery as a deck is powerful,
Mhm.
but it's a lot more scary once a Bonds of Agony is in the graveyard.
Yep, yep.
And then you always have to play around that Mantle into Bonds play.
Yes. But we do see a sink below coming down from Ivan's hand, not sinking a card, covering up 5 damage and taking 2 because it was pumped up to 7.
Yep.
Okay, so over to Ivan. Let's see what he has figured out with his hand. I actually like the Graphene Solicera in Slippy. If you get one, then it always has go again, right?
Yep.
Yeah. But starting here with a pain in the backside. And how important, yeah, maybe the mark thing is actually quite important. Now that you mentioned take up the mantle, right? That relies on the opponent being marked.
Yeah. Mainly the only options to mark the opponent as Arachne, slip through the crack. It's
Yeah.
exactly the flick knife, throwing
Yes.
the dagger at your opponent to mark them.
Yeah. I mean, pain in the backside does that as well.
Pain in the
ish,
backside,
right?
right.
You don't have to destroy the dagger.
It's quite interesting that Ivan choose to mark Keith right here instead of like doing the reaction step.
Yeah.
I
Ah,
actually
okay.
said he trying to get the Griffin,
Yes.
the Gryphian
Shalicera.
Surifera into play.
And it's going to pump the next stealth attack by 3, so this is an infiltrate for 6.
Go again because this
Yes.
is still the first stealth attack that's been played.
Yes. But yeah, I mean, now having the graphene always means that it's just like a Kodachi, right?
But it requires your opponent to be marked to have the go again.
No, it's a stealth attack.
Oh yes, the first stealth attack. Yeah.
So it's as long as it's the first stealth attack, it's always going to have go again. Thanks to Slippy.
Sense of slippery. Yes. It's it also synergizes very well with Tarantula tossing
Yes.
because of it being both a dagger and a stealth attack.
Yes. Tarrant Toxin can potentially be a 0 for 6
If
if
Keith,
opponent.
if Keith choose to block the dagger.
But that is just gonna like keep poking Keith. I think that's what's gonna like whittle down the life and just chip in for incidental damage.
Yep.
Okay, so Keith shaping up to block with 2 cards, keeping a C and C in hand.
Oh, he choose to block with a Sky Warden.
Oh, this is value with 2 golden cogs on the field. This potentially blocks for 4.
But converts the 2 golden cogs into gold.
Yes, melts it back down for Puffin to reshape into golden cogs. And this is going to cover up 7.
Yep. I think the power of Puffin, you can see here that she gets a lot of very incidental value lines, like
Yes.
Additional block from Golden Sky Warden, convert the golden cogs into gold. Then later you can convert the gold into like
Golden cogs.
golden cogs again.
Yes.
And then if you crank them, you draw a card. So you know,
Yes.
like she's like a well-oiled machine or factory like that, trying to.
Yes. I think one of the variances, I guess, is that you have to draw them in the right order.
Yep.
Right? You draw a Sky Warden and you don't have golden cogs, it's just a block too.
Yes.
You never want to attack with it, I don't think.
And we see the mantle that's being played by Ivan here,
Okay.
trying to transform the infiltrate and giving it +3.
Does he choose anything though? Doesn't seem like it. So it looks like it's just a plain vanilla +3.
Yep.
Pumping
Keeping-
it up to 9.
Yeah, keeping the infiltrate effect and getting a blue turbine. You say, Ivan is scratching his head, he's thinking, oh, what am I gonna do with this? Am I gonna pay two
To get
do
plus one.
No, I think he only had attack plus one
Back
to back cards.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. Maybe he wants a golden cock. Okay, so Tunic up to
Tunic
three.
up to three. Load the
Okay.
pistol and fire. Keith choose to keep the CNC in hand.
Yeah, interesting. Doesn't want to pitch it down?
I think he values the disruption a bit more. The guarantee is like Arsenal disruption against Ivan the next turn.
He kind of accidentally revealed it though. So Ivan can just keep playing around it.
Yeah, I mean the first CNC is not that threatening because of Crown of Providence.
Yeah.
So
But he knows like don't Arsenal a D-react.
yeah.
But that's a second take up the mantle into the graveyard. And now Ivan with his own Arsenal disruption.
I think understanding like the win condition of what you're trying to play, especially if Keith understands that hey, I'm trying to fatigue my opponent in this matchup, valuing each card, having to play out each card to its full value is very important.
But I see a powerful card in a Keith's hand that is Cog in the Machine.
Yes.
And blocking here with the crown, crowning away the Arsenal. Blocking for 5.
Yep.
And looks like there is a attack reaction here.
Shred.
Yep, yellow shred. So Leave No Witnesses is still gonna hit for 2, banishing the top card, and that looks like a
That's a red.
yeah,
Yes.
red Sky Skimmer. So he is gonna get a silver off Leave No Witnesses.
Yep. And you can see that Keith is aggressively using his armor to take back tempo.
Yes. Very curious to see what he does here. Plays the cog in the machine. The super duper fat preview card. Oh, nope.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
He's
he
gonna
re-
tunic
tu-
first.
tunic
Yes,
first,
yes, yes. Yes, he It's good that he remembered.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is a sign as a Talisha veteran.
Oh, yeah. Alright, and this time he is gonna tap a cog to put the cog in the machine
Machine
back
back.
under the deck.
Yeah.
Drawing off Puffin's ability.
Yes.
He seems happy. Okay.
A CNC.
Yep. This is the CNC that we saw last turn. And 2 action points. So CNC and something else behind it.
Yep. I think from the previous Syndra game, I think we also see Keith also running Erase Phase.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
Erase Phase is also a very good disruption attack against Slippery.
It turns off Assassin plus?
Yes, assassin reactions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So like Shred, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, behind is just a pistol for 2, pitching the turbine, and arsenaling a card, passing it back to Ivan.
Oh,
Yes, one of the most powerful new stealth dagger attacks.
I think this card is really interesting. I think this is
Oh,
the
yeah.
only like dagger attack
Yes.
right now in the game. I'm hoping for like a sword attack action card
Oh, okay.
that you
That'll be
can
interesting.
actually be played in the warrior.
But yeah, so Case of Death, on hit, lose 1 life. And it can be flicked with flick knives.
With the flick knife, yes.
Yes. So Ivan following up the Kiss of Death with a pain in the backside, and looks like Keith is taking all the damage here.
Oh, do you know because Kiss of Death is on the combat chain? If the pain in the backside hit, you can actually target the Kiss of Death.
Right.
So it's actually like triple ping here. Keith choose to keep his whole hand here and
Yep.
it's taking a
And
lot of damage.
Yeah, so he did flick the Kiss of Death. So that Kiss of Death was what, 3, and then ping 1, ping another 2,
Yep. I think it's 7. Oh wait, no, it's actually more than that.
4, 5, 6, 7.
7. Itself also 4.
Oh, and then pain
to
is
8,
1.
8, yeah.
Yes. Okay, let's see what can Puffin fire back with. I think having the cork here maybe incentivized him, right, to keep his hand.
Yep.
Because now he can convert with things like Sky Skimmer, giving it go again. Okay, And yep, here we see Ivan. No blocks,
No blocks. Taking 4.
taking 4.
Oh, Conqueror of the High Seas.
And that
That
is,
explains it.
yeah,
Very powerful card
yes, with 2 float.
with 2 float.
2 float. A 2 float represents so many things.
Yeah, I mean, in the current day,
yeah.
in the past, 2 float is like pummel,
Yes.
pummel.
But now Conqueror has go again.
It can't-
It can be a CNC behind.
Yes,
It can be a erase face behind. It can just be a Palantir behind. So many options.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ivan is just gonna probably crown away the arsenal here. This has been 4 go again into 8 go again. And there still might be potentially another 6 behind.
Yep.
Or a pummel. Do you think that
I don't think
pummels?
I don't think he runs pummel.
Yeah.
But who knows?
I mean, it's a 2 block. It's 2 cost as well.
Yeah. And
So
you're running a lot of 2 calls with Tunic, so there's always that suspicion that hey,
perhaps.
perhaps the pummel is somewhere.
I
somewhere
mean,
in the hand.
Guardians like pummel, right?
Yep.
That's what I've heard. All right, so committing just a nick and crown, blocking for 5, 3 damage going over, and it is a
Another
CNC.
CNC.
Yep. Ooh, and looks like a second just a nick.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the things that's always been awkward about just a nick, right, is that Slippy plays so many 3-powered stealth attacks. So I think you only have what 12-ish targets.
I think some even have 9.
9, yeah.
Yeah.
So very low 1 attack assassin cards for it to target.
Yep. I think the current Mario list, like the Marionette, Arachne Marionette, they actually go down on the number of just a nick,
nicks, yeah.
just because they do not really have enough like 1 attack
Yeah.
stealth cards.
But yeah, so Ivan did take a bit more damage there, just blocking with the Jester Nick. And now he's firing back with, I think, the 3rd copy of Pain in the Backside. It has been a pain in Keith's backside. Well, not really. I mean, it's just 3 go again.
It's 3 go
right.
again,
It's just
but
1 card.
It threatened the mark, you know.
Yes.
Oh, and we see here the sunken treasure.
So I think there's a leaf there. Oh, he takes a yellow.
Yeah, I think Keith prioritized the goal here. Usually against Assassin, your better game plan is to outvalue them. Because Assassin usually runs very below rate attacks that encourages you to block.
Yep.
However, if you manage to block out the attack and on hit doesn't go through, you can actually, and you're playing like above rate cards in hand, you can actually outvalue the Assassin.
Right.
Except for Codex. Codex just that good of a card.
Okay, so that was an Art of Desire with Go again, thanks to Slippy, into a Codex. And yeah, we see the Leave No Witnesses coming back. So you don't think there was an argument to turning the Leave No Witnesses down? I mean,
Yeah, there's actually a
right.
heads up play to turn the leave no weaknesses down.
But anyway, I mean, maybe Keith wasn't that scared of it, right? Yeah, the 4 block with the soup up, galvanizing away the golden call.
Yeah, I think we can see like the power of Puffin here, the more defensive kind of Puffin build.
Yeah.
Because of how there's so many incidental like value, like super up blocking for 4.
Yes. Yeah.
You can play like the golden cord can like give 1 point of value to give
Yes.
things +1 or go again.
And yeah, so exactly what's happening here, right? Puffin activated, breaking the gold to get a call, and now this Sky Skimmer, even through the Fealty, can be a breakpoint. Coming in for 3 currently.
Probably a 4.
Probably
on
a 4.
on the golden cord.
Yeah, and it's a Tarantula Toxin coming into block. That's actually an interesting block. Like, that card works so well with the Graphene. Maybe he just thinks he can't get full value out of the Toxin.
Yeah, maybe he didn't draw a blue. Yeah. Ivan opts to play the infiltrate
Yeah.
as the first stealth card.
Not sure if he missed the Tunic.
I think he
there.
did miss the
Yeah.
tuning trigger.
Because Tunic would have let him
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Anyways, yes. Keith also actually missed a tunic trigger the last turn.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're just evening out.
Fair
Fair
players.
players. You miss mine, I miss mine too.
Yeah.
You miss yours, I miss mine. Yeah.
But yeah, so Sky Warden actually, yeah, I think Keith has been drawing them at just the right time every time so far, coming in to block in with at least one golden cock on the field to convert it back into a gold. And yeah, just CNC for 6.
Without without an on hit technically.
He did draw a blue actually. He
Oh,
did
he
have the
did draw,
bonds. Yeah.
I think there's like like certain matchup that you play in Flesh and Blood. You play that matchup a lot of times. You know what is your win condition. You know what you're trying to do to win. However, if you meet like a deck like Puffin, or like a defensive Puffin deck that Keith is piloting now, I wonder what's going through your mind right now.
Yeah.
Like Ivan I think he will be a bit confused thinking, wait, is this player trying to fatigue me? or are we just playing like a race?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he didn't block that last turn. He took
Yeah.
the damage to launch like a CNC into a pistol shot.
Yeah.
And I mean, he will be very confused.
Okay, but all Keith did was to pick up Tunic and send the pistol.
Yeah, for 2.
And now Ivan here with the Kiss of Death.
Yeah, we also need to take note that the key cards on Ivan's side. I think this will be the second Kiss of Death. And he also played 2 mental. And he blocked with 1 Terrestrial Toxin and playing the second one right now.
Yeah.
So he actually only have 1 of those key cards left in his deck.
Yeah. And this is interesting because after Keith said no blocks, Ivan just went to react with the Toxin. And now he's not going to get the -3 on that. Even though he could have waited after to see whether there were reactions, right?
Yeah.
Following up with a pick to pieces. I actually think this card is really interesting. Because people are just playing it because it gets buffed,
It gets buffed, yes.
right? I mean, sure, it's useful into Prism. But into every other hero, just a slightly bigger stealth attack.
Yeah. I think this card, when they were making this deck at the start, this card was one of the in and out card. They thought that's only for Enigma, but when they tried against other matchups, they realized that, hey, it's actually just good numbers.
Yeah, it's actually just
and
slightly better
yeah,
numbers.
and as Slippery, you just want good number. Because you already have the disruption package. You just need the damage to end the game against certain opponents that's trying to block you out.
Yes, but Keith here having a turn of his own, pitching a blue, cog in the machine. This time not putting it at the bottom,
Yep.
but drawing a card off Puffin.
Really powerful card though.
Of course,
Right.
of course. It's the super duper fat preview card. Of course it's powerful.
Yeah. And he opt to crack the goal here.
Okay, so cracking a goal to draw another card. No float, but now working with 3 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. After already pitching 1 and playing 1. So let's see what he can do here.
Oh.
Alright.
Dovetail.
Yeah. Pitching a last ditch effort, sending the Clockworks Dovetail. And yeah, I get what you mean now about the opponent must be quite confused. Like sometimes you're blocking out.
And
other
sometimes
times,
you're-
you're just sending slightly overrate attacks.
Yes. And I've actually brought in more defense reaction into this matchup. So it's like, wait, are you trying to aggro me now, or am I fighting a fatigue player?
Ivan's hand doesn't seem especially great, right? 2G reacts as a shred and I take up the mantle.
Yeah.
Can't really do much with this
Yeah,
hand.
it's a 4 reaction hand.
4 reaction hand.
Yeah, but Sing Below is always there just to build you out.
But yeah, I must say, watching this Puffin deck, I don't know, it's not.
It's not like what you want it to be, but it's kind of like, I guess it works,
It kind of works.
It kind of works. It makes sense. But, like, it's doing a lot of things of what other heroes can do, but, not as good, but it can do a lot of things. Yes.
I don't know, like, even with this dovetail, right? So, what's the best outcome for him?
Well, it's a 1 for 7.
Okay, it's a 1 for 7.
It's a 1 for 7 with go again because of the extra action point.
Yes.
You attack, you untap the 2 cock, which potentially be another 2 point of value.
Yes.
So I think it's pretty good.
So what's the best card in the deck? Is it Cog in the Machine? like, what?
I mean,
Because those are the hands so far that Keith has been taking damage on.
yeah,
Right? He sees the cog in the machine. He's never blocked with it. He's
Yes.
always played it out. So, seems to me like you need that card for the deck to work.
yeah,
Right? You need, I would say, more than one cog. I think you need 3 cogs for the deck to really run smoothly. If you have 3 cogs every turn, the deck is just insane.
yes.
Okay, so after reactions, keep pumping it up to 7, and Ivan just gonna throw the 2 sync belows in front of that.
Oh,
Oh.
Ivan actually choose not to sing any of the
Yeah.
either the strat or mental from his hand.
Yeah. So it seems like he might be trying to play them out. Kind of has to mark Keith first, right? To get the full effect of take out the mental.
Yep.
But he does have a red infect here. And unfortunately, Keith's turn, his second action point was just to send the gun.
Yep.
So not a super big turn like the last cog in the machine. But this is going to be the second sunken treasure, turning a codex face down.
Yep. So
Getting
we
a-
can see that Keith is prioritizing the gold generation
Yeah,
over like the codex targets.
yeah, yeah.
Keith, Ivan here
Flick nice.
flick the hunter glaive to mark Keith, which usually means mental is coming.
Yes. I still don't think there was a bonds there though, right? I don't think there's a bonds in.
No,
in
he
the
pitched
graveyard.
one bond.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
Oh,
actually the bond.
Okay, maybe he blocked the one.
Yep. So these are 3 reactions. So bonds is active. So this is an attack that's coming for 7.
Yes, and Sunken Treasure is currently blocking for 0.
Yeah, because of the strat.
Yes. Yep, so players are working that out.
Initial itself. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's bonds out. So it's 7 to 0.
Ooh. But Keith does have the defense reaction, sinking away a card.
Let's see, man. 1 to. Oh, he does. Oh, wow. He
just draw-
responds
he drew
the
it,
double
man.
swing with the
He
double
drew
swing.
it.
Oh, such a good player. Ivan is. He's like,
This is why you end up 8-3, you know, fighting for top 8.
Yeah.
This is how you do it.
yeah.
You see Ivan just shaking his head there.
Good player, good
Yeah,
player.
good player. Okay. Okay, but unfortunately the comeback here is just a
Bastion for 5.
blue bastion. Coming in for 5. Also interesting to see in the deck is a seafloor salvage. So another thing that makes gold.
Yep.
Yeah. So if I'm not wrong, he's playing all the gold generators that Puffin can play. You got the 2 blues, you got the Lone Shark and Conqueror of the High Seas. I don't think, well, besides Rage Gold, you can technically play that. I've tried.
Yeah. I think looking at Keith's game, all of Keith's game, I think I'm starting to understand what he's trying to do. I think the range of decks that he's trying to target are more like the mid-range fatigue kind of deck. Because he can pivot between like a more disruption game plan to hit like the armor pieces, which usually is what been generating your value over time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also the confuse factor, you know.
The confuse factor.
The
yes.
should I actually boil in D-Rex into Keith, or is he playing a more slower game plan? Yeah.
But I mean, okay, at this stage of the game, the stage of the tournament, right? It's around 12. People should roughly know like how this Puffin is placed.
Yeah.
So Ivan, I think going in with a bit more preparation perhaps than people in day 1. But blocking here with a CNC,
Yep.
covering up 3 damage. Life totals are fairly even, 16 to 13. And Ivan is out of Hunter's Claves.
Yeah. But Keith is still marked though.
Ah, yes. Keith is still marked.
Yeah. I think Ivan is also out of mentals.
Yes.
I think he left with 1 Justinic, and 1 Kiss of Death left in his, and 1 Codex.
And 1 Codex.
Codex,
Yeah. Okay, so Out of Desire body blocked out by a Conqueror. And this looks like another Wither coming in. It's a workshop blocking.
Yeah. I think one of the weaknesses of Arachne is that if your opponent is comfortable at playing at the 2-card hand rates, so like Earth Heroes like Floran, or Verdants usually have a very hard time.
Okay, so Keith wants to. Yeah, Keith takes up Tunic and then activates Puffin for the 5,000th time. And this is a Zeppelin for 6.
Yeah, really good draft pick.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, think about it. If you have the Cogs, it's a 2-card 8.
Yeah,
Yeah. If you have 3 Cogs, it's a 2-card 8 and get an action point.
yeah. I think the fact that in CC, creating a cog without cranking, allow you to have to push the cog to the next turn is also really
it's
powerful.
also quite strong, yes. Assuming your whole deck is built around having the Cogs. Okay, so Ivan respecting this attack, throwing down a Razor's Edge, and I think it's a mark of the Black Widow.
Yep. Keep up to pump the
Yep.
attack to 7 to
Yep.
chip in 1 damage.
Yep.
I mean, it's not a bad trade, you know. Like you trade 1 gold for 1 damage.
Yeah. And the thing is, the cog here can be galvanized, right?
Yes.
So the cog is you +1 and you +2. The cog can be 3 value.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. But this is the first persuasive prognosis we're seeing here.
Yeah.
Coming in for 1 go again.
So right now the question is, does Ivan have the last Justining in his deck?
Has he been saving it for this exact moment? Pinion Sentry coming in the block, tapping a cog to make another cog.
Does he choose to crank it? I think he's deciding whether not to. Oh, he decided
Probably, yeah.
not to crank it.
Yeah. Oh, he did have it.
Oh,
and that's
a spike with Blood Rock
Wow.
coming for 9.
Yes, so persuasive +5, +3, and +3 on hits.
Yeah, that's. Oh, Keith respond with the sick. I think he's thinking, what if I draw to another direct?
Does he has we saw that's all you got, right?
Oh,
We
yes,
saw him
yes.
pitch that. Does he have shelter? He hasn't played a single shelter.
I think he
yet.
does have shelter against the Syndra, against Timothy just now.
Yeah, okay, he's bottoming a card here.
Oh, yeah, card. He's choosing to draw. I was looking through a graveyard, counting the direct.
He's drawing a card. Can he cover up 9 here?
Yeah. Will he be third time lucky?
I guess not. I guess not, right?
Yeah. Oh, he decided to sink.
Oh, no,
He's going for it.
Wait, he sank already, right?
No, he was
Oh, he was
yeah,
thinking.
he was thinking about the card to sink. And does he draw the other? Oh, the
Nope.
look of disappointment in his face. Don't think it shows that.
Oh, but his hand is a loan shark and a soup up.
Yep.
We have yet to see him play a loan shark. Maybe he doesn't play it into this matchup.
Yeah, I don't think it's for
Right.
this matchup.
Yeah. Okay, but they are just
Prognosis first.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think Ivan is thinking whether to trigger the just a nick first or Pronosis first.
okay,
So he choose to trigger Pronosis first. Oh, it's a shelter. Oh, it's 1 card off. Yeah, he took the super.
So I'll gain 1 life. Yeah.
yeah, takes the red, gains a life. Man, the shelter, 1 card off.
Oh, and the dovetail.
Gain a life.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, couple of plays that Keith can do here. If you take out the tunic, he can actually pay for the blood
yeah,
rod.
just pay for blood rod, right? I mean, at this point in the game, that might be the best thing he can do, just preserve life.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he's done here.
Yeah, and you don't really want to go too low against a slippery because
Exactly.
if you do not have enough D-Rex left in your deck, you cannot really stop the reaction
Yeah.
from the first stealth attack.
And then, like, Flick Knives just locks you out once you're single digits as well.
Yes.
So, Kiss of Death here has to be respected. And Keith is shaping up to block with 2 cards. It looks like he has the 3rd Sky Warden. And just nice, he has a cog.
Yep.
Converting back the cog into a gold potentially. But the question is, how much do you block for here?
And also one thing to take note is that Ivan is also running out of key cards.
Yes,
I
but
think the damage dealing cards is it's all in his hand right now actually.
Look at that.
The 2 spike,
yeah,
1
the
spike with
spike.
blood rod and
And the Razor's Edge.
in the Razor's Edge. Yes.
But if he wants to flick this Kiss of Death, he has to keep the mark at the second attack. that's in his hand.
Yep.
So he can't. I don't think he can play out the spike with Blood Rod here. Right, he goes Kiss of Death, reaction, play the Razor's Edge, and then goes into a second attack, and flicks the Kiss of Death.
Yep.
But getting the spike onto a Kiss of Death and then flicking it.
Mm,
Oh, I mean that's the
I
best
mean,
outcome.
that's the best outcome.
Okay, but here we are seeing Keith soul reading Ivan, blocking for 6,
Looking for 6. Yeah.
turning a card face down.
He
Yep.
might not actually want to go for
Razor's Edge.
the second attack to flick the Kiss of Death. He
Okay.
can always pump for 9 on the
Yes.
Kiss of Death and then ensure that there's a on-hit trigger on Kiss of Death with the Spike with Blood Rod.
Mm.
But
Okay.
I think Ivan, knowing that Keith had already overblocked
Yeah,
the Kiss of
exactly.
Death, he will just extend the chain.
Yes. Yep. Keith was just
Oh,
giving
Keith
his
was
full
just
hand here.
full hand, yeah.
Reading that Ivan probably just has 2 reactions in hand.
Yep. I think this is a good play by Keith
Yeah.
because you're not going to arsenal any of these
Yes.
blues anyways.
Yes. You don't really want any of those cards except to block with them.
Yeah, and you're also making your opponent not
IP.
playing out. Yeah, not playing
Yeah.
out his last card.
Yeah.
So I think it's a fair block.
So Ivan IP2s there, but Keith just gonna draw and pass back. Let's see if Ivan drew any attacks
Mm.
because he could potentially just run out of attacks.
Yep.
And oh,
The last codex. Wow.
and luckily he has the Shalicera there. I think
Yep.
gets to equip the second dagger. Yep. And this is a good end game state for Slippy, right? Just having the 2 daggers there. Coming in for 4 go again on the first graphene. Looking for a dice.
Super converting the goal into
the
2 block.
immediate shred
Mm.
from Ivan.
Yep.
Knocking that down to a 1 block.
Yep. I think every point of damage matters now for
Oh,
Ivan.
for sure. I mean, Keith being at 6 is so dangerous now.
Mm.
Like we know Ivan still has the Razor's Edge.
Yep.
Right?
I think he still has 2 copies of Razor's Edge and 2 copies of Spike with Blood Rod.
I think, yeah, he blocked with 1 Razor's Edge.
He blocked with 1,
He
right?
blocked
So
with
he
one.
left 1.
Yes.
1 and 2 of them.
Okay.
But Ivan is also low in key cards. I think his only Majestic left is the Codex of Fealty.
Which he just pitched down.
Yep.
And now Keith going to load up pistol and then send Palantir.
Palantir, yes.
Yep. I think Ivan very heads up, not breaking the Black Tech Whispers. Doesn't really have to.
Yeah,
be
he doesn't
honest.
really have to.
Doesn't really have to. Just leaving that for the Palantir. And it's just 6 damage here. Ivan's still very healthy at 17.
Hmm.
So we're gonna take that all the way down to 11. And on his turn, remembers the Tunic trigger. 4 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal.
Oh, Bond.
We forgot about this Majestic.
Yeah, we forgot about this one. Really powerful card.
Oh no, this could be devastating. I mean, I hate it in Slippy. I really hate it because when you're at single digits into a bonds, you know that Ivan still has a couple of reactions left. He always has Black Tech and Flick Knives for the 2 reactions.
Yep.
And if you overblock here, he's just going to move on to the next chain link. So, tough, very tough decision. How would you block if you're in Keith's shoes?
Well, I would suspect that Ivan will have at least 1 reaction based on not playing the second, leaving 2 cards
In hand.
in hand the last
Yeah.
turn.
Yeah.
So, however, the attack have to go again.
Yes.
So this is always the tricky part about playing against a Slippery, is that what if he choose to react the next
Yes,
attack instead?
exactly. And here we are seeing a 3 block. So, I mean, honestly, Bonds is, if they activate 3 reactions, it automatically becomes a 4
Yep.
already, right? Oh,
Oh,
and
and Keith doesn't have the D react.
yeah, no shelters, no other D-Rex, no that's all you got. against this Bonds of Agony that has been pumped up by +9.
Yep.
Bonds for 10. So it looks like we're going to see a Ragni slip through the cracks into the top
Slipping,
8.
yeah, slipping into the top 8.
Slipping into the top 8. Unfortunately, no Puffin. But that could mean a pretty good matchup spread for Ivan. 2 gravies, right? Those
But
seem
no,
decent.
no, I don't
No?
think Gravy is a auto win.
Mhm.
It's slightly favored, but if the Gravy player knows how to pilot around the disruptions and knowing what ally to play on board, it can actually give Slippery a very hard time.
Okay, okay. My impression is that it's, I mean, I'm sure it's favored. It's because, Greedy doesn't exactly block very well. And yeah, like, allies are quite killable because you always have go again.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the issue I think is mostly of like the 4 health and 6 health
Oh, yes,
minion.
yes, yes.
Those are requires
the
a lot of
points.
resource, and most of the reactions that pumps the attack are very important on hits, like Spy with Blood Rod, Mental. Those are the kind of reaction that you want it to hit on the face instead of the allies. So you don't really want like playing those key cards against and like maybe a charm or something.
Okay, anyway, big congrats to Ivan Teo. We will see him in the top 8. And if any of you are watching this on the Super Duper FAB channel, we are going to end the stream here because the top 8 will be streamed exclusively on the One Collectible TCG YouTube channel. We are currently streaming to both channels right now. So we will end it here on the Super Duper Fab stream because we want to try and get people to the One Collectibles TCG. This whole event has been organized by them and they are the ones that has made this stream possible.
Yeah.
So we want to try and support them. They're doing this fantasy league as well.
Oh,
No, of which, if you had Brandon and a James, premium 5-pointers and 1-pointers, you could win $200 in store credit.
Yeah.
Yeah, top 3 teams win prizes. So head over to the One Collectibles TCG channel for the top 8 stream. We are gonna end it right now, and while they set up for the top 8, we're gonna take a short break, and we'll come back with the live bracket of the top 8 and talk about that.
okay.
Yes. All right. So see you over at the One Collectibles TCG channel.
welcome back.
Yeah.
We are just getting ready for the top 8 right now, and we're just going to go through the bracket briefly before we jump to our feature match once the players are ready.
Yes, we're gonna take a look at who's made it to top 8 from Singapore during these nationals. Looking at their achievements and also what are the matchups
Yeah.
for this top 8. So should we start from the top?
Sure, let's go from the top. So in the first seat is James Lim, who is playing Gravy Bones. He
Yes.
has unfortunately paired into probably one of the worst matchups for Gravy, Syndra, our 8th seed, Timothy Teo.
Yes.
Our 4th seed is Daniel Uy, who's playing Prism. We saw him on the stream earlier, and he's playing Brandon Pei, a local Slippy aficionado.
Yep.
We also have Shere, our finalist from last year's nationals,
Yep.
playing Gravy Bones as well, and he is matched up against Ivan Teo, who is also on Slippy.
Yeah, very interesting.
And finally, we have Acilio, one of the few Acilios, I think the only Acilio maybe to be present in these nationals.
Like
And-
top 8, right?
Yeah, top 8. And then Brian on Dash.io, one of 3 from what I understand. But I think all the Dash.ios did really well, the other 2 being Jose Lau, who has top 8 nationals before, and Daniel To, a new player, but also doing very well for himself. I think getting 12th, if I'm not wrong, and securing himself that World's invite.
Yeah, I think the Dash.io players were kind of huddling, and then when Brian managed to get in the top 8, he told Jose,
Yeah.
we got one.
Yeah, we got one.
We
in,
got
yeah.
one in. Yeah, I know.
There's a Dash pride right there.
Yeah, and so what are your thoughts on like all the heroes making it to top 8?
I think it's quite okay. I think there's one obvious omission here, which is Verdance. Verdance is one of the powerhouses of the current meta.
Yep.
But we see that Verdance is absent from these standings, and I think one reason might be the presence of some natural predators of Verdance here. Acilio is very strong to Verdance. Verdance
okay.
can't put enough pressure on Acilio before he sets up that, Gone in a Flash, Blast, and Sigil of Brilliance combo.
Yeah.
And also, Gravy Bones is very strong into Verdance as well. There was some talk at the start of potentially fatiguing Gravy Bones, but I think as people have gotten more proficient with the deck and they've gotten more used to piloting the lines, they've been able to overcome
Yeah.
simple fatigue game plans. And finally, Prism and Syndra are both very good into Verdance in their own right. Syndra just overwhelming Verdance with
Pure
uninteractable damage and flick knives
Oh,
and
yes.
constant hit jabs. And Prism, Verdance doesn't really have the ability to go wide. So if Prism, establishes some auras and also starts throwing heralds at you, even though Verdance does have some poppers, it kind of gets too much for the Verdance after a point in time.
Yes, yes, and we can see it's quite a even split though of the remaining heroes that are not Verdant. We have 2 Slippy, 2 Gravy, and then 1 off of each of the heroes. And yeah, I think that's quite a diverse meta game, right?
Yeah, pretty diverse metagame. We don't see any Earth heroes, which were the mainstay in the prior meta, so no
Yes.
Florians here. I think there was a huge drop-off in Florian after both the ban of Germinate and the release of High Seas.
Yeah, a bunch of aggressive decks here. There's some control with Gravy Bones. And actually, right, for our first match, we'll be taking a look at one of the most aggressive matches like in the standings here. That being Acilio against Dash.io.
Yeah, Acilio against Dash.io. I must confess, I've never seen this matchup on stream before, and I think from from an outside perspective, it might seem like a potential high roll game because the
Yeah.
ceilings of both these heroes are incredibly high.
Yeah. So, absolutely crazy. And if that game goes on too fast, we have a few options to pick. To actually watch for the backup games as well. Gravy and Slippy. I think we watched. Have we watched one of these on stream yet?
Yeah, I think it was our second game of the Swiss rounds. I think it
Yeah.
was Aaron against Jiazheng. So
Oh,
that was
yes.
a Gravy Slippy as well.
Yes, very
Um,
complicated game, that one.
Slippy is kind of in an interesting place. In the prior meta, Slippy was quite a strong aggro deck, but the ability of Slippy giving go again to all stealth attacks
Yes.
meant that the assassin matchup for Slippy was quite weak. But with the departure of Nu, Slippy has actually climbed up and overtaken Mario as probably the premier assassin deck in the format. Mario suffers from a problem of, having to mark the opponent to have a
Yeah.
lot of the cards be active. For example, to get the go again, to extend your turn. And that's
Correct.
led to some people going to more of a dagger heavy build.
Yeah.
In a matter where, you know, a lot of pressure is coming away in the form of Syndra, in the form of Gravy sending conquerors at you, and also establishing an ally, having the time to set up these dagger buffs and swing them is just not efficient enough most of the time.
Yeah, you're right, man. Like, why even go through the hassle of hitting on mark when you can just have go again printed on your hero?
Yeah, exactly.
And all you take is a 2 life penalty to begin with. 2 life, not a large amount, but still something that can be quite significant towards the end game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and yeah, it's just great to see that the new heroes and old heroes are kind of showing up here. We don't have any very old heroes actually.
Yeah.
Oldest being, I guess,
Probably Dash.io, I think.
Dash.io Prism. Technically, Dust Till Dawn.
That's true. Was that done before Bright Lights? I have no idea. Okay.
Yep.
So we've heard that players are seated, and we'll start going through some of their profiles briefly.
Yep. So
Yep.
on the right side of
Yeah.
the ring, we have Brian Kong
Yep.
showing up with Dash.io.
Yeah, Brian Kong is a very, very decorated player. He is, I think, the one part of the senior management at One Collectibles who are hosting today's national
Yes.
championships. And he's a known mech lover. He has played Dash IE for the longest time. He moved on to Dash.io, and I think he actually top 8'd the Calling Osaka on Dash.io. This was back when High Octane was still legal.
Yes.
And Battle Hardened Singapore, I think he won it with Dash IE.
Yeah.
Yeah, he won it with Dash IE. I think this is also missing out a couple of his top 8 finishers in nationals from, I think, maybe 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Where I think he also won with, he also top 8'd with Dash IE. If I recall
yes.
correctly.
Always with Dash, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes he pivots to other heroes like Kano, but I
Yeah.
think each time a very viable or slightly viable Dash list like pops up, or
Yeah.
he finally thinks of something new, right? He just hops straight back onto Dash.
Sea Throne winner on Kano. Yes,
Oh,
I remember.
Sea Throne winner on
I remember
Kano.
that event in Kuala Lumpur, I think.
Yeah,
It's
I,
almost 2 years ago now. Yeah.
yeah, and in fact, during his Worlds calling top 8, I was a victim of his Dash.io, destroying my Enigma and
Yes.
pushing me out of day 2.
Yes, unfortunate.
Very, very good player and representing One Collectibles. Yeah, as a player,
Both
employee,
yeah,
and
player, employee, and
everything.
yeah,
You always see him
everything.
around the shop.
Yeah.
And we can actually take a look at his draft record. 3-0 as Puffin.
another mechanologist
Yeah.
showing his clear preference here.
Yeah, and actually Puffin, kind of the unfavored hero that in this draft, right? Some people have said that Puffin is the weakest of the 3. Brian saying here, no, if it's a mech, I can make it good. And now
Yeah.
he's 3-0 on Puffin.
I think the 5-1 on Dash.io is interesting. I think Dash.io is a very strong pick for a couple of reasons, right? So one, I think your Gravy matchup is very strong. You
Uh-huh.
present a lot of strong on hits in the form of Boom Grenade. A lot of the times, your damage ceiling is just too high for Gravy to deal with.
Yeah.
The only allies that really present a threat sometimes are probably Chum, Anka, and Sawbones, each presenting their own form of mini disruption in a sense. Sawbones is more just the one prevention.
Yeah, so managed to trample on a lot of perhaps gravies on the way up here. And now meeting with an Auxilio who is threatening to push back a large amount of damage in his own right. And so it's going to be piloted by Zhu An.
Yep. Juan is on Auxilio, and he's drafted Marlin for both pods, going 2-1 and 3-0 in his final pod. So Juan is a relatively new player on the scene. If I recall, I think the first time I saw him was, at the ProQuest late last year. I think it was when Rosetta just released, if I remember. So he's
Yeah.
relatively new on the block in the Singapore scene, but he's doing very well for himself. He, top finishers, none yet, but I mean,
Yep.
this is a top finish in itself. This is an excellent achievement.
Yeah, always seeing him like around the top 8 of ProQuest. So, even though he doesn't have any tier 3, tier 4 large finishes yet. He's been slowly grinding away at some of the larger tournaments like PQs and RTNs, and he's really shown his proficiency in a lot of decks. Because I think before Auxilio, he was actually trying Florian. Before that, he was on Kasai and even Syndra.
Yeah, I've seen him pilot all three at various armories across the island, and yeah, I think he's quite a wide repertoire of heroes.
Yeah, and very interesting that he tried, I guess, what we consider some of the stronger metagame picks, and still landed on Auxilio to come to the Nationals.
I think Auxilio is a strong metagame pick in its own right, because if you look at the expected breakdown of heroes, it has very strong matchups into Verdance and Florian, which some people still brought to this tournament. The Earth heroes just don't have the disruption to really stop Auxilio from setting up and just establishing a huge Gone in the Flash combo to whittle them down. And against Gravy, a similar problem presents itself for the Gravy as well. They can't really present the disruption aside from the 3 or 4 options they have. And Auxilio can cycle really quickly with his hero ability to kind of get to those key combo pieces, which are namely the Gone in the Flash, the Sigil of Brilliance, and if the hand the hand texture kind of fits it, Blast to Oblivion as well.
Yeah, and Auxilio notably is able to shock Gravy's allies while they are attacking to destroy them and end the Gravy's turn.
Yeah, and these shocks aren't just for one. Oftentimes you can amp them with Volza, and these can climb up to even 3 sometimes. So even your slightly beefier allies like Anka aren't safe.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're going to the game now, and players are just shuffling up right now. Juan has openly presented Volza, I think being the obvious choice for Auxilio.
Yeah, I don't think he's showing up with Waning Moon.
Yeah, I will hope not.
Yeah, and BK, still not sure what pistol he's on. I think probably should be Symbiosis Shot.
I imagine Symbiosis Shot.
Yeah, but until Dash IE enters the Living Legend, the pistol has always been an option for everybody.
Hanabi Blaster is also theoretically an option, but I think Dash IO's always, always like Symbiosis Shot. Free 2 damage is nothing to scoff at, and you can build several counters up, and you can stack action points. Not as much as you could in the past with High Octane, but you can still shoot 2, even 3 times in a turn potentially.
Yeah, definitely. And so here we are, both players are presenting their decks. Fist Bump has been extended, and it looks like we're gonna jump into the game here.
Right. Yeah, we'll see who's on the play. Juan is the 3rd seed and the higher seed, so he can choose. I think it's interesting that Brian is chosen to bring Visiatronic here. And Juan is Old Knocker, which is a very welcome addition for Auxilio actually, because it's effectively doing what Blossom of Spring did, and you can even block with it if you really need to.
Ah, right. And we see here, yeah, Brian coming in with the AB3. So what do you think that means for Auxilio's game plan?
I think Auxilio's game plan is kind of like, I've always thought of it as similar to Chain in many ways. The ideal combo turn for Auxilio. Auxilio is effectively a combo deck in many aspects. The ideal way you want to, kind of string together a big turn is you play Gone in the Flash, and Gone in the Flash basically says when you play an instant, you return it to your hand, and if you can string together enough action points, you can play Gone in the Flash multiple times in the turn.
Yeah.
And what that does is Volza basically says amp 1 for every lightning card you've played this turn, and basically you can amp a spell up to a really, really high amount. Think like a disruptive spell like Mind Warp, Destructive Aether Tide, or even a Shock or Comet Storm. And these can climb to really absurd numbers, and that's on top of the damage that the opponent has already had to deal with from Gone in the Flash.
Yeah, and the physical damage itself, right? Like even for Blast to Oblivion here.
Yeah. So Blast of Oblivion is an interesting card. It's not the main combo a lot of times. It is another combo card, but it basically says when this attacks, next time you play an instant card that's chain link, you can return target aura permanent with cost 1 or less to its owner's hand. So in this instance here, let's say Juan was to play an instant card, he could return the Sigil of Conductivity to his hand, and that will give him an embodiment of lightning token, given that it's left the field. And you can see him doing just that here. Playing the new card from High Seas, Consigned to Cosmos Shock, which is what a lot of Auxilio players were asking for the longest time. A 0-cost shock that also blocks for 3.
Yes.
And this is... I personally have almost never played the left side, but I think the zero cost shock is all that they really wanted. And this is coming in for Amp 4. So this is total of 5 damage on the shock, which fortunately for Brian, he has AB3, he can cover up a little bit of this, but it's still pretty high on turn 0.
Yeah, potentially going second, a reason why he opted for the AB3 as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. So pitching a Cerebellum Processor, one of the power cards of Dash.io.
Yeah, interesting that he pitched that. Perhaps the rest of his hand is either like a bunch of very good reds, or maybe he has 2 Cerebellums.
I think Juan is so pleased with this start. He's got himself an embodiment of lightning for next turn. He's got a sigil on board, so his Volzars are free. He's chipped Brian for 2 damage.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's pretty set up. Brian's starting off with an Expedite Red here. Tell me about Expedite. Is this a card you traditionally run in Dash.io?
I think it is. It has made its ins and outs in different lists, but it's a very strong card, right? Because when this hits, you may put an item of cost 0 or 1 from your hand into the arena. And the special thing about Dash.io, right, and what she hopes to leverage is the idea of cranking items, right?
Yeah.
And if you have the ability to put the item straight into the arena and crank it, you are able to generate an extra action point for yourself. Because you're not using the action point to play the item, you're getting it free from Expedite.
Right. And we see here, Juan triggers a Cilio, discarding a Sigil of Lightning. He had 2 in his hand, and he draws a Sigil of Solace.
Yep, and so Auxilio not the type to block, right? Every
Yeah.
time I see lightning bolts on a hero card, I think they're not gonna be blocking.
Yeah, Auxilio really likes to use huge hands to leverage, and the hero ability of Auxilio is functioning just a cycling tool, if you really think about it. It's just a tool that lets you dig more for those key cards. But this is a good start from Brian. He's flashed in a... Huh? He's flashed in a boom grenade off the top, and this is coming in for an additional 4 damage.
Yeah. So here we've seen him place a boom grenade, a red boom grenade, so he didn't even have to expedite an item in. He's gonna play the boom grenade before Auxilio Juan takes the damage, and so he's gonna take the boom grenade damage as well as the expedite.
And not just that, there's 1
Oh.
extra action point. So he's gonna spark, and he can crank this to keep the 2 action points and draw a card off the Cerebellum here.
Kelvin, I think this is a very strong deal turn.
I think it's an extremely strong turn from Brian. I think this is the perfect answer to that good first start from Juan.
Yeah, and because he cranked the boom grenade off the top of the deck, he managed to get 2 action points.
Yeah, this is so good for Brian. Yeah.
Yep, so here we go. Cerebellum coming in. I believe this is cranked, so
He keeps the
action
second
point.
action point.
Yep.
And wow, we see a Fast and Furious as well. So I believe this says if you've cranked this turn, it gets +1, right?
Yep, so this is going to come in for a 0 for 4. He still has 1 action point to draw off the Cerebellum.
Yeah.
It's whether or not he likes the card on top, because if he doesn't like it, he can play the Fast and Furious, mill a card from the top, and then try again.
Yeah. And he's choosing the Foundry Heart here.
All right.
So digging a little bit deeper.
Another way to dig.
Yeah. Traditionally, Dashes have been quite worried about Foundry Hearting recklessly, but I don't think that's really a consideration in this matchup, given that Auxilio doesn't block well, and the armor suite on Auxilio is quite lacking as well.
Yeah, and I don't think either of them are gonna hit the for anywhere near fatigue, given the immense damage that both of these heroes can give.
This is such a large amount of pressure from Brian. 4 from the Fast and Furious, 4 from the... Oh no, there's red 060 in hand he's keeping, sending in a zipper hit. I think for 3 here. I think it's a blue zipper hit.
Yeah, I think we saw it was a 3, shooting the Symbiosis shot. And then...
And just like that, Juan is, almost at the 20 life threshold.
Yeah, a massive turn from Brian here. I think perhaps...
He can still draw... Oh, he's already drawn off the Cerebellum, so
Yeah.
that option isn't available to him anymore. But red 060, I think, is probably the best Arsenal target you can ask for in Dash.io.
Yeah, so he had 2 action points. He used 1 for the Cerebellum, and then he used the last one on the Symbiosis shot, opting to Arsenal the card he drew off the Cerebellum, right?
Yeah.
Potentially max velocity enabler in the future.
Yep, if he does run that, there's a potential that even if he does run it, he doesn't want to side it. He has potentially a brick card.
Oh,
and the
that's
Sinnoh
true.
doesn't really block. You just want to kind of just pressure with boost constantly.
All right.
So Brian takes the damage from Blast of Oblivion here. And this is go again because of the embodiment of lightning.
Yep, and then
at instant speed, he plays Sigil to bounce the Sigil of conductivity back to hand, giving him another embodiment of lightning.
yep. So here we go, the sigil back in hand. Let's see what he's gonna follow up with.
Looks like he has a Gone in the Flash, the power card from Acilio, which we were talking about previously.
Yeah, this is the one that actually bounces back to your hand if you play an instant.
Yeah.
And it does have go again, right? Because of the embodiment of lightning.
Yeah, and we see that counter on the Volza amping up
Slowly.
Yeah, but this is so much pressure back from Juan.
Yeah,
Another Gone in the Flash.
Does he have another instant to bounce this back up?
Yes, looks like he has a Sigil of Lightning, which will set up the next turn as well.
Another embodiment of lightning. Oh no,
Oh,
it's a
Null Shock.
Null Shock.
All right, and this should come in for 6 Arcane, given that he's playing the Null Shock, and in response to the Shock, which is in itself a Lightning card, he's
Yep.
amping Volza. So by the time
Ah.
it resolves, it's a total of 6 Arcane damage.
Yep, and he also played the sigil, right? So that's another amp on the Volza.
Exactly. And I think Juan is pretty happy with Sun Cycle. I mean, he hasn't committed anything. He hasn't committed any of the block on his armor. His Greaves is still available. He presumably Arsenal the Gone in a Flash here. So I think Brian needs to consider presenting some significant damage here to force Acilio to start blocking. But we
And
see
looks
he's
like
got a red boom grenade off the top.
Another
Cranked.
red boom.
That is
Yeah, he never misses.
he
Brian.
never misses. That is crazy. That's 2 turns in a row.
And Fast and Furious
4
again.
Go again.
Yeah, 4 go again on hit, deal another 4 damage.
Yeah, and this is throughout the whole turn for the boom grenade. But that being said, Juan does have one battle worn on both the Aether Bindings of the Third Age and the Lightning Greaves, which he will want to block with before he cashes them in to get his big combo turn off. I think he's had pretty smooth hands so far, but Brian has answered back with,
Very smooth
equal-
hands.
Very smooth hands.
Very smooth hands and smooth top of deck as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't even know if Juan wants to block this, right? Because if every time you're blocking a boom grenade, you're kind of hedging that you can block out the rest of the turn.
I guess another question is, can his hand block?
Yes.
I see a Blink here, which he can cycle with Acilio. He has, I think, a Mind Warp, which is the perfect spell to end the Acilio chain with, typically.
Yeah, I think
But-
we are playing aggro here, man.
Yeah,
It's
playing
not
aggro
if
here.
you're not blocking. Oh, blocking is lame.
One thing I think would be incredibly
Whoa.
devastating for Juan here is a card we've seen Brian boost away, Pulse Wave Harpoon.
Yes.
Pulse Wave Harpoon basically says every time you boost it, you have to, for the X time you boost it, your opponent show you X number of cards from hand,
Yep.
and you can force them to block with an action card from hand with block value equal or less to than X.
Yes, kind
So
of the-
basically, yeah, it will strip away a card from Juan's hand, and you need the full hand a lot of the time to get that
Yep.
get that real combo off.
Yeah, and Joanne, taking a look at all the items in Brian's great banish zone now.
Yeah, we see that Brian's activated Cerebellum Processor using the action point from the cranked boom grenade off the top. Yeah,
Yeah, so he's already drawn. He has 2 cards left in hand.
I think one notable thing is that Brian has access to Achilles Accelerator,
Oh.
and he has a maximum velocity. Oh my lord! Oh.
I guess that kind of answers your question that he is playing
No.
maximum velocity.
I think he's boosted
3
he's-
times already. He's Rocket with 0 to 60 and Fast and Furious.
Yes, he's boosted 3 times. He's boosted 3 times.
He still has Goliath.
And he has Goliath Gauntlet. This is lethal. This is lethal.
Is this lethal?
This is insane.
This
This is a
Whoa.
Brian Kong moment.
the Brian Kong
This
special.
is a Brian Kong special. This
Yeah.
is 12 damage, and if he really wants to, he can crack the Achilles here and fire a pistol as well. And he has a red card to put in the arsenal in the form of a red zipper hit.
Sorry, how much damage was this? This was
This
4
was 4
plus
4 for the boom grenade,
So 8 plus 4.
plus 3
12.
from the sprocket rocket.
No, Sprocket was 4 because
Oh,
he
it was
banished the
4.
boom grenade.
So it's 4 4 4
12.
4
16.
28 damage turn.
28.
28 damage turn, yes. Casual 28 damage.
With the symbiosis shot, maybe 30.
30 damage turn.
30. But with one in Arsenal also. Just
Yes.
in case. Yeah, for next turn.
So I think this is a real dilemma for Juan because we saw the blink in his hand. It does not block. He doesn't have an embodiment of lightning right now, but he does have a sigil of conductivity,
Yep.
which is functionally kind of dead on board without a way to bounce it off the field, which would be Blast to Oblivion.
Yeah.
I would say this is probably the smoothest I've ever seen a Dash IO deck run.
Yeah, I
Um,
think this is the ideal of how the Dash IO deck plays.
Yeah, this is post High Octane ban, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Managed to get, after High Octane got banned, I guess Dash IO struggled a bit to find the action points for Cerebellum.
Yeah.
But if you keep finding items off the top of your deck, you can always generate that action point.
Yeah. I think I've seen some Dash IO decks even running cards like Cog in the Machine, a new card.
Oh,
Which is like
yes.
High Octane at home.
Yeah.
High Octane at home. Yeah, we'll see how Juan decides to respond to this. I think this is a insane amount of pressure. We saw a Mind Warp in his hand, blocks 3.
Yeah, I mean, Mind Warp traditionally a pretty good card into the aggro, right? Because it's a disruptive
Yeah.
piece. But the best disruption is you die.
Yes, the best
yeah,
disruption
best
is
disruption
death.
is you die. Yeah.
I think we see I saw a shock as well. I can't see if it was a null shock, but that also doesn't block.
yeah, unless it's a consign to Cosmos, right? That one blocks.
Which blocks, yes. But I mean, to what end are you blocking here? I think it's consigned to Cosmos because it's yellow. It could be Comet Storm as well.
Yeah, I think it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
I mean, how many armor does he have? He has 3, right? He has the
You don't really want to block with Old Knocker though, because if you block with Old Knocker on a non-pop off turn, and I mean you're not Kano, you can't use it on your opponent's turn. You need to
Yeah.
tap it, right? So this is not ideal. I mean to stay alive here, he does need to present some armor or blocking cards.
He has to give 6 arm. 6 to block.
Yeah. I think it's quite unfortunate that he hasn't seen Sigil of Brilliance yet. So one common play, we can see his hit piece here. I think it's called Flash of Brilliance. And a common play is that you kind of block with Flash of Brilliance when you have Sigil of Brilliance on the field.
Yeah.
You discard the lightning card and you get the Sigil of Brilliance back to your hand. So it lets you draw a card. So functionally that Flash of Brilliance has drawn you an extra card.
Yeah, and
Yeah. And in a pinch, that could be a way to kind of have a playable hand even when you're forced to block in this situation.
yeah, unfortunately we haven't seen the premier card of the Sigil of Brilliance, right, for Auxilio.
Yeah.
But we've seen the premier card of Dash IO, the premier mech cards of Dash IO as well.
I think we've seen all the premier cards of Dash IO at this point. We've
Yeah,
seen
I
the
think-
Boom Grenade, Fast and Furious, Maximum Velocity, Cerebellum, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a very good advertisement to sell the Dash IO Armory decks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Available at One Collectibles. I think
Yeah.
they have many copies of the deck.
Yeah, without the Armory deck, he wouldn't have Cerebellum. And,
Indeed,
where-
he would
yeah,
not.
he'd be
And Fast
too-
and Furious.
Oh, and Fast and Furious, yeah. Both cards are displayed to their fullest potential here. Juan is really thinking.
Yeah, Juan's deep in the tank here. I mean, the problem here is that while you probably can survive, what is your follow-up here, right? Are you just doing... If his Arsenal's Gone in the Flash, which it could be because it bounced to his hand
Yeah, I think it is.
last turn. It could be Gone in the Flash, Blink, Gone in the Flash, which is a 2-card 8, but I mean, it's not lethal. It's not really presenting a disruptive threat here. And we see him lining up the armor block along with a couple cards from hand.
Yeah, I think these aggro mirrors play really fast until the last few turns.
Yeah.
And that's when they really matter. Every decision is very it's very niche because everything you're blocking with, you are trading like attack value for.
It all matters.
Yeah, I mean, Auxilio with a 5-card hand and full equipment, I fully believe that could do above 18.
For sure. But he's not being given the opportunity to do so, right?
Yeah.
I guess the thing in aggro mirrors, you have to be the one who asks the question faster.
Yeah, and Brian asked it very fast.
Yeah. Brian asked it in, I think, 3 turns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Wow. And we see the full equipment suite along with the Gone in the Flash here. I think that blocks a total of 6. And he's going down to 1. But he could crack the Achilles accelerator here, which he is doing, to send a Symbiosis shot for 2.
Yeah, to make the total turn 30 damage.
So this does get rid of one AB source for Brian. He only has AB2, but I think he isn't really concerned about that at this moment. Yeah, we'll see.
Yep, so what is Joan's clapback here?
Yeah.
I mean, Brian did use a lot of his equipment. He no longer has Cerebellum, but he still has the Arsenal.
Yeah, he still has his Arsenal, which we know is a red zipper hit. So it is the Gone in the Flash, and I think he kept the Blink in his hand. So it is the play that we were thinking about. And Brian immediately shifts the Foundry Heart to the front. He knows that the game isn't going to go much longer. He wants to get the value out of that one remaining block as soon as he can.
Yep, so here we see the old knocker into
Oh.
Lightning Greaves.
Right, he activates the Lightning Grease using the pitch from Old Knocker, and he blinks. This gives him 2 action points actually,
Yeah.
because 1 from the Lightning Greaves and 1 from the blink trigger itself.
Yep. So it's gonna bounce it back to the hand, and it's gonna be another 4, taking Volza up to 3.
Yep. Another Consign the Cosmos, and this is amped by 4. So total of
5.
5.
Right?
And he has the Gone in a Flash back to hand again. So that's going to be another 4.
Yep, because he has extra action points.
I think this is actually, a really good crackback from Juan. This is, he's made the most of what he can with the cards he was allowed to keep. I think what he's hoping for here is if Brian takes the 5 and then he sends a 4 at Brian and Brian is still taking a damage, he's going to be down to 2. And that's actually in lethal range for Acilio. Acilio can play Shock
yes.
on your turn.
Oh,
There-
yes.
There is a real chance that Acilio, if he draws enough instants and amps, he can present a shock for 4 or 5 and climb over. And we see Brian is aware of that. He's lining up a block with a red Sprocket Rocket here.
Yeah.
So he takes 1, goes to 5. And Juan is strung together a really good turn with, I think, 3 cards in hand.
yeah.
That's very impressive.
You know, off the back of a 30 damage turn from Brian, we
Yeah.
see Juan present quite a significant amount of damage as
Yeah.
well, right? Because he did like the con in a flash 4 times.
Yeah.
He dealt the
Oh,
five.
wow. He gets a Cerebellum off the top.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
All right.
That is pretty good.
That's not bad. Not
That's
bad.
pretty good.
That's pretty good.
I think Brian has gotten an item off the top every single turn of the game.
I think he's seen all 3 cerebellums, right?
Yeah, 3 Cerebellums and 2 red booms off the top.
Yeah.
This gives Brian an extra action point, and yeah, he starts with a red 060 here. This is asking Joanne a question. Do you want to go off now? While I have several cards in. Oh, sink
Okay,
below.
sink below.
Interesting. Okay.
Alright.
Stopping that breakpoint and getting that value. See, Brian's going to activate Tackle Foundry Heart here, getting himself up to 2 resources.
Yep. Let's see how Brian wants to do this.
And he's going to draw off the Cerebellum.
Yeah, likes what he sees on the top, perhaps.
Oh. This is pretty good. He's
It's pretty good, pretty good.
he's played a Spark of Genius, and what do you think he's gonna grab here?
Oh man,
I think he's
don't
seen
know.
all 3 booms though, so that's not an option.
Wait, there's no
Okay,
point.
he's seen all 3 red booms, so he's gonna grab a yellow boom. Grenade.
Wait, the boom.
but
is
there, there's,
on
no,
hit.
there's no point in taking.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's just.
This is interesting choice.
I think he's just filtering out the spark so he can get the boost.
Yeah, he's getting the draw from
yeah,
the
the
spark
draw from the spark.
and the crank as well. Let's see if he has another Fast and Furious potentially.
Yeah. So let's see what he draws off the
Yes.
top. He hasn't taken a look at it.
Yes.
And oh, that's not.
That's not the most ideal. I mean, his
Yeah.
Arsenal is a red zipper hit, and
Yeah.
zipper hit is lethal here. And
And he-
Juan, I think this is the discipline play here.
And here we go.
And
Australia.
Juan cycles also, and he draws with a
The
Channel Lightning
CLV,
Valley.
ah.
I think that's the green light to Brian to just send it.
Yep, and he's gonna
Yeah,
pick
he's
up
gonna
a
get a
0
red.
cost. Here we go.
And
Good
Brian
game.
takes it with a very, very
Okay.
good showcase of the ceiling of Dash.io.
Yeah, he really brought us to the ceiling of Dash.io, showed us around,
Yeah.
flexed a bit with the
unnecessary
unnecessary
yellow
boom
boom
grenade.
Real props to Juan here. I think he made the most out of what he was given.
Yeah.
I was very impressed with the 3-card play which he made with Greaves and Old Knocker to kind of push Brian down to as low a life total as he could and
Yeah.
try and find the space to get a shock playoff potentially. I don't think he was able to do it off the draw, but I think that's the mark of a good Flesh and Blood player, right? You try and
Yeah.
make a play with what you're given.
Yeah,
The little space you're given, the extremely little space you're given.
It was crazy. Every single turn of this game was like both heroes firing at almost maximum capacity.
That was a very quick game. So I think we can jump to our backup stream potentially.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
we
yeah.
are going to the backup stream. Oh
All
wow!
right,
And it looks like we are going towards the end as well.
we see a Japanese card on the board and the
Yeah.
English translation on the phone.
Yeah, so we see that
Oh.
Shure is matched up with Ivan. It's a gravy and slippy game.
Yep.
Um,
Let's just jump right in, right? And I
Yeah.
think right now we see that Blood in the Water is blocking for 6, and covering up the Kiss of Death and the Spike with Blood Rod.
yeah.
Ivan retaliating with
Oh.
a Shred.
I think the life totals may be flipped. I think Shure is
Oh.
at 19. Ivan's at 4. Okay, that's a big difference.
Okay, that's a massive difference.
Okay, that's a huge difference. So Ivan here is using one of the strongest combos in Arachne's repertoire, which is Kiss of Death and buff it with Spike of Blood Rod. And
Yep.
what Spike of Blood Rod says is that whenever this attack hits, give the opponent a Blood Rod token.
Yeah.
So you get a Blood Rod token on the initial hit, and Kiss of Death is a dagger, so you
Yeah.
can flick it with Flick Knives as well.
Yep.
And on hit, you get another Blood Rod token. So we can see that Shere functionally took an extra 4 damage here from the Blood Rod token.
Yeah. One of the very best combos,
Yeah.
right?
So he starts off with a pot side exchange here, a very strong card in gravy, putting a rigor
Oh.
mortis in the graveyard.
Yep.
And using dead threats, given that he's put an ally in the graveyard, getting 1 resource to play a golden tipple
Yep.
yellow.
Discarding Oyster into the graveyard. His
Yeah.
graveyard already is filled with allies, and 1 of each. So he has actually a pick of almost the entire suite of allies to play.
It also looks like he has 6 gold, but I don't know where his gold baited hook is.
Probably gone.
It's Battle 1, right?
Maybe he did it. He activated it and Ivan blocked it
okay,
out.
Ivan blocked it out.
Yeah, possibly.
That's very true. Interesting.
I mean, I would assume he would do that given he has 6 gold.
Yes, I think he doesn't really need the hook. And bringing Oasis into this matchup is quite interesting. I've had the privilege of testing with Shure a little bit over the past couple of weeks in preparation for this, and we've gone back and forth on Oasis in the deck a couple of times. Looks like he eventually decided to bring Oasis in. I think it's an interesting choice he brought into this matchup. What do you think about this choice?
Yeah, I guess it does cover some of the flicks. I think a flick into mantle, into bonds is one of the most devastating things Arachne slip through the cracks can do. And so that's a potential use of it. Alternatively, if you did threats on your opponent's turn, you can always just use it.
Yeah. And he's playing the Cutty Shark
Yep,
here.
showing the ability of Cutty Shark. So Cutty Shark, one of the most underrated allies in the game. But in this case, buffing it up to 7 for Rigor
Which
Mortis.
is a breakpoint right here. Cutty Shark also is uniquely positioned in this matchup, given that it's 4 health, and Slippy's stealth attacks typically cap out at 3 damage.
Yeah.
So Arachne isn't able to clear Cutty Shark with just 1 stealth go again card. And we see Ivan lining up the blocks here. He's blocking with 2 pretty premium cards here. Red Mark of the Black Widow and Take Out the Mantle.
Yeah, and now Cutty Shark presenting quite a everlasting threat, right? Like you said, 4 health. I've actually talked to a few other Gravy players, particularly the bad ones don't run Cutty Shark. Kelvin being one of the bad ones who does not believe in Cutty Shark or Oyster.
Yeah.
But here we see Cutty Shark showing, what is there.
I think if you're ally flooded with Cutty Shark into cards like Bonds of Agony, you may be a little more hesitant to make that that argument.
Yeah,
But,
so...
Yeah, anyway, we see a Bonds of Agony with Go again from Ivan here. I think he blocked with 1 card, so he has 1 card in hand. Notably, he has Flick Knives and Black Tag Whisperers, which will make up 2 of the other reactions necessary.
Yep.
Shure blocking with a Sunken Treasure here, flipping down and take up the Mantle to get his 5th gold.
Yep.
And we see Ivan decides to flick the Clave here to get Shure marked and also dealing 1 damage.
Yep, so...
That's his first reaction, and just the Nick, probably the best card you want in this case. And activating Black Tag Whisperers.
Yeah, I see though that he has a Blood in the Water in the hand, activating his ability to discard Whaler.
Yeah, and that cleanly blocks out the
Yeah.
just the Nick.
Shake off the head on Ivan's side.
Yeah. This is not looking great for Ivan because with Gold Kiss Rum, Shure can actually convert the Cutty and the Rigor Mortis into a 3 and 7, I understand.
Yeah, 3 and 7, and notably the 7 presenting a breakpoint because of the Cutty Shark's ability to actually pressure Ivan to either give Flick Knives or the Tunic. Probably the Tunic since it's at 1 counter only.
Yeah. I do think Flick Knives here there's a little bit less value because the game is probably not going to go on for much longer, and Shure is already marked.
Yep,
So it looks like Shure is cracking 2 gold here to
Choosing to
dig a
dig.
little bit.
Yeah, and
Um,
we'll see.
what card would you be looking for in this situation?
Shere.
Yeah.
Possibly, I think honestly just a card to Arsenal.
To
Uh,
Arsenal, okay.
Yeah, or maybe even an ally, such you can use. Oh no, don't want an ally because you want Gold Kiss Rum, right? So you want to just be cycling through the blues, generating resources, and in this case here, he can just swing Rigor Mortis buffed by Cutty and leaving himself with an arsenal. Because Slippy, even with 2 cards, right, you are able to kind of block him
Yep.
out.
And we see Shere doing just that, coming in for 6 go again, not choosing to use the Cutty ability here. Iron blocks with 2 Razor's Edges.
And yep, manages to swing both allies with the rum.
Yeah, blocking with a Wither, card which gives a Frailty token. Not very useful in this matchup.
Yep, so Ivan left with 1, hitting the Rigor Mortis.
Using Declare the Rigor Mortis of Our Desire Body. One card I did speak to Ivan and Brendan actually about was Red Bonds of Attraction, which might be a potential tech card that Slippy can run in this matchup to banish allies from the graveyard. If it hits.
So
But we see Shere with Avasi here. I think one of the, if not the best extender of a
and
a
here
hand.
we go, the
chooses to play a
Whaler.
Whaler Humperdinck with Go again.
Yes,
Ivan
11
is a-
damage.
Ivan has a bit of a bemused expression in his face. 11 damage is 11 times his life total.
Yeah.
And this has Go again.
Yeah.
Not sure if he can swing with the Cutty here. I don't think he can, but still 11 Go again.
Yeah, pretty good hit.
Yeah,
And-
Ivan blocks out with a total of 11 for exact. Yeah, 11
cycling
exactly.
the turnover, leaving the Whaler on board with
Yeah.
Mikati.
Oh, I see
I
2
see.
reds though.
Yeah.
I see a Murderous Rebel, Golden Tipple. It's coming in for 1.
Yeah, pitching the CNC kind of signs of weakness if we would show.
Yeah. I think he has another CNC in his hand, so we'll see what he wants to do here.
Yeah.
Um,
He also has a Murderous Rebel, something that can also help kind of finish this game off.
yeah, he compasses here to confirm first. I mean, Murderous Rebel into Cutty Shark would just be 2 cards from hand, though. That would kind of give a little window for Ivan to just strike back with a 2-card hand. Maybe something like a Enlightened Strike for 7.
Yeah,
actually, if
yeah.
he runs it.
I don't think he runs it, right? We're
I'm not sure. It's open deck list.
Yeah, so people
yeah.
can check.
People, Shere probably knows this. Maybe that's part of the reason why he chose to make the Humperdinck play.
Yep. And I mean, both players smiling, having fun. Actually, both testing partners.
Yeah,
They've actually put in that their team name is the Gas Guzzlers.
yeah. Gas
Yeah.
Guzzler. So these are good friends and testing partners, and I think it's unfortunate that they've ended up facing each other in the first round of the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, always fun to meet a fellow Guzzler on the opposite end of the table, right?
Yeah.
So we'll be.
Wow, and Shere plays the Sawbones here, so he doesn't keep an arsenal, but he does stop any potential flicks. Not that it really matters because he already marked.
Yeah, really
yeah.
insulating himself from any. I mean, it doesn't matter because there's no flick knives.
Yeah. We can see Shere giving a little there when Ivan declares Sawbones as the target of this infect. So that
Yep.
gets rid of the Sawbones here.
All right, and now Ivan, 1 card left in hand, gonna
And
play Codex.
Codex of Frailty. I think Codex is in a little bit of a unique position now. It's actually not the best against certain heroes like Gravy Bones, because as we can see, it lets him choose cards from his graveyard to play, like Conqueror of the High Seas.
Yeah, and then
And-
he ban.
And he has to discard the card, but Gravy is very happy to do that. He discards a Chum,
Yep.
which he can play from his graveyard anyway. So I don't think he really minds that much.
Yeah, I mean, by pressuring Shere to block at least, he's kind of denying him the ability to swing
Yeah.
Whaler. So that's one thing. Forcing Shere to kind of find other things to swing. But then again, the Conqueror of the High Seas is an arsenal.
Yeah, so Leave No Witnesses here can be blocked out with a 3-block and the Dead Threats, which Shere seems to be moving forward.
Yep, alternatively...
Oh, and Shere keeps the
yeah.
Dead Threats and
Yeah.
uses the resource to quick dodge it in.
Yeah, so that's so crazy because he's only able to activate Dead Threats because Codex
Yeah,
let him
because
put
Ivan
Charm.
Codex and made him put Charm in the graveyard.
Yeah.
So Ivan kind of sowing the seeds of his own demise there a
yeah,
little bit.
and
Yeah, so this is going to come in for 7 go again if Shere does have the blues to to play out the Conquerors.
Yep, so fortunately, Compass allows him to check the top card of the deck.
Yep, and Shere cycles using Gravy's ability.
Yep, his 6 goal actually going down to 1 now.
Oh, and he clears a Swabby.
Yep.
Oh, and he sends in the Whaler for 11 here, and Ivan just has to give the whole hand again.
Yep, and it's gonna cycle back to Shere's turn with a Conqueror of the High Seas
In Arsenal.
in Arsenal, a
Yeah.
Whaler on board with a Cutty to
Yeah.
support the Whaler.
And this is 8 go again.
Yeah.
And the writing might be on the wall here, given that this is going to be
It
3
might
cards from Ivan.
it might be 8 into 12 here.
Yeah.
Yep, Cutty activating his
You can see
ability.
Shere smiling a little bit, and you can
Alright,
see our prior national champion laughing in the background, but it looks like that is the game, and Shere moves on to the semifinals.
Yeah, both
And,
players
both of them having a good laugh here.
over what was quite a crazy
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, I'm always glad to see players having fun, even in such a tense quarterfinals.
Yeah. So,
Right.
updating the standings here, we actually have the results of all of the matches already.
Yeah, and we see that Timothy has moved on, defeating James in the quarterfinals. I mean, it's
Yep.
quite a hard matchup for Gravy Bones. He is against Brandon Pay on Arachne Slip Through the Cracks. What do you
Yeah.
think about this matchup?
Well, it's another kind of aggro mirror. The thing is that both of these aggro heroes kind of have their respective on hits.
Yeah.
Syndra has the Mask of Momentum triggers, which kind of gives her the edge over other conventional aggro matches. But Arachne Slip Through the Cracks has a lot of disruption for an aggressive deck. Things like Bonds, Persuasive, and Syndra doesn't really like to block.
Yes.
I think initially people thought Syndra was very resilient to disruption, so she does have that going for her. But you know, if Arachne constantly sends Leave No Witnesses, constantly sends Bonds, that could be a bit of trouble for Tim here.
I think something to note is that Brandon's also the highest seed, so he does get to choose who goes first or second, and I imagine it's probably second in this instance here.
Yeah, Syndra actually one of the few, not few, but one of the heroes that really wants to go second.
Yeah, Syndra really likes to go second. I mean, going first is not that bad. You can flick a few times, get some little chip damage in.
Yeah.
And the other semi-final will be Shere against Brian Kong on Dash.io.
Yeah, this entire field actually unfavored for
Yeah,
Gravy
it's quite,
Bowl.
quite gravy unfriendly, if anything.
Yeah.
I might get a bit of a earful later from Shere for suggesting that he bring Gravy Bones. But
Hey, but he's in
he's in the
semi-finals.
semi-finals. I think, you know,
He should not be complaining.
yeah, should not be
at
complaining.
all,
He literally
yeah.
just beat an unfavored matchup and an excellent player in Ivan.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So into Brian, you know, if Brian plays the same way he played this match, what we
I think
saw,
it might be quite hard for Shere to kind of get that game, but I think that was on the higher side of variance.
the highest,
The highest
the
variance
highest side
possible.
of variance.
I think this match, Shere actually beat a Dash.io on the way here in Jose Lau, a very proficient Dash.io pilot in his own right.
Yeah.
And that was one of the backup matches on stream. Yeah. It
Yep.
was a pretty close game in the end, and we'll see if Shere can kind of repeat that again with Brian here.
Yeah, he has to wait for Brian to either make a misstep or one of the hands to not line up, and hopefully can capitalize on that perhaps with a Conqueror of the High Seas.
Yeah. Okay, so we've just got an update that we'll be playing both semifinals games on stream. And so we'll be doing, I think, Timothy versus Brandon first, and then Shere. Sorry, we're doing Brian versus Shere first, and then Timothy versus Brandon after.
Yep.
So yeah, we'll let the players get set up and get ready for their match, and we'll be back with you in a little bit, in 5
Yeah,
minutes.
just 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Oh, we are back.
Yep, back very fast, 5 minutes. The players are already ready, sideboarding their decks on spot right now.
On playing the semifinals right now.
Yep, so now we're just gonna cut back to our first contender for the semifinals, Brian Kong, the victor of the quarterfinals we streamed. Here's his player profile again. Shall we go through it one more time?
Sure. Okay. So he's he's the manager from One Collectibles. His top noticeable finishers are from Osaka, where he
Yep.
managed to top with a calling, and he is also the last year's Singapore's BH winner.
Yes, very stacked on his achievements and a very fierce competitor in this competition.
Yeah.
Now let's move on to the left side. We had a brief glimpse of him, Shere here, taking the win over Ivan just now in our backup game. And let's go through some of his profile. So his team, which is the same as Ivan's team, the Guest Guzzlers.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess a new team around. And his LGS putting in Duke's Kingdom and Card Citadel. I think I have seen him quite a few times around Duke's Kingdom and CC as well. A few top finishers here. Very recent, actually, these two. Top 8 for Calling Taipei 2025. It just happened. And the finalists for last year's Nationals.
Maybe second year the charm, you know?
Yeah, maybe next year we'll be seeing finalists. No, but if we say he's finalist, then he didn't win. So potentially even winner this year.
Yes.
So he's playing Gravy Bones, went 5-1 in CC with a new hero. Actually, I have been working with him on the Gravy list, and he was actually very adamant about playing Gravy. Gravy can have some very lopsided matches, and even in a match where you could win, it does feel like you're losing for half the game.
Yeah.
So it is a very difficult deck to play, but Shure here showing us that he can do it at 5-1.
I mean, just dodge the Syndra, you know?
Yeah, potentially dodge a Syndra. I think he did win Dawnblade Dorinthia on the way here.
Wow, that's a
Yeah.
hard one actually.
Yeah, very difficult for Gravy. He won, he won Slippy, also a very difficult match, and a Dash IO on the way here. So even though Gravy has a lot of bad matches, it is a bit more resilient. It's not as lopsided as, I guess, other illusionists. So you can try and, some would call it skill diff your way up.
Yep. I mean, illusionist heroes, or like in Gravy is a necromancer,
Yeah.
or we usually tend to call them like ally silo, like allies that deploy a bot state.
Yep.
It can actually be, they can actually make a very complicated bot state such that your opponent could not clear it very easily.
Yeah.
And then once you establish your ally on board, you can even snowball the games off one ally that could stumble your opponent.
Yes. And Gravy has a large selection of allies, specifically tailored to perhaps different heroes. Actually, what do you think is the ally that would be relevant in this Dash IO matchup?
Off the top of my head, I think Chump.
Yeah,
Chump is actually quite a powerful, hard to answer ally for Brian.
Yeah.
At 6 health, most of your boost cards are like 0 for 4, 1 for 5.
Yeah.
And you only run like 3 throttles at 6.
Yeah.
And most of the time, even if you want to set up for max velocity turn,
Yeah.
if a Chump is on board, you have to clear it first. You're not
Yes.
sure you have the option to tap the Chump on the last attack, so that you have to send a max fellow into it.
Yeah, and it's always a gamble as well, right? Because if you send the first few attacks at Shurei's face and he doesn't chump, you don't know whether it's because he doesn't have a watery grave in his hand or he's waiting for a max value, like he's hedging for the max value.
Yes.
So yeah, but we see top 8 players also very good on draft, right? You have to be good on all formats of Flesh and Blood to make it this far.
Yes, exactly. I think it was also props to Shure for going 3-0 with Puffin.
Yes.
Definitely a difficult hero to draft. And also going 2-1 on Gravy Bones in the second draft.
Yeah, so a very big Gravy player, despite how much he has expressed to me he does not like the deck, given that he played Gravy as well in the Calling Taipei. That was with the world premiere. So he was actually one of the first few people to kind of experiment and have his hands on Gravy Bones. So perhaps we will learn something from him in this match. And also we can also see whether Brian has adapted to playing against Gravy.
Yeah.
Even if you're playing an older hero, these new heroes can be very tricky to play into.
All right. Let's go into the game right now.
Yep, and both players miking up now. Hopefully we can hear some very deep insight, perhaps from Shere through his mic, and even Brian. Maybe we could even like turn to their mics when he flips open the red boom grenade off the top.
Definitely a key card for Brian Kong to look out for. The other card that it's really key that that Brian want to hit off the top is the Cerebellum Possessor. Or even drawing out the Spark of Genius so that he can set out a really big turn like how he did against Zuan last game.
Yep. So we see both players revealing their equipment, and looks like Shure presenting the two obvious ones, Dead Threats and Gold Baited Hook, and the two ones that are a bit different between Gravy List, the helmet being Balance of Justice and the boots being Quick Dodge Flexors.
I really like the inclusion of the Quick Dot Flexor over the Mage Master book that most lists run because of the high blue count in Gravy.
Yes.
So that you have always have access to this 6 block package of a blue.
Yeah, very useful into all the aggressive matchups that like to go wide. And also, in a pinch, makes your allies block for 4.
Yeah.
And on Brian's side, we see the same loadout, except with the Crown of Providence now, of course, valuing the physical block over the Arcane Barrier. So not much to see there, but we saw how much damage his equipment can convert to.
Yeah,
on
but look
the
at it in Brian's hand. It was a Spark of Genius and a Pounder in hand.
Alright, who's going first?
I think Shure is going first
Oh,
since
yeah,
he
'cause he's-
activate the compass
Oh, yes,
first.
you're right.
Yeah.
So we'll take a look at this. So perhaps Brian will be looking to set up, right, on his first turn.
Shure actually played the Rigor Mortis out, pitching a red CNC.
Yeah, his hand with Conqueror of the High Seas. Going to
However,
ask.
playing off bringing your allies from hand doesn't trigger the compass, so that Rigor Mortis doesn't really have go again.
Yeah, and so here we go. Brian playing the
So T-Bone
T-Bone.
to kill the Rigor Mortis.
Yeah, so we already see how Shure effectively gained 3 life from playing the Rigor Mortis on turn 1.
Yeah.
And actually his hand, Shurei's hand has the CNC as well. So he can do the very infamous play of Conqueror into CNC if Brian tries to block out the Conqueror.
Yes, but Brian also have a loadout of Crown of Providence.
Oh, yes.
So that the first effect that actually disrupt the arsenal isn't that that efficient.
Yeah.
Yeah. That potent. Yeah.
So let's see, here we go. The Spark of Genius immediately played following the T-Bone. So he's able to find the hallmark card of Dash.io, Cerebellum Processor.
Yep. I mean, Tome of Vindal is a trade-off from Tome of Vindal. You don't get a draw 2, but you actually draw like 1 extra card off an action point every turn.
Yes, and so he gets to refresh the action point here of Spark of Genius. Traditionally, before Cerebellum came out, Spark was used to fetch things like Techlo Core, right?
Yep.
And that will usually end your turn, arsenaling the extra card you get. But now with Cerebellum and the Crank mechanic, your turn continues. And that is that 2 Techlo Core?
Oh, and there's a boom grenade off the top.
The BK special.
Yeah, BK probably will not crank this boom grenade as his out attacks in hand. However, he will play out the other ponder by pitching another ponder.
Yep, so
Techlo ponder.
a lot of items on board for Brian here.
Yep. And Shure have no allies to defend him right now.
Yep, so we'll see how Brian kind of reacts to the Conqueror of the High Seas, right? I think
Yep.
that will kind of tell us how this turn is going to go.
I think there's also another interesting inclusion. I think most of the Gravy lists do run like Crown of Dominion to get
Yeah.
the goal, so that you can trigger off the Gravy when you're playing a bit more on the heavy allies kind of build.
Yeah, and so the Balance of Justice is a very strong card into Dash.io, given that we've already seen the Cerebellum Processor. But, you're trading off the gold, like you said. And I think perhaps in one of the games we've watched with Gravy Bones, they always manage to tipple on turn 1 and kind of fixing the problem of no gold.
Yeah.
But Shure here does not have access to the tipple currently, and so it's going to be playing with no gold here.
Yeah, I think that's the issue because there's always a chance where, BK actually pitch a red boom grenade to play a red protocol off the top. It might also mean that his hand might not be able to block.
Yeah, so gonna use the Crown of Providence here. So saving his arsenal. actually saving his arsenal twice. He
from the-
doesn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, and without the access to goal, it means that you always run the risk of running like drawing like 3 or 4 ally hand and not being able to block by filtering one of your card in hand.
Yeah, and this is very unfortunate because the Conqueror of the High Seas actually generates gold for you if it destroys the arsenal.
Yes.
But because Brian, managed to cop it away, still no gold for Shere here. I think he arsenal a blue, right? Did he arsenal like a murderous rebel?
Oh, I think
like-
it is Murderous Rebel. It's a blue attack. Yep.
Yeah. So blue enablers to kind of enable the future turns when he gets allies in grave.
Yeah, but I don't think he got any allies in graveyard yet.
Yeah,
right?
so he still has to find it.
Oh man.
And without gold to, hard put the allies into graveyard, he is looking for tipples here.
Yeah. However, Shure is leading by 16 life.
Yo, okay,
Yeah.
yes.
Which is like it's quite a significant amount of life. And he also have a full set of armor.
Yep.
Yep.
We didn't almost caught a glimpse here. I think I see a few allies in Shurei's hand. And we see on Brian's side a lot of very interesting cards. Maximum Velocity and Boom Grenade aren't the best in your hand
Yeah.
when you only have like access to these two. He does have the backup Protocol Red to possibly fetch something with the blue, but his hand does seem to be a bit expensive, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, because of the red boom grenade, he's not able to boost 3 times this turn. In addition to the red protocol on board. As such, the maximum velocity, even though it's coming for 10, is not really that impressive right now.
Yeah, and can he even come in for 10 though? He still has to find one extra boost card, right?
Yes.
He does have Cerebellum. He has Achilles Accelerator as well. So if he really wanted to, he could kind of force a draw of Cerebellum by cracking the Achilles.
Yeah. To me, this feels like a setup hand,
Yeah.
I'll just boost with the zipper hit for 147, and then look at how Shure react. Then I'll play the boom grenade without the crank, and then arsenal the max velo.
Yeah, our producer Esmond is shaking his head. It seems that he doesn't agree with your play.
Oh, I mean, I'm not a high risk kind of player. I will just set up with whatever I got because I also do not know what does BK have on the top of his deck too.
Yeah, I mean a lot of flexibility for Dash IO here, right? Because that hand could easily convert into the setup play like you mentioned, which is very significant given he still has a Teclo Pounder on the board. But he could also just try and push back damage because, there's the
Oh, there's
yellow
Titan on
boom.
the top.
Okay.
Oh, it's a Teclo call.
All right, interesting. Still showing us the BK special of having the item on top again for 3 turns. But this one does not have crank, so it doesn't give him the action point.
Yeah. So he is not able to draw off the Cerebellum.
And yeah, it's really difficult because generally if you can't draw off the Cerebellum, you want to draw it to end your combat chain for an arsenal. But here, do you think he's going to arsenal the maximum velocity?
I think you have to because BK is technically behind in life, so you really need to find like a big damage turn
Not
to
that
to close
behind.
the. I mean, after
Anymore.
taking the yellow boom grenade, yeah, there's only a difference of 6 life. However, Shure is keeping a 5-card hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we'll see a Tactile Foundry Heart activation here. Going up to 2 resources. Very interesting. Oh, he ran 3 Teclo Pounders in this matchup.
Yep.
So what can he do here? He has a red boom. That's a bit. He could just play it, right?
Yeah, I think he's gonna cash in the red protocol for like a 0 cost attack. I think there's a rate 0 to 60 or Fast and Furious.
Yeah.
T-Bone, yes, a T-Bone.
Yep. This time going at Shure, so forcing to block with the gold baited hook here.
Yep.
And probably he could play the boom green and not crank it, right?
Yep. And Arsenal the max velo, hoping to draw like 3 boosts and a blue next turn.
I mean, he has a Teclo core, so
Yeah.
that does enable the maximum velocity turn a bit more easily.
Yep.
Doesn't save a 4 red hand though, but it can make it a bit easier.
Yeah. I mean, depends on the rate. If the rates are all like 0 and 1s, you
yeah.
can actually, get it off with the Foundry Heart.
Oh yes, that's true. So
So, do you think there's any chance that Shure might pivot his game plan into Fatigue?
That really depends. I think it's hard for Gravy to intentionally move into fatigue because it really depends on how your hand lines up. If you're filled with a bunch of allies in your hand, even if you wanted to go into fatigue, it's very difficult to do so.
And we see that Shere got his first ally in the graveyard, which is a Sawbone.
Yep.
I think this card is from the Gravy Armory deck.
Yes.
I think it's one of the stronger allies in
Yes.
there. It's really powerful in multiple. Once you have 2 out, then the ceiling to kill one it gets a lot higher.
Yeah, I guess +1. You need to do 1 more damage for each Sawbones that's on the board.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he does here. Finally getting the gold of the pot side. Pot side being a blue as well, so activating Gravy's ability. He's
the
able
watery
to play.
grave. Yeah.
But looking at, depending on Brian's hand, right, there's also a chance he just ignores everything, right? If he's going to go for the maximum velocity play.
Yep.
Yeah, so...
I think I also saw another ally in Shere's hand, which is the Ankh. There's also Anka. Anka is also another ally in the Gravy Armory deck.
Yep.
What do you think of Ankh in this matchup?
Anga quite possibly relevant because of Cerebellum. So something that Brian has to keep an eye out for. Drawing cards in Dash IO is a lot better than normal, right, for other heroes because you know what you're going to draw. And so that makes denying the card drawn a lot more valuable compared to other matchups.
Oh, this is a Blind Rebel.
And
so
loot
it's
the arsenal, all right?
Still a blue.
Yeah, see, this is the issue, right, with no gold. If he had a gold, right, he could pick up that loot the arsenal from the top of the deck. And that would be particularly devastating for Brian because the maximum velocity is in arsenal.
Like just where you said just now, the key ally that Shere would love to find right now is the Chump.
Yes.
So he played a Call to the Grave just to tutor it out to his graveyard.
Yep.
Yeah, just to search it out from his graveyard and put it in there so that he had access to it.
Yeah. A very important card, and kind of like what we were talking about just now. When you have Chum on the board, maximum velocity becomes a bit more different. Like Brian could kind of mitigate his risk by hitting the Chum first, or he could just go all in and swing at Shere.
Yep.
So here we go, Chum hook, swinging for 4. Now, generally, Brian would just take this 4, but the lack of gold has actually been crippling Shere quite a bit. So if Brian wants to continue denying that gold, he would give 1 card. Oh, but looks like he just took it.
Yep. I think Brian is very happy with his hand right now.
Yes.
And a max value in his arsenal.
Yeah.
I think his plan right now is to hopefully clear the Chum and send the 10 damage at Shure.
Yep, so Shere drawing 1 ally, so Chum's ability potentially can be activated.
Yep.
But Brian is showing a lot of damage on board and in his hand. That's a zipper hit, buffed by Teclo Pounder. On hit will trigger Boom Grenade.
No, this is going at his face. So
He hit the Chum already.
He hits the Chum.
Alright, so being a bit more safe here, not letting his Chum stuff the maximum velocity. Oh, but is there another maximum velocity in his hand?
Yes. But he do have another boost card in hand, which is a 0 cost one.
Okay, so he can pitch. Or he...
Yeah, he still can tackle Foundry Shard. He technically drew a 4-red hand.
Yeah, he did.
With a yellow, but still able to maximum velocity thanks to the tackle call.
Yeah. Very good play from him, because he managed to establish the tackle call last turn. Very fortunate, actually, because I think that was from the top, right?
Yeah, that was also from the top.
Yeah. Alright, so Sawbones going into the bin here with Gravy's ability. So blocking with a CNC, something Shere would have loved to see last turn. Unfortunately, did not manage to find that. And Brian going for the Sprocket Rocket. This is just gonna be a 3. So will Shere continue to block and deny the Boom Grenade?
Yeah, I think seeing the block here, Brian will opt to crack the Goliath Gauntlet just to make sure that the red Boom Grenade is able to go over.
Yeah, and
blocks.
so this is 12, potentially 16. A lot of damage, and he's arsenaling another maximum velocity with Teclo Core on board.
And Declo Pounder.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. He's at 6 counters of Symbiosis shot as well.
Yep.
Okay, sure, he's gonna have a very tough road ahead of him. He still has all his equipment. He's not dead yet. And this is how it kind of...
He actually have a blood in the water in hand.
Yeah, he does.
Do you think he will gamble for it? Oh no, he just choose to take
No,
it.
he just took it. So potentially looking to Arsenal, the blood in the water. I doubt he's gonna pitch it.
Yep.
And here we go. Loot the whole a form of disruption, very relevant now.
This
Oh.
is the on hit destroy. Discard a card in hand. Is it?
Yes. On hit, discard a card in hand. If Brian draws another 4 red hand, that could actually hinder his abilities to play the maximum velocity.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good play by Shere here. It sort of like stops the bleeding a bit.
Oh, that's
Oh.
Cerebellum Spark Heist. Zipper hit.
Yeah.
So here he...
Oh, actually, with such a powerful hand, Brian might just incline to take the hit and just discard a card.
But he doesn't have enough boost cards, right? He
Uh,
only has Heist.
Yeah, but he can discard the second blue in his
Yeah.
hand so that he can attack attack with the highs and then spark. Just to set up for the next high octane in the next turn.
Yeah, yeah, he could.
Wait,
you're right.
does highs trigger on hit?
No,
on
it
ally?
does not trigger on allies. That's a very important distinction.
Okay,
It has to hit a hero.
He has to hit a hero. I see.
Yep. So LSS looking ahead with this. Personally, I'm very happy this is not hitting an ally.
Yeah, stealing item off the ally is like, grave robbing.
Yeah, it's actually grave robbing. And heist hitting in Dash IO is even more significant because if you can play out a crank item and get the action point.
Yep.
So he's giving a think here. He could, if he takes it, he might discard maybe the Cerebellum. Yeah, the Tackle Core doing a lot of work. If not, this hand would traditionally be one that requires a lot of resources. Heist being one of the more expensive cards.
Yep.
But yeah, with the 2 resources, he's able to go fish with the Spark.
Looks like BK might feel a bit threatened at 17
Yeah.
life. If you take the 6, you'll be down to 11.
Yeah, not the ideal boost cards here to supplement a maximum velocity turn.
Yep.
Oh, might be choosing to block 2 and just send the Heist.
Yep.
Oh, but blocking with Spark of Genius is something you don't really want to be doing, right?
Yes. However, I think because of the on-hit effect from Sawboon to force the discard, BK thinks that it's actually much better to block out the bad damage here.
Yeah, and he's not really on a lot of life as
Yep.
well, right? If he takes 6, he's down to 11.
Mm.
And I mean, we can't also forget that Shere he reached finals last year with Dash IE. So he does understand the play lines available to Brian and what he has to look out for.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of good plays that Brian can opt for here because of the additional 2 resource from the Tackle Core. Unfortunately, the other blue card that he draws is also a Pounder.
Ah, yes.
So the combination of cards that he have to block with are quite limited.
Yeah. I mean, Shere once told me that if not many decks can win after you've been hit by Max Velo twice. So if Brian manages to resolve this Max Velo, it will be very difficult for Shere to win.
Yeah.
And luckily for him, it is a disruptive effect. Allies with disruption, very good. And here we go.
Our boss Esmond disappointed with BK.
Wow, okay.
He say, wow, this is a sick play. You should just take the damage, man.
Honey!
Another boon credit.
Okay, the BK special. I don't know how. I'm sure this is often not the case in real life. But this is real life. I don't even know anymore.
Yep.
So he has the Cerebellum, can play it, has the extra action point to draw off the Cerebellum. And let's see what he draws. BK choosing to take a safer line here. So Heist buffed up by the Tackle Pounder with a red Boom Grenade on hit.
Really powerful things.
7.
Yeah, and there's actually on hit that I think there's a boom grenade that was banished from the Tackle Hut.
Yeah, but I do think, yeah. So,
Yeah, so the highs can actually have a relevant on hit right now.
yeah, but actually, I think the more relevant on hit is if he takes it, he's going to go down to quite low. He's at 12.
Yes, yes.
If he just takes this fully, he's going to take 11.
Yeah.
So he's definitely going to cover this up. And I think knowing Shere, he would... Oh, wow, that is...
Not a good blocking hand.
Not a good hand, yeah. In Oasis, generally can Oh, okay.
Oh.
7. Oh, all right.
Wow, the ally of the top from Blind the Water.
Yep. So both players showing that they have the utmost control of the top cards of their deck. And here we go. The Symbiosis into Sawbones. Shere can actually tap Sawbones here to save it. But by tapping Sawbones, he's no longer able to attack with Sawbones on this turn. So I think that's what BK is kind of hoping for. Alright, very interesting here. Because now BK does not have Teklo Pounder and a Teklo Core to fall back on to supplement his max velocity.
but Shere's hand is not really good either. He's only at 1 blue, and if he plays out the blue to turn on Watery Grave, he has 3 reds left to play out his allies.
Yeah, and I think he has... What's the one at the bottom? Sawbones as well.
Yeah, Sawbones, Ankh, and Swabi. Oh wow, there's 3 boost cards in hand.
That is a natural maximum velocity we see. Very scary. What will Shere do here? It's quite a strong maximum velocity as well, right? We see T-Bone plus the one that you can't block with equipment, I
Yep.
forgot. Outpace.
Outpace.
Yeah.
Good
And-
card to draft in Bright Light.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then one more blue T-Bone. Not ideal, but
Yeah.
still very good.
Okay, Shere opt to play the tip the bar keeper.
Yep. Tip the bar keep.
Keep the bar keep to turn on Watery Grave to play the second Sawbone out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, there's 2 Sawbones out right now,
Yep.
which I think it's one of those increment thing that it's getting harder and harder to clear one of these allies on board.
So here we go. He's gonna be hooking the Sawbones, understanding that now BK is not gonna be blocking, and yep, he does not block. This is quite scary for Shere here. 12 life.
Oh, and the Cerebellum, he also have Cerebellum off the top.
Yeah.
So if he hit any item here, it's additional card draw.
Yep. So let's see. All right. So doesn't have the natural item on the top again, but is able to dig a bit more with the boost cards.
Yep.
Alright, Sure. Let's see what he has in his hand. I wonder if Sure is able to balance. Would be able to balance on this turn. I don't think so, right?
Mm,
And BK would likely play around the balance.
yep.
So blocking the Rebel with Rebel. And
Oh, it boosts the Fast and Furious to put a counter back on the Cerebellum.
yep, so one more turn
Oh.
on Cerebellum. Very, very scary. Here's the T-Bone for 3.
Yeah, I think this is like the power of like Dash IO. Like some
Yeah.
items, even though they last for 2 turns, but boosting away like the Fast and Furious allows BK to put a steam counter on the Cerebellum, which means his next turn will be also equally as powerful.
Yeah, he hasn't even drawn off the Cerebellum yet.
Yes.
Still looking for the card he wants on
And
the top.
he have the accelerator to draw the extra card too.
Yeah. So here we go. Is he gonna Foundry Heart? Oh no, he likes the card.
He
Takes
likes the card, and he probably will crack the accelerator.
a
it's-
Throttle.
Oh, throttle. Oh, wow.
A very powerful card. And the exact amount of resources he needs to play both the Throttle and the maximum velocity.
Yes. And he had 1 resource load. In the event that he hit an item off the top, he still can play it out.
Yeah. Wow, showing everyone that Dash IO not out of the meta game. You know, you don't need high octane.
Yeah, you don't need high octane to be functional.
Yeah. I mean, I guess everyone did know that Dash IO can generate her own action points by discarding a top card of the deck. Everyone says it's high variance, but you know, it's either you hit it, but if you don't hit it, you know, you can boost, look for it, structure your turn in a way to find that item, find that action point. And Brian, although he was lucky a few times, he's showing us the best way to play this hero.
Wow, amazing. A second maximum velocity.
Yeah.
So you sure did it?
Well, he has 6 cards in hand, 6 block in hand, 2 Sawbones on board. That's 8 block total.
Yeah.
He can survive.
I think he have to give up one of his equipment pieces. No, he can go down to 1 actually.
He can block 6, prevent 2, so actually he'll go down to 3.
Yep. Since the Sawbones are not attacking anyways, so
Yeah.
you might as well just get as much value as you can get from them.
Yeah, this looks very, Very dire situation for Shere.
Yep.
What can he do to pull himself out of this? Yep, blocking for 8. And taking 2 here, because he used the Brian used the Achilles to draw, he can't just follow up with a Symbiosis.
Yep. Okay, let's look at BK's hand. I think I saw two. I think I saw a harpoon, 0 to 60.
A very strong hand, a very natural high
Yeah.
damage boosting hand.
I think at this point in the game, you just ignore both Starbones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think every attacks going at Shure demands a card. Do you think he will start
Yes.
using the quick dodge now?
It is potentially an option. Kind of save life and try and make it to his turn and do something.
Yeah, because his blocks for 2, so every attack technically will chip a bit of damage. So
Yeah.
any later, I don't think he will be able to get the full value of the quick dodge.
Yep, so here we go, using the full value of quick dodge. And Brian's playing the expedite.
Oh my goodness,
Another
another Fast and Furious! The Cerebellum is not getting anywhere. It's staying on board.
Okay, wow, yes. Cerebellum actually comes into the arena with 3 counters.
Yeah.
It's never gonna leave.
Yeah.
That's very unfortunate for sure here. Does not look happy to see that. Because here, right, actually he has insulation against a boom grenade off the top. Because of the Sawbones, right? He can just quick dodge
Yes.
and then pass priority. No boom grenade, he can just take it.
Yep.
If there's a boom grenade, he blocks it with Sawbones.
Yep, yep.
What he can't block is Cerebellum's additional counter.
Yes. Yeah, I think hitting any items that have crank off the top right now is is definitely bad for sure because it allows BK to draw another card off the extraction point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very difficult here.
Even at 2 means an extra symbiosis shot also.
Yeah, and it's very unfortunate because this was actually a pretty a turn that Shere could try to pivot because he's using the quick dodge.
Yep.
Oh, and the Pulse Wave Harpoon has to show 3 cards. Not only is, yeah, this is actually forcing a card out of Shere potentially.
Yep. I think since Shure pitched 1 blue, so he had to show all 3 of his cards.
Yeah, and an action card with defense. So can it force an ally to block?
I think so.
Is an ally an action card?
Yes, Ally is an action card actually.
So we see a Chum in his hand, loot the arsenal, quite... I mean, I guess it is relevant because BK can Cerebellum to arsenal a card. Yeah, this is very unfortunate. You know, if he could have played the loot the arsenal and swung with Sawbone somehow, it could have
Yeah.
kind of threatened BK a bit.
I think I'll take the chart here because chart actually have a comeback. It's quite a high rollish card
Yeah.
in your first cycle, but it actually gives you sort of an out if you manage to hit a ally in a blue card
Yeah.
off the top of your deck.
Yes. So here we see we have 1 more block on the quick dodge.
Quick dodge.
BK could opt to Cerebellum to Arsenal, or actually even send a Symbiosis shot, given that Shere is at 2.
Yeah. I think what I would do here is, tap the Starbone to prevent the last bit of damage from the Harpoon, and then use the last resource to jump the quick dodge to block the Symbiosis shot.
Yeah, but maybe if he does that, BK is going to opt to draw the Cerebellum.
Ah, yes.
So Shere also has to consider what BK can do in response to his action.
Yeah, that is the most optimal line of blocks. Yeah, but however, based on what Shure does, BK can react differently.
Yeah, so to kind of mitigate the risk, he could opt to just use the flexes here. Not ideal because you are wasting 1 block, but still at least getting full value out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here we go. It's removing a resource. Well, this is very difficult. A very difficult puzzle for Shure to solve. Yep, opting to block here.
I think at 2 here, BK is sort of incentivized to fire the gun.
And what BK could do actually is just Foundry hard and try and dig for an item if he really wants to.
Ooh, that's spicy, but
Yeah.
I'm not too sure about that. Oh, he's really going for it.
He's really going for the high roll.
And does he hit it?
Oh,
my god!
Oh my
he
goodness!
hit it.
What is this?
Oh, he hit the third
Oh
server
my
of the
gosh,
game.
he's never punished.
Oh my goodness. Oh, but he can't draw from both, but
No,
the-
but he can shoot the Symbiosis and then Cerebellum now.
yeah, he opt to draw. Maybe
And he has 3
Can
floors, so he
damage-
can swing. Oh, the Max Velops! Oh! Wow, very, okay.
he could have played the third maximum value, but still he still have the accelerators on. Wow.
Yeah, so, yes.
I know. I think DK understands his deck much better than anyone. Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember in the past, someone told me just slap that Foundry hard, right, when you're ahead. And he really slapped that Foundry hard, got rewarded for it.
Yep.
Right, it's very difficult. I think what was once a possible pivot for Shere is getting diminished by the minute.
Yeah, unfortunately, because he have the ally, the charm ally in hand.
Yeah.
That means that means he can't that means but his quick dodge is still active. So technically he still can pitch the charm to block this 0 to 60. And
Yes,
with the
yes.
other blue in hand. And then use the last pitch of resource to block the Symbiosis shot. If
That's
BK choose to
true.
fire with it.
Charm could have been a very effective 6 block
Yeah.
if he managed to play it, but it's unfortunate that his Conqueror and CNC came one turn too early.
Yeah.
You know, if those disruptive cards have come out before, could have stopped the maximum velocities from happening.
Yeah, unfortunate, but BK won't have will still have the Crown of Province out to stop the
Yeah.
Arsenal disruption.
That's true, that's true. So here we go, loot the Arsenal and quick dodge. Really pitching the charm.
Covering the 4 with 5.
Yep, and now hits the Sawbones. Yep, understanding that Shere could just block it with the flexors.
Yep. I think it's a good it doesn't like I think it's a good play just to tap down both allies.
Yeah, BK. Okay, but having 2 Cerebellum on board doesn't really give you much more value, especially when Achilles is gone.
Yep.
But I don't want to say that so fast because BK has been known to find items off the top of the deck.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
3 items in hand. Is that blue item? Oh, it's a Spark of
Ah.
Genius.
But can he?
Oh.
He can't draw it, right?
He can't.
He can't draw it. Yeah. So it's gonna be cracking the backup protocol red. Very important card.
Yep. Probably get like a zipper hit or 0 to 60.
Yep, to fix the hand because the hand not the most ideal now. Dio can break by drawing a bunch of items together.
Yeah, but at this point of time, like your hand is not very good. Do you still go to the face as the Brian? Since your opponent has such a low health, and there's also always the chance that, you know, your gravy opponent just draw 2 allies,
Yeah,
and he can't just block out that turn.
yeah. So he can always hedge on that. But Brian seems to have been a very disciplined player, right? He's opted to take the more reserved line so far. So perhaps if his hand is not good, might be clearing Sawbones time.
Yep.
Very difficult, and on Shere's side, he's really handling this like a champ. Like if this happened to me, I think I probably considered.
Whoa. No concession here in the top 8, you know?
No conceding top 8, and Shere is playing this till the end. Here we go, a throttle.
Yep. Yeah, BK choose to give up the Spark of Genius.
Yep, going for
Very
6.
powerful card, and attacking with the attacking with the throttle for 6.
Oh, what's the last kind BK said? Do you remember that?
I think it's a red boost card. I can't really see it.
Yep.
Shure opts to use Gravy Boons to draw and discard one of his allies. Oh, he actually hit. Apply in the water. That's
Yeah.
actually a very good answer for the 6 attack.
Yeah, and can convert the Rigor Mortis in his hand into block as well.
Yep. Oh,
Unfortunately, despite... Oh yeah, I mean, he could compass to hope for an ally on top. Yeah, but as always, here is just going to be discarding Rigor.
yep.
And a Pulse Wave Harpoon. A very strong finisher.
Yeah, I think once Shure shows his hand, BK can opt to, play around the Store Boon.
Yeah.
If Shure chooses to tap out the Store Boons, he can actually force out the last card with the Symbiosis shot.
Yeah. And it's quite crazy because if Shure had managed to keep the Tippo and the Avasi, he could just swing both Sawbones. So unfortunate that, his life total is not gonna allow that play to happen. So I think considering now whether he wants to give Dit threats, perhaps, or just block out with the card in hand as well. It looks like
I think it's time to cash in the armor.
yeah.
The
Well,
dead threats and
I think cashing in the dead threats is quite a big ask here. If you're trying to look for a pivot turn, dead threats is one of the equipment that can help you with that.
Yes.
So he has to think, not only how is he not gonna lose, but how could he potentially win.
Mm.
He's blocking for 5 here, then draws the Cerebellum into Arsenal, doesn't even look at
Yeah.
it. He knows he's gonna play it regardless. Yeah, and we see how, because of that, Shere kind of wasted the value on the Sawbones. Didn't even tap them this turn cycle.
Yeah, but how long can this go on? In a deck with so many 0 blocks, you can't expect to keep blocking out every turn.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate because he could have had the play of tapping one of the Sawbones, or tapping
to
both
keep one
Sawbones.
card in hand.
Yeah, to block the Pulse Wave.
Yes.
And then BK might have opted instead to shoot the Symbiosis shot.
Yes. But Shure have to either give up his armor or block with the last card in hand.
Yeah. But if he had done that, then BK wouldn't have had the ability to Arsenal.
Yes.
So a lot of decision points here and a lot of ways for players to interact.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
is that a blue?
It's a blue. We might actually see the third maximum velocity this turn actually. BK is counting the number of cards he left in his deck.
Fatigue. very
Yeah,
real.
because Dash has always that downside of boosting. In other words, there's also a chance that you run out of cards in deck, you can't really use the boost ability to get
Yeah.
back the action point.
Yeah, and Shere here drawing a very good hand 5 turns ago. So unfortunately has to be blocking here.
Yeah.
But Sawbone's able to cover up the breakpoints.
Yes.
So that's at least a bit of reprieve.
Yep. Sawbone, really powerful allies, especially against the aggro matchup.
Yeah. And earlier you spoke about swapping to fatigue, and it does seem like Shere might be considering that given BK's deck count.
Yep.
Oh, choosing to just take the damage here.
Oh, Red Throttle in. Okay, but that's good because that means that BK might not have enough pitch to play out the maximum velocity of the Red Protocol this turn.
Yeah, so outpace, and he's able to block it out.
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately wasting another value of... Oh, no, not wasting the value of the Sawbones. Able to block out Symbiosis. And still has an Arsenal. Yeah, you can... Yeah. So blocking with Dead Threats and Sawbones to cover up the Symbiosis shot.
Yeah, but we need to be aware of BK's deck size right now. I don't think he have much. I think this might be his last turn, offensive turn, and he might not have enough cards to play off.
Yeah, we'll see. Do we... Oh, I mean, there's no pitch deck for Dash, right? Because you keep playing Spark of Genius.
Yeah, yeah. And because of the pitch deck,
Yeah.
there's a chance that his last few cards are all blue.
Yeah. And we're seeing really the Pulse Wave, Boom Grenade, and 0 to 60. So no Boom Grenade. Boom Grenade is essentially doing nothing here.
Yep.
Pulse Wave and Zipper. We see the proficiency of the two Sawbones, right? Very important in this matchup. What can he do here? He only has 4 to 5 cards in his deck, right? Oh, this is coming down to the wire.
Yeah. Do you think there's a good chance that BK just? No, I don't think he is. He's at 11. I don't think he can try to set up and go for a big turn. He also
Throttle.
choose to boost away the tackle call.
Yeah, Shere unfortunately is stuck with two blocks in his hand. So we'll have to see what BK can do.
Yeah. I think Shure is looking for the either some of the 0 cost or 1 cost boost card or even the maximum velocity, so that when BK actually managed to find the last break protocol, he's unable to find it back.
Yeah.
Or he can opt to find a yellow card to get a goal.
Yellow
yeah.
0 to 60.
Yellow 60 and he actually get a goal from this.
Alright. Allows him to potentially fix one of his hands.
Yep.
So Pulse Wave happening here.
Yep. BK is going for the face. I think he smells blood in the water.
Yes.
Yeah.
So gotta be blocking for 2. Will Shure type. Checking the top card. Wow, this is not easy because next turn BK is just gonna have a few weak 0 to 60s in his deck.
Yep.
And Sawbone's still on the field, so if he can't finish it off this turn,
Unless the last card in hand is the red boom grenade, right?
yeah, so that's not gonna do anything. He's just gonna have to swing Symbiosis. So what Shere can do here is just full block Pulse Wave, stuff the Symbiosis with the Sawbones. Yeah. Yep, he's doing that. Oh, BK really thinking hard about this. This is crazy. This game has made a radical turn. Pushing BK now in the seat of, can I finish this game? Sure, masterfully manipulating his hands, despite all the allies in his hands.
Yeah.
He's made it to this point.
I think it actually might be a misplay where I might actually pitch the red boom grenade back into my deck. In the event I can play off the top to get the action point to have a
Yeah.
double symbiosis shot.
Yeah, so he doesn't have an item on top. Yeah, he needs to be looking for the double symbiosis, right, towards the end.
Yep.
Oh, very difficult here. He sees 4 cards, 6 cards. So, usually for normal heroes, you'll be counting like 4 cards, I have 4 cards to play. But for Dash, you have to count, if I'm playing a 0 to 60, I'm boosting a card away. The next card I play can boost, and after that, I'm out of boost. I'm only going 3 white next turn. Wow, this is really a masterclass game by both players. Sure, it's been staving off death for so many turns.
Wow. Yeah. So you need the third maximum velocity to close the game. Eh?
Yeah, looks like you need to be Mac Fellow 3 times.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, sure, he had some close calls, right? He managed to draw the blood in the water with his ally to kind of stuff that. One of those hits. Every point of damage, so important now. Yeah, so if he had pitched the boom first, he could have guaranteed it being at the top of his deck.
Yep.
And then generating the 2 points, right?
Yep.
But it's very hard because I think early on he pitched the blue to dig. He doesn't know what's on top of the deck. Wow. Very difficult for BK here. Even in the casting booth, we have at least 6 people here.
Actually, you know what? You
debating.
know what he might be thinking.
What?
Does his deck still have any more items? Can he activate hard one more time? Just to find another boom grenade off the top and then fire the symbiosis twice.
Is that a possibility?
He's thinking whether that is his out right now. Because he might not have enough cards left in his deck.
Yeah, and he can't remember because it's been shuffled. This is so difficult. Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it. He's going for it. He's going for it. He pitched okay. He's checking the top card. Oh my god! What the fuck? Oh my god! He found the item.
Oh, well done by Brian Cook!
Oh my gosh! He finds the one
He finds the one
out.
of the Techno Bounty
He
card.
finds the boom grenade off the top. Oh,
well
no.
done, Brian.
Brian Koch pushes the win right. Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay. Ridiculous win by BK there. Finding the one out.
The one. I think this is only out. I don't think,
I think
he
that was
actually
the
have
only out.
I don't think he actually have a second, another turn after that.
So did he know the boom was there?
I think he does.
Did he pitch it last turn?
No.
Wow. Okay. That was the only out, right? Yeah, he couldn't have done anything else, and
He could have pitched the red boom grenade down and then have the double attack. But then I don't think we are keeping track of what left in his deck. He
Yeah.
might not have enough red attack to push enough damage.
yeah, to pressure properly, right?
Yeah.
Because if you don't, then he can just block the 2 symbiosis.
Yes. Wow, what a
wow.
game, what a game.
What
Brian
a
Kong once again
game.
showing us the power of Dash IO.
Yeah,
and a
and
masterful performance
it's
using the
crazy.
Techno Foundry Heart
Yeah.
just to dip deeper for that boom grenade.
Yeah, and shows even like the previous turn when he ducked for the zipper hit with the boom grenade, with the Techno Foundry Heart. That 4 damage so important. Finding the cerebellum on top, I remember. and then he could then draw and play the slipper.
Wow.
Wow, crazy.
Crazy, crazy.
And
game.
wait, let's not forget Shere though. His hands, not really the best. I would call them pretty bad hands in the start to mid game. Still managed to put Brian in that kind of position to make that kind of play. Very crazy.
Very crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
And
So now we will be moving on to the second semi-finals game between Tim and Brandon. Syndra versus Arachne.
yeah.
So we will be also showing this game. So we'll be showing both semi-finals, and we'll be seeing who is going to be playing Brian in the grand finals of today's national championships. So, all right, so that's it from Mervin and Fenfei.
Yes.
We'll be passing the casters to Kelvin and
Oh,
Kelvin and one of us. I guess I casted 2 in a row, so
I'll go on with the next one.
yeah,
Okay.
all right. So it'll be Fenfei and Kelvin. So
Oh, yeah, you go straight. Yeah, let's go, let's go. Oh, sorry.
Holy shit! Oh, that was so close.
That was, what a game, man.
Yeah, what a game.
What a game, Calvin.
Oh, still on stream. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And
right.
we are going straight from that high octane game into another pretty aggressive game. Brandon on the Ragni versus Timothy on Syndra. This is our first time seeing Brandon on camera. Timothy's been featured a few times really throughout this this tournament.
Yeah, Brennan known to be also quite camera shy.
Yeah, he is quite camera shy.
Yeah.
He did turn us down a few times, but understandably so. I mean, you know, he's here. He's in the top 4 of nationals. I think this is the second time in the semifinals of nationals, if I recall. I think the same one where you were in the semifinals as well. He was there. I think on the
Yeah,
other side
yeah.
of the bracket.
I think back then he also played a very interesting deck for Take Bolton.
Yeah, Decimator Great X Bolton.
Decimator Great at Bolton before it was actually really a thing. He actually kept it really down low and
Yeah.
and try to hide the strategy to a lot of people. I think it was very impressive. Back then he actually made something of his own, carried and adapted to the meta of Singapore.
Yeah. Very well-known Bolton player. We can see he actually drafted Gravy twice in the draft sections of this tournament. I've had the privilege of doing a few drafts with Brendan, both online and in real life. I've actually never seen him draft Gravy before. He's always been forced into the Puffin and Marlin seat. So it's good to see that he expanded his drafting repertoire here to draft Gravy and do very well with it actually.
Yeah, I think that the games that I saw him on Gravy, he really valued the sloop, the Sweetwater sloop card. For some reason, he always ends the draft with 5 for them.
Wow, okay.
yeah, and that really explains like
Yeah.
his amazing results on Gravy in draft.
Yeah. He's actually been on Ragni for quite a while. I think he's been off Bolton for quite a bit.
Yes,
Uh,
unfortunately, Bolton not in the best position right now, despite the upgrades with Nimbly and Nimblism.
And do you think that's because of heroes like Verdance about, or is there another bad matchup that Bolton has?
Yeah, I think Warrior always had that issue, you know. I think one thing is like the printing of Kabuto in Hunted. It actually shuts down like the warrior mirrors for Bolton.
Right, especially because of if you get Kabuto in your face on the Lumina turn, it's pretty much
It's pretty much
yeah, it's
bad.
pretty much game over.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it really forces a lot of awkward play when even if you're on Radiant and you have to run the Kabuto, it's not the best, not the best.
Okay. Yeah, we see here is goes to Duke's Kingdom pretty often. And, yeah, there's other notable finishes, top 8 in Nationals 2023.
Yeah.
I think a funny story from that Nationals is that was the Nationals where we were drafting Monarch. And because he was known as a Bolton main at the time, I think he ended up in a pod where he was a solo Prism in the pod, which is quite rare. I think because everyone thought he was going to be on Bolton, so his downstream kind of all...
His upstream,
It was
all went
upstream. His upstream all went
Bolton.
all went Bolton.
I think there was a 4 Bolton pod.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was really hilarious. And the guy who was known to play Bolton was on Prism.
yeah, it's on Prism.
And that pod only had 1 chain.
Oh,
Yes,
oh wow.
yeah, that's that
4
that chewing,
Prism.
that chewing
Oh, the one
graph
we
with-
opened Karen Husk.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that was the insane one
Back when you could open legendaries in draft.
Yeah.
Okay, and here we have Timothy as our second semi-finalist. He's on Syndra, and he 3-0 with a very, very strong Puffin deck that we
Solo
saw yesterday.
Puffin, yes,
Solo
solo
Puffin in
Puffin.
his pot, and 1-2 as I think one of two Marlins in Jinhan's pot,
Yep.
as the other Marlin that was in that featured draft.
Yes.
Yep. Also, he is the owner of the local game store, the Imaginarium.
Yep.
It's actually quite a beautiful space, if I may say so myself. It's at Boat Quay by the river.
Yep.
There's a nice restaurant downstairs.
The
I remember.
kebab store, right?
Yeah. And I've had a tower of beer with a few friends there during an army before. It's a lovely place to go. So do check it out if you're in town. Right, and we're going straight into the game. I think Brandon as the highest seed. I imagine he's probably going to go second. Given I think this looks like an aggro mirror to me.
Yes. What do you think of this matchup?
I think it depends on how many. It depends on a few factors. First of all, I don't know whether Tim is like the more red line version or the blue line version.
Just pitch the blue though.
Yeah, just pitch the blue and he gets sheltered immediately.
Yep.
I don't know the red line versions run throw dagger, but maybe this indicates he's a bit more blue line.
Yeah.
In my experience, I think this has been a bit more Slippy favored. Assassin into Syndra is. I mean, I haven't really played much Slippy. I used to be a new main myself, but I've always felt quite comfortable into the Syndra matchup. And Ninja doesn't really have the best fridge. Dragon Scaler is one block, and you don't really want to block the rest of the equipment until you've gotten like a lot of use out of it. Flick Knives, I think, is probably the last thing you want to block with, given that's your game closer in a lot of situations.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, as you can see, like since Syndra is mainly more of a red line deck, there's a lot of cards that Slippery runs that like Art of Desire Body that takes advantage of decks that run high in rate ratios.
Yeah. I think even more interesting, a card like Infiltrate in Slippy is very live against a deck like Syndra, because even if you steal like a hit jab off the top, the Infiltrate just got you another 3 points of value just by hitting.
Despite the shelter that was discarded by Brandon, team also decided to like continue the chain, throwing the dagger to break the last damage prevention from the shelter and managed to get a throw dagger damage
throw
through.
dagger proc in, and looks like he has Arsenal and both daggers back. So not a terrible turn one for Tim, chipping 1 damage, forcing 1 shelter out already,
Yes.
which is quite important card to kind of stop the
bleeding.
the bleeding.
Yeah.
We see Beef, saw him mutter so bad, but actually doesn't look that bad to me.
It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
He always say that, you know.
Yeah, he always says that. He always whines and moans, then he wins in the end.
Yeah, you're like, what? So bad, so unlucky.
Yeah. I mean, this is pretty good. We literally just talked about this, right?
Yeah,
I think-
Infiltrate. Infiltrate is a really strong card in this matchup. I think any raid off the top is playable by Syndra.
Yeah. Even the D-Reg off the top, I think would be
Oh,
pretty,
yeah,
pretty nice.
D-Reg is
D-Reg would be
really-
really, really good.
Really good too.
Do you think Syndras nowadays are, relatively heavy on D-Regs? I mean, I know Loyalty Beyond the Grave is always a strong card for Draconic heroes, but, cards like Sink Shelter, do you think those are more prominent in today's Syndra decks?
Well, we need to see what's team plan actually. He might not even run any D-Rex into this
Yep.
matchup.
Oh, and we see a cut through. Very interesting. A 0 for 4 if he's hit with a dagger.
Yeah.
So this
Or
might
being
incentivize him.
flick a dagger.
Yeah. This might incentivize him to swing the clave here, which is not bad. Right. And we see Tim debating about this block. This does have piercing, so Tim can't just throw the Dragon Scalar Flight Path in front of it.
Yep.
He
He
has-
has to commit a card on it.
Yeah, let's give a card if he wants to stop the cut through from coming through. Last card sends a Tarantula Toxin,
Wow.
which is
Powerful.
actually a very strong blowout in this case. If Tim blocks, he could get punished with the Toxin as he still gets marked and hit by the dagger.
Yes. Yeah, even if team decides to block this dagger, or like block for like 5
Yep.
or 4 on this dagger, Brandon can actually just opt to arsenal the toxin
Yeah.
and then keep the card through for next turn.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is a pretty good start from Brandon here. That Infiltrate is functioning 0 for 6, 7.
Yeah,
Right
0
here?
for 7.
Yeah, 0
right
for
now.
7 here. That's pretty good. He does unmark Tim upon this hitting, which certain cards like Take Out the Mantle. That being said, his graveyard is pretty empty now, so maybe that's not the best.
Yeah.
But we see a pretty strong hand drawn from Brandon.
Yeah.
Some good hand and Arsenal disruption.
I think as team right now, I know this matchup is really bad for me. So I want to end this game as soon as possible. As such, I think he might opt not to run any D-Rex so that
okay.
he can, try to push as much damage as early as possible, and hope that Brandon get a bit greedy,
Yeah.
and decide to take a bit more damage so that he can actually move on to the late game where both players have a lower life total.
I think the good thing about Arachne here is that almost all the cards block for 3.
Yep.
Most assassin cards block for 3. I think off the top of my head, the only one's probably the hybrid pain in the backside that blocks for 2.
Two, yes,
Yeah.
and Codex, but
Yeah,
you
Codex.
normally won't block
Yeah,
with
you
Codex.
don't want to. You never want to block the
Yeah.
Codex here. This is a pretty good return fire from Tim here. Out of Dragon Blood is Draconic because of Brandon's in the Claw. So functionally, the next 3 Draconic actions that he does are all discounted by 1.
Yes, really good card from the Hunted set. Despite not being a Draconic card, but if you turn it Draconic,
Yeah.
you have an additional effect.
I think one thing I want to ask here is, do you think he's running some of the Draconic finishers in this configuration of the deck? Because it can be a bit awkward to get fealty sometimes if you don't display loyalty, which he happens to have in his hand. But, if you don't mark the opponent consistently, some of the cards like Out of the Dragonfire can be a bit clunky in your hand.
Oh, as you said,
there you go.
There you go.
He has it,
It has it.
off the top.
Off the top.
So he does run them.
Yep.
And this is looking like a pretty good turn from Tim here. 3/4/4, threatening a mask activation. And I imagine he's going to flick here to keep the chain active.
Actually, he have the blue Conceal Blade that can up the... Oh, does it buff non-assassin card?
No, I think it has to be Ninja or
Has to be
Assassin.
Ninja. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't-
I don't think it
no.
can buff generics.
Right. So unfortunately, team will not get the card draw here for Mars.
He could flick here to keep it going.
Yeah, he could flick here and keep the chain going.
Seems like he has a question for our judges.
Yep. I think it's on the Concealed Blade ruling.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll be back once that's sorted out. But so far, I think both players have presented pretty strong turns, as you want to be in an aggro mirror.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think the key card in this matchup for team is getting the Fury out, playing as many Out of Dragonfire as you can, because it actually deals like unpreventable damage. Those are the things that Arachne can't really prevent.
Yep.
And Arachne, Brandon want to play on like a 2-card hand kind of playstyle because he knows that so many of cards like Infiltrate, Out of Desire Body have so much value in this matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, I think on a turn-to-turn basis, you're not going to be able to out-damage the Syndra if you just try and drop your whole hand and race back. The benefit of Assassin is that, you block pretty well, you have Disruption, Leave No Witnesses if it hits and it gets rid of, a brand of Cinder Claws in the arsenal, gets rid of 3 damage that was potentially coming your way. Yep. So you get kind of implied value in that sense from playing these Assassin cards.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just wait. We just wait for the judge call to be resolved.
Yep.
We see that Brandon chose to block with a Shred here in his hand. And I think these cards, in my experience playing Slippy, can be a bit awkward in these aggressive mirrors because they're kind of dead unless the opponent actually blocks with a card. So if the opponent doesn't block with a card, you've functionally stranded this card in your hand for a little bit, and it can be very awkward to play them out. Tarantula Toxin, which is in his arsenal, isn't the worst because it can go on daggers, it can go on Kiss of Death.
Yep.
So it's a bit more easy to play out. But Shred, for me, has been a bit of a mixed bag from time to time.
Yep.
Let
And
me
team
see.
off to play the Display Loyalty.
Yep, which gives him a
Since he flicked the last attack, Mass of Momentum is still active.
Yep, and he gets a fealty for his reward, and we know that our Dragonfire is coming on next turn, so that
or
is...
actually, it might be this turn if
Oh, if he draws off
he
the...
draw off the Conceal Blade actually.
Ah,
Draw off the Display Loyalty hit with the Conceal Blade.
you're absolutely right.
Yep.
That could be very devastating for Brendan here. I wonder if he expects the Concealed Blade. And
I don't
looks
think
like
he do. He
think
blocking
he
here
does.
with a 3 block.
Yep.
So now is the D-Reg test. Does Brandon actually have a D-Reg in Arsenal? Just to stem off the additional 1 damage.
Seems like Tim is considering whether it's worth getting a Concealed Blade out.
I think it is, since you already used the chest to get 1 resource.
Yeah, he's preparing for it.
Yeah, he's preparing for it. I think he just... you already made out your mind once you generate the resource. You're going for the play to trigger the mask to draw a card.
Yep. And this is coming of a 1 for 7, effectively. Really,
Yes.
really above rate when you have that fealty token there.
Yeah, and and team could actually choose to equip a dagger for him.
If he has a if he
No,
has a
he
spell.
does like because now
Oh,
Syndra
Claw of
runs.
Sarakai.
Yeah, it's called Vincerakai.
Yeah.
But that's not really the.
Yeah, that's
the
not really what
card
you want here.
You want here.
Okay.
Team will activate Syndra, get back the dagger, and fire the Art of Dragon Fire
Yep.
for 5 plus 2 unblockable damage.
Yeah, we see Brandon can't do anything about that. He takes the 2. I think his hand was still a Leave No Witnesses and another card. I think it might have been a Spike with Blood Rod. Can't see. Oh, Kiss of Death. Another very powerful card from the Hunted. And I think a card that you want to see as early as possible if you can, if you're these assassin heroes.
Yeah, and there's a Tarantula Toxin in Brennan's arsenal also. So blocking this Kiss of Death is actually pretty bad.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if Tim chooses to block here. I mean, unless his hand breaks, I imagine he might.
Oh,
He-
is there a Wrath?
Yeah, Wrath of Retribution. Oh, and a
Oh.
Snatch. So I see Ancestral Empowerment, Brand's in the Claw. This is a pretty strong hand.
This is a pretty strong hand.
And it looks to me like he's definitely red line.
Yeah, I don't think team is opting to block with any of these cards right
Yeah,
now.
I doubt he will.
Yeah, it's a bit risky because you have to draw off the Ancestral of the Cinderclaw. However, I think the upside is really too big.
Yeah, this is a Leave No Witnesses into an empty arsenal here. So it does threaten some silver generation, which, he could use to buy back the black tech or potentially even dig for cards in the future.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Yeah, I doubt Tim is blocking this. He's taking the 1 card off the top of the deck, and it is a red, so he does get 1 silver.
And flicking the Keys of Death also, just
Yeah,
to do
flicking
the
Keys of Death,
yeah,
extra 2 damage.
extra 2 damage.
So that was pretty good. That was a 2-card 9, if you think about it.
Yep.
So Tim does have a full grip of 4 though, so that is pretty scary.
Yeah, I think if he managed to draw off the card that got banished from the Ancestral Empowerment, it will also be quite a good turn for team also.
Because he's gonna draw. He's choosing to use it now, which I think is quite interesting.
Yeah, I think he's trying to risk to draw like a Draconic attack so that he can increase the chain link by 1 more, so that his Wrath will cost 1 less, will cost 3.
Okay. And yeah, we see a pretty good hand here. He did draw the Draconic card he was looking for in Hot on their heels, which I believe marks the opponent on hit and gives him another way to get that fealty generation going for his next Out of the Dragon Fire or Out of the Dragon Blood.
So the question now for team is that, do you actually save the Wrath? Since you did not block with your Dragonflight Skiller the last turn, so you're not going for the additional Dagger Swing.
We'll see if he decides to do it. I think it is dangerous sometimes to keep an arsenal into Assassin. They have so much Arsenal disruption, as we can see from the Leave No Witnesses. The flip side is that you are quite open to being disrupted by Codex if you leave the arsenal open for too long.
Yep.
Yeah. And Beef does have the perfect Codex target in Arsenal here,
Yeah,
in
the
Leave No
list
Witnesses.
Yeah, I think team will opt to end with the Snatcher to force the block from Beef, from Brandon, and then setting up the Wrath for next turn.
Oh, and he has a sink here. Very nice.
Very nice. Clean block for Brandon.
Yeah. I think it's interesting he chose not to sink on the first Brandon Cinderclaw, but I suppose if you don't know what's coming, it doesn't really make sense to block the first chain link, right?
Yeah. And I think Brandon might be suspecting something here because team didn't opt to flick any daggers the last turn.
Right. So he must be keeping it for a big turn, something like Wrath. I think this is great from Brandon though. This is Mark the Black Widow, and it's on hit, banish a card from your hand, chosen by the defending player. So we'll see what Tim wants to do here.
Yeah, I don't think team is actually opting to block with any cards right now. I think that is his game plan, is to, I just hope that you don't have any high value card in your first 5 turns, and I hope that my cards will overrun you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And Brandon just chooses to flick here. So taking 1 and marking him, and he's gonna take up the mantle. I don't think he has a Bonds of Agony in his
No,
graveyard, unfortunately.
I don't think so.
So I'm not sure what he might take
He
here.
might take the Prognosis.
Prognosis is pretty good.
Yeah, Prognosis is pretty good. It does strip a card off team's hand.
There is the capacity to miss potentially. There is. I have missed a couple prognoses in my time. Extremely unfortunate. Yeah, and he looks like he chooses not to do it here.
Do it and trigger the on hit effect from the
Yeah.
Black Widow.
So choosing, yeah, to let Tim do it. I guess it is 2 more damage in a sense, and it brings Tim down to the threshold where he needs to start blocking. He does have go again from this, but looks like
Like-
I think the Arsenal still the Tarantula Toxin there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's wow. Team immediately just land the off on
Yeah.
board, saying that
Oh, well, this is gonna be a big turn from
yeah,
Tim.
this is gonna be a big turn for
Yeah.
him.
He does. Yeah, he got rid of the cut through, right? Which, yeah, I guess it's nice to have, you know, if on that big rough turn.
Oh wow. And the ignite.
Yeah, this is strong.
Yeah. However, like I think he also didn't block with the Dragonflight Skewers. So
Yeah, he didn't block Dragonfly
he might
Scanners.
lose one value, one defensive value
Okay.
here.
We'll see if that comes back to
Yeah.
bite him. One thing that's interesting to note is Brandon's chess piece. From experience playing and testing with Brandon, I know he's been partial to some other chess pieces like Redback Shroud here, and I'm not sure if that's a change he's since made, but I think tuning is interesting here, given the the fact that you don't really want to block with it until you've gotten at least one one use out of it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately, I think the addition of tuning is because I think they start to run like more 2-cost cards like CNC.
Yeah.
So
Codex
that-
CNC.
Yeah, so they need the tunic to like up the ratio.
Okay.
To like cheat on the ratio of the deck. Yeah.
And Beef choosing to crown a card from hand, but not the Tarantula Toxin in his arsenal. Which I think is quite an interesting choice because Tarantula Toxin can get a little bricked in arsenal sometimes. It is that shred type, and if you're not attacking with a dagger, it can be a bit difficult to get it out in the aggro matchup.
Yep.
So Tim comes in with the Wrath here. This is for 3, and he blocks with the Bonds of Agony.
Yep. And empowered daggers coming for
And
2
Power
each.
Daggers coming for 2. Brendan takes 1, takes another.
Yeah, and team can opt to flick the other dagger to bring it back to swing for another 2.
This is a lot of damage.
Yep. Very efficient lines from team right now. Yeah, I think Brandon's taking off the flick. I think he'll be down to 7.
Yeah.
And then team will swing for another kunai for another 2.
Brendan takes it pretty quickly.
Yep.
And Tim has one final card in hand, and I think that is the Draconic card that marks that we discussed last turn. Curious to see if he plays it out this turn to push Beef down to like flick lethal range.
Oh
Yeah.
no, it's the
Oh, it's a Fire Strike.
Fire Strike. So it's not Draconic,
It's not Draconic. Yeah.
so it can't be played from
Oh, for loyalty.
Because due to all for loyalty.
Okay. It's not a bad card to have in Arsenal.
Yeah, I think forcing like one card out here at 12 life is actually not a bad state.
Oh, and
that-
Tim. Oh, okay. Tim leaves both the daggers in the graveyard here, not choosing to flick.
Oh no, he
Oh,
already flicked.
he
He
flicked
flicked
it.
once
Ah,
and
sorry,
he took
sorry.
back the dagger.
Okay, I apologize. Yeah. So both daggers in the graveyard here. And this is the strong card you talked about. Our Desire body into a red line deck is threatening a snatch on hit effectively.
Yes. Yeah. Let's see what team opts to do here. Will he block the Our Desire raid here? Since he already have a 6 life lead over Brendan.
Yeah. Brendan is quite a tricky character to play against sometimes. He, I think he really enjoys playing a Ragni because of the bind it puts opponents in sometimes. I know sometimes he likes to mumble to himself, to kind of throw opponents off a bit, which is fun to be on when you're watching, but maybe not so fun to be on when you're the receiving end.
Yeah. I mean, this is really not a good matchup for team. Props to him for bringing this game to this close.
Yeah. I think I see another Oath of Loyalty in his hand and another Fire Strike Tenet first, so he's gonna have to think about how he wants to sequence this turn efficiently. Oh, sorry. It's I think another Ignite. Oh, Breaking Point.
Breaking point.
Hunter Breaking Point.
Yeah. Not the best of card to draw when you do not have any daggers on board.
Yeah. This is a little bit awkward here.
Yep.
He can't really play out the hand efficiently unless he saves a card to pitch for the breaking point or the Hunter Hunter.
Yeah. I think this is like almost a break for
Yeah.
team side.
Little
Maybe
bit of
you
a break.
try to block out this turn, and hopefully, you know.
Oh wow, he ships the Mask and the Dragon Scaler here.
Actually, it's quite interesting that team opts to run like the Master Momentum in this matchup,
Okay.
because I feel like there's a lot of time, a lot of other Syndra chooses to play like Lynx,
Yep.
because there's not many chances, like the game won't go that long for you to get enough value of the Master Momentum.
I think this is pretty interesting from Brendan. He chooses
not to Tarantula.
yeah,
the,
doesn't Tarantula the Mask of Momentum here to
yeah.
get the on hit. Perhaps I think maybe a potential line I can see here is Kiss of Death, and regardless of whether Tim blocks or not, he can Tarantula from Arsenal
Crack
and
the black tag.
crack the black tag. And I
Yes.
suspect the last card may be something like a Codex.
Wow, that was definitely a strong play from Brandon here.
We'll see what he has. Black tag is available to be used, and I think it's almost impossible to block Kiss of Death. Yeah. Beef giving a bit of a stare down to Tim here as he agonizes over the block.
Wow, this is very tense. I think
Yeah.
any one wrong move here.
Yeah,
could mean
at these live totals and
this life
yeah.
total is. Oof. I wonder what's going on in team mind. Like he knows that card is in Brandon's arsenal for the last 3 turns.
Yeah, for last 2 turns.
Definitely it can't be a direct, right?
Yeah.
Because if it have block the conceal blade.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's definitely a reaction, or it can't be an attack, because if he had attacked last turn, he would have continued the chain after the Black Widow.
Yeah, I think this is perfect for Beef. I think he wanted a card here that he could get the maximum value from Tarantula Toxin, and I think it's in fact.
In fact,
And this lets him flick the Kiss of Death. Doesn't close the chain that the Codex play would have made. And this is functionally lethal if he lets it hit.
yes. So team is forced to block with another card here.
Yeah.
Probably the Oath, since it's not really a very good hand to play out.
Leaving the daggers in the graveyard is it puts him in quite of an awkward position here. Because he doesn't have the ability to get the one resource of the Blood Spattered Vest.
Yeah. Yeah, very unfortunate for team. I think the block there wasn't the best.
Yeah, I think he had no choice, given the hand that he was given with.
Yeah, I think he was suspecting a react, but he's not sure which one of it.
Yeah.
If Brennan have another react in hand, it might actually go over.
Mm.
It could even be a spike with Blood Rod, you know?
Mm-hmm. So we'll see how he wants to play this out. I think he can do the Fire Strike, or he can just do the Oath of Loyalty.
Yep. I think he chose to go for the Oath of Loyalty into brand play.
He does. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I see. I
The
see.
brand
I
play.
see the line
and
he's
since
thinking of.
brand will mix the next card Draconic,
He can play it with Oath of Loyalty.
yeah, he can play the Fire Strike in Arsenal.
Yep. And this lets him buy back his daggers
yeah,
too.
and buy back the dagger. However, it doesn't get the +1 from the Fire Strike.
So losing a little bit of value here, but 3 card 10, nothing to sneeze at when Brandon's at 5.
Yeah, and actually Brandon blocks quite a bit here.
Yeah, he blocked quite a bit here.
Yep.
Which
Maybe with
leads me
2
to
key
think,
cards.
yeah, his hand might be something like Codex.
Yep. I think team is thinking whether he want to flick the dagger here, just to close off the game a little bit more.
Yeah, decrease that timer a little bit more.
Yeah.
All right.
I think it's a good play. Oh, and he chose to get a resource to swing the
To get the value from the Fire Strike Tenet first.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I saw Codex being flashed there. I saw a brief flash of yellow. We'll
Yeah.
see if he wants to block with any equipment here. Because I think given he only has the Codex in hand, the tunic is kind of awkward in any case.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a shame that it's functionally an iron rod chest here, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, but I think it's a really good play by team here.
Yeah.
Understanding that the last card in Brandon hand might be a codex, so that he carry off his dagger, so that he won't be affected by the frailty token the next turn.
That's a heads up play.
I think Brandon here is sort of forced to take the damage here or block with the tunic. However, that will also means that his tunic didn't really get him any resources
Iron
except
Rod
for one.
chest.
It will be a
Yeah.
technically Iron Rod chest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But going down to 2 also means 2 flicks.
Yeah, that's really
And you're-
dangerous. And a card like Blood Runs Deep would end the game on the spot,
Yes.
theoretically.
If team managed to get back both his dagger.
Mm.
Yeah. A very difficult position for Brandon here. I don't think he expect to be this cornered.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Off
you
a
know,
3-card hand.
Off a 3-card hand, and you know this is like the semi-finals we're talking about. People are bringing out their A game
Yeah.
in this tense situation.
Yeah. I think this was very cleanly sequenced by Tim here. Really maximizing the value of that 5-strike tenor first. I had thought he would just, keep the kunai here.
Yeah. So team actually have another play here. If you don't think the last card is a direct, you could crack the chest 1 to get the last resource and activate the Dragonflight to swing for another 1, putting Brandon down to 1 HP, which means any flick effect will be the end of it.
That, and he does take 2. I think he's thinking whether he wants to crack. Oh, he chooses
doesn't-
not
he
to crack
chooses
the
not to crack
Dragon
the chest.
Scaler here. Okay. It does put him without daggers again for the turn. We'll see if he can convert it, and immediately he flashes the codex.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So good play by team here.
The most efficient 1-card assassin play. We see a snatch, rebel.
Wow.
Wow, this is a pretty premium aggressive hand.
Yes.
Rising resentment too. Okay, let's see what he decides to drop here. The frailty can be significant here, turning a breakpoint into an easy 3 block.
Yeah. However, because he didn't draw a single 3 block, that means that he could not block it with the Blood Spatter Vest.
Yeah.
So he actually had to commit 2 cards to block here.
Yep.
However, he had the Rebel in hand, so that means he could at least present a 7.
Present a 7 with an annoying breakpoint.
Yeah.
Okay, I think he's pretty happy to cash in the Blood Spatter Vest here, I think, right? He's gotten pretty good use out of it. I don't know if he can afford to keep it around for like the 3rd use, to
Yeah.
draw, a card that he may not
No,
achieve
I
from.
mean, he didn't draw a 3 block.
Oh yeah, he didn't draw a 3 block.
3
I'm just saying,
so he had to block with 2.
yeah. A possible blind could be the. I don't think you ever want to block Flick Knives here, right? That's your win con.
I am not very sure about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. So unless he wants to commit 2 cards, he's probably going to lose his the arsenal that he is forced to retrieve here.
Yeah. Because the upside of blocking with Flick Knife means that you can actually... No, you can't because it's a Rebel. Yeah, you can't. You will have
Yeah.
to end with a snatch. Yeah. So
Yeah.
he chose to go for the Ignite instead.
Okay. This will be an Ignite for 1, because of the frailty token, and he discards the Rebel here. It looks like he's lining up 2 cards to block. Very interesting. Maybe the Ignite is a means to get back the daggers through the Syndra activation. Oh, and B flicks here. Very interesting.
Yep.
Okay. We see a bunch of stealth cards in Beef's hand, which is always nice for the Arachne player to see. There's always the potential for bricky hand sometimes when you run that many attack reactions. 3 go again with the Rising Resentment. Beef ships the tuning immediately. And I think Beef blocks the Flick Knives because I think he knows he's probably not going to get much use of it. Sorry, he activated the Flick Knives and flicks his last dagger there.
Can I take a look at Ignite? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, I think heads up play by team here. He decided it does Ignite actually reduce the activation cost of Syndra by 1. That's why team chooses to get back the Ignite despite taking like a 4 attack card.
This is for 0 though because of the frailty token, and Beef is functioning
it's
on
hitting on 1.
Oh,
The
sorry,
Flick
hitting for
Knife
1.
still
Oh,
hit for
sorry,
1.
sorry, hitting for 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, Brandon have the keys of death.
Yeah.
And Timothy's at 2.
Yep. Unless there's a shelter here, this might be the game.
Yes.
Oh, Brandon takes it. Wow.
Wow, that was a pretty close game.
Yeah, that was very close. Surprisingly, even though it's you know, traditionally considered quite a Slippy favorite, Tim actually showing us some very clean play and really bringing Brandon to the brink there.
Yeah.
At 1 health. Literally just one more turn of flicking and he'll be dead. Yeah, well played to Brandon.
Well played to both of them. And Brandon will be going up to the finals
Against,
against,
Brian Kong.
Slippery into death.
Tell me what you think about this matchup.
Wow. I think it's anyone's game actually.
Yeah.
I think I think Dashayo have a really good the checking the top card ability means that the Art of Desire body is not really that efficient into him.
Prognosis as well.
A prognosis as well.
Prognosis as well.
So Brian can actually choose whether to take the hit or not, such that those effect doesn't really trigger the discard or draw.
Yeah. I think one interesting thing about Slippy is that with access to take up the mantle, you can't always guess what stealth attack exactly is coming at you. I mean, most of the time I think you want to be mantling into a Bonds of Agony, but you can always mantle into another pre-disruptive stealth attack instead. So yeah, we'll be back shortly with our grand finals. Brandon against Brian, and yeah, stay tuned.
So then we'll be taking a 5-minute break and we'll be right back.
About Arachne?
So as Arachne, I think you are inevitably going to be the more defensive posture in this game. You block very well. Fatigue is a very real win con against Dash.io because not only do your cards disrupt them, some of your cards like Our Desire Body here banish cards off the top of the deck.
Yes.
So that accelerates the fatigue even more. Yeah. So one interesting thing that Funfei pointed out last game was that Dash.io has the ability to look at the top of the deck. And that kind of invalidates a lot of cards like Persuasive Prognosis, Our Desire Body, Our Desire
Yes.
Mind, because you know what's going to be on top. You know whether you're going to give the opponent the value from that banish.
Yeah. And here we see the turn 0 opening up with a buff.
Oh wow, he's using only one side of Justinic. So this is only banishing an additional card. So I think this kind of leans towards Brendan's game plan already. He just wants to start accelerating the fatigue. So he's banishing 2 cards here. And they are both not Rids, but I think that's still 2 cards gone from Brian's deck here.
Yeah,
And chipping 5 damage on turn 0? Oh, sorry, 3 damage on
three
turn 0.
damage on turn.
Sorry, Justinic does not get the buff because it's not a
Yeah,
1 power attack.
One side of Justin.
One side Justinic, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. And now going over to Brian's turn, we saw how important the deck size is for Dash.io. Some even opting to play about 66, 63 cards into some matchups. So banishing 2 cards, quite important.
Would you say he's probably fat decking here?
I'm not really sure, and that's the issue with Slippy, right? Because Slippy is an aggro deck, so you don't really want to make your deck too thick. You do want to keep your threat density high. But then again, it is a aggro deck with a bunch of 3 blocks.
Yeah.
So perhaps we're not really sure what DK would choose in this situation.
Yeah. Slippy can fatigue you through damage and just sheer disruption. Leave no witnesses, banishes Arsenal, banishes top of the deck.
Yes.
You always have cards like CNC here. Those are all very disruptive pieces into Dash.io.
Yeah. And so leading off with a very friendly throttle, 2 for 6.
Banishing a red 060 off the top of the deck, one of the more premium attacks. And I think I see 2 Teclo Pounders in a Teclo Pounder and a backup protocol in Brian's hand here.
Yeah. So might be just a setup turn for him after this throttle, I guess. Brendan, considering, right, because if he's planning to fatigue Brian, he wants to prevent as much damage as possible. If he takes this damage,
He has taken the damage. Wow.
Brian's, if he's just gonna set up the Teclo Pounder, I don't know how people will feel about that.
I mean, Arachne can make use of some pretty big hands as well.
That's true.
Tell me what you think about the choice to bring in a Teclo Pounder. Is that a card that's normally a main board card in Dash.io, or is it more of a sideboard card?
Well, it's generally a sideboard card. I'm not really up to date with the newest list of Dash.io, but potentially, if you feel that someone might have the opportunity to fatigue you, you bring in the Teclo Pounder.
Yeah, Brian activates Teclo Foundry card here. Probably choosing to take back the red throttle and send it again at Brendan for another 6 damage here.
Interesting that he didn't Arsenal he didn't play out the Teclo Pounder. I think kind of leveraging the fact that Brendan didn't block, so assuming that he wanted to keep 4 cards.
Yeah. I think maybe the fact that Brendan took the initial throttle hit tells Brian that, hey, maybe he's not actually trying to fatigue me after all. Because it's quite a clean block.
Yeah.
Okay. We see a Mark of the Black Widow here. Mark of the Black Widow is a bit of a high committal play when the opponent is not marked. Because, if you flick the dagger here, depends on how much dagger retrieval you actually run.
Yeah. And so here we've just opting to skip it and then swing the Infiltrate.
Oh, and he chooses to flick the dagger here to mark
Oh.
Brian. Oh, and mantle into the Mark of the Black Widow red here.
Yeah. So that's why he didn't flick earlier on.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be triggering the
Oh.
mark.
Yeah, and Brian has to banish a card from hand here. Red Heist.
Yeah, very strong card on Dash.io side. Brian looking to just set a Dissolving Shield.
Very interesting.
A very interesting tag.
Dissolving Shield is a pretty interesting piece of tech here. Not only does it prevent flicks,
Yeah.
it can also block an entire 3 power stealth attack here, like this Kiss of Death.
Yeah. So, but by blocking out the Kiss of Death, he's able to potentially use the Dissolving Shield later on. Oh, but did he take damage?
Yeah, it looks like he took damage. I think it's optional, right? Dissolving Shield.
Oh, is it optional?
Could we see that on the screen? I have not played this since Bright Lights draft, if I'm being honest with you.
I think this was a card when the Rune Blades with the 1 pinks were running around. This was some
okay.
deals did play this.
Yeah, we see a Persuasive Prognosis here, and Brian chooses to use the Dissolving Shield to block out the Flick Kiss of Death here. A very heads-up play, saving himself 2 life there.
Yeah, very interesting tech choice and something that Brandon must not be happy to see because if that Dissolving Shield had come on the turn he had mantled,
That
it
would have been quite devastating.
Yeah, it would have blown out his whole turn.
Yeah.
So now that Brandon is aware that this is a card, he might be a bit more cautious as to how he sequences his turns.
At the same time, this is quite a unique tech card. I would say probably the only matchups that I might want to bring this into are something like Syndra, or I doubt Syndra even you might want to bring. It's probably just Assassins, especially with the flick effects.
I mean,
Right.
for Syndra, you can block out the...
This is not terrible.
Yeah, the mass triggers. Bring it for Kano.
Kano, oh true, very true. That is actually a very, very good point. I did not consider that.
Yeah, so here we go. He's blocking with a Pick to Pieces red.
Yeah. Pick to Pieces is an interesting choice here. Normally you see it as more of a sideboard card for decks like, Enigma when it was still around.
Yeah.
Prism is decent as well.
Yep.
And you can blow out certain cards like Seeds of Tomorrow if people are running it.
Yeah.
So a bit of a smaller turn for Brian here, boosting with a Sprocket Rocket that's blocked out into a Symbiosis shot, which Beef chooses to block with a Shelter here. I think I saw a Sink in his previous hand, which is now in the arsenal. So he's chosen to just get the value from the Shelter here and send in a Red Infect, which is quite a high value card if it does hit.
Yeah, so Brandon still valuing his life, even blocking with the Shelter, right? That tells us that his arsenal is something he may or may not play on this.
I think something interesting to note here is that in the last game against Syndra, Brandon used Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Wow.
Very interesting.
Have not...
Yeah,
Oh.
we see a lot of interesting tech cards from both players here. Warmonger's not a card I've seen myself in Arachne that often. You
Yeah.
often want to run little less blues, and I think we saw already Bond, Persuasive, Prognosis, and Our Desire Mine. So this might mean his blue count is a little bit higher than the normal Arachne deck.
Oh, and another Dissolving Shield enters the board.
Another Dissolving Shield? Oh, I think it's the...
Yeah, I think he entered and cranked it, so it's probably at 2 counters, I think.
I see. Warmongers is very interesting here. What do you think? What do you think they... I imagine Brian was a chosen war. I mean, he's boosting. He has a chosen war.
No, so wait, could he? How? Oh no, this is the Dissolving Shield that was
Yeah,
already
Dissolving
on
Shield
board.
that was there
yeah,
on the
sorry,
priority.
yep,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Just remove the Steam counter.
yeah, and he could have played it because of the Warmongers anyway. Yep, so Outpace can't be blocked by equipment. And yep, Snap blocked by Brandon here.
Brandon blocking with Wither here, which is a very interesting card. It gives a Frailty token on hit.
Yeah.
And could potentially stop some of these annoying breakpoints, either from Arsenal or save a bit of life from the Symbiosis shot.
Yeah. So we'll see whether the Warmongers had actually affected Brian. It only affects him if he had the Cerebellum in hand or a Spark.
Yeah. We see that Brian's kind of brushed off that Warmongers. It's not the end of the world for him.
Yeah, but he IP'd one himself, so
Yeah.
probably might have hit something important.
Okay. We'll see how he adjusts. On the flip side, Brandon can't play non-attack actions this turn, so if he has a card like Codex of Frailty, he's priced out of playing that as well.
Yeah, but luckily for Arachne, Arachne generally works off attacks and attack reactions, both playable within the same text of Warmongers, right?
Exactly.
So here we go.
Brian looking to cash in the adaptive plating here by galvanizing the Dissolving Shield, a very heads-up play.
Yep.
And he comes in to leave no witnesses here,
Yeah,
which
but-
threatens the Arsenal. Brian still does have the benefit of the Crown of Providence to cycle it away.
Yeah, he also has a Teklo Foundry Heart, which can cover up the 4 breakpoint. One of the very good things about Mech is a lot of their cards block 3.
One interesting thing to note here for Leave No Witnesses is that most of the attack reactions which Arachne run don't actually buff Leave No Witnesses. A lot of them are targeted on stealth attacks. So for example, the only card that is often run is probably Shred.
Yeah.
Because Shred just works on assassin attack actions in general, and also includes daggers actually.
Yep. And so here we go, a Fast and Furious. I think this might just be for 3 because he has not cranked this turn.
I think the difference in this game and the last one we saw on stream is quite large in terms of the number of items that Brian's able to play out and the speed at which he's been able to deploy them. He hasn't been able to really get going the boom grenades
Yeah.
and the cerebellum processors. I also saw a brief flash of the card in Beef's arsenal. I think it was a
Yes.
Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, something he actually could not play. Oh,
Oh, and we
uh,
see a
speak-
boom grenade off the top. Speak of the devil.
Yeah. Oh, but he did have to pitch away the cerebellum, right?
Yeah.
Is that in his pitch?
Pitching away a cerebellum. And it gets bumped for 4. We see a little exclamation from Beef there at the fact that it works in the attack step.
Yeah, so...
Oh, perfect answer from Beef here. Sink below.
Yup,
Stopping
man.
the on-hit of the boom grenade.
Yeah, and because he cranked the boom... Oh, here we
Oh,
go.
Spark of Genius.
Yeah, so actually, the Warmongers did actually affect Brian.
Yeah, the
because he had
Warmongers.
the arsenal.
Yeah, it actually stuffed his turn from Brian, and these are often the turns that start the big boost train going for Dash.
Yeah, and now that Brian has established his first cerebellum processor, that could lead to a bigger turn in the future. We'll see whether he wants to continue playing out this turn or he'll just, you know, kind of treat it as a setup turn.
He does have the 2 action points from cranking the boom grenade off the top, so I suspect he'll be trying to continue the aggression here, especially when he's given a little bit of space from Arachne.
Yeah, he has 1 draw of Spark and 1 draw of Cerebellum, right?
I think one important thing to note here is that Beef has brought Balance of Justice into the matchup.
Oh, yes.
And he's drawn off the Spark already, and drawing off the Cerebellum here would let him activate Balance of Justice.
Yep, and there we go.
And yep, he uses it. Balance of Justice is live.
Yeah, let's see whether Beef remembers or is planning to use the balance here.
I don't think Beef has...
He hasn't blocked
yeah, he
it,
can't block this with the Balance of Justice. And he's got another sink below.
Wow, very nice to cover up all
Very,
the
very
boom
nice.
grenades.
I don't think he's boosted thrice here, so he can't use the maximum velocity. This might just be a tackle call and pass.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate.
We'll
But then
see.
again...
It's still a good setup turn, and if Beef chooses to crack the balance here, he'll be cracking it without having gotten the block value out of it.
Yeah,
Which
so-
is a little bit of lost value on his part.
But we saw in the previous game how establishing a Teclo core with a Cerebellum processor and a max velocity in Arsenal, it can do a massive amount of damage.
So he does also have the Codex in Arsenal, which is a significant piece of disruption here. He has the Leave No Witnesses,
Ah, yes.
and that could stuff Brian's plans a little bit here.
Yeah, while Brian still has access to Crown of Providence. That
Oh,
will
Bonds of Agony. One of the worst
Ooh.
cards you want to see as a Mechanologist player. When you're running multiple copies of the same cards, like 0 to 60, Zipper Hit, and Throttle.
Yeah.
This is very, very annoying to see as a Mechanologist player.
Yeah, and Brandon... However, on the bright side for Brian, right?
Oh, he has 2 copies. Oh, no, sorry.
Ooh.
Does he have multiple copies of 0 to 60?
Yes, he has 2 copies of 060.
Yeah. Yeah, he has 2 copies of 0 to 60. So,
Oh, and a Cerebellum on top.
yeah. Oh, wow.
Wow, this is a very...
This is perfectly timed from Brandon here. Bonds of Agony could let him take both copies of 0 to 60 if Brian lets this hit.
This is so difficult because, yeah, if given no disruption, Brian is gonna send a massive attack to Brandon.
And one very interesting thing about Brandon's equipment suite is that both Black Tech and Redback Shroud are attack reactions in themselves to activate.
Yes.
Coupled with the Flick Knives, that means Brandon has 3 attack reactions live on board to threaten Bonds of Agony. The 2 cards in his hand don't even need to be attack reactions for him to make this Bonds of Agony a live threat.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is that Brandon only has 2 cards behind, blocking with 2 sink belows, so it's not as scary, but it is still something that has to be respected.
Yeah. And we do know that Arsenal is a Codex of Frailty, so if Brian chooses to over-respect this and block with multiple cards from hand to try and stop the Bonds of Agony, he would get blown out by a Codex of Frailty as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
This is quite a tough matchup for Dash IO.
Actually, do you have any insight as to why Redback Shroud is being opted for by Brandon compared to like a Tunic?
I think it's very interesting because in the matchup where, you know, blocking out breakpoints is so important, Redback Shroud provides you a potential source of, you know, buying back armor to save your health. And yeah, we do see that Brandon has the additional attack reaction in hand. And there's actually the potential here in the matchups where, you know, decks may not block as much. You can actually buy back Redback Shroud or Black Tech Whispers with the silver you
I
get from
see.
Leave No Witnesses.
Alright, that makes sense. And
Yeah.
here we see Brandon. He's played the Razor's Edge. That's 1 attack reaction.
And he chooses to flick the Hunter's Clave here, which is interesting considering he now has no daggers on board.
Yeah. We don't know if Brandon has a up 6 and run or ever any dagger retrieval.
So in this case, Bonds of Agony is hit. Brian blocked with 1-0 to 60 to stop both of the copies being taken from his hand.
Yeah.
And we'll see what Brendan chooses to banish from Brian's
Yeah, one.
hand and deck here.
Two lah. Okay, so there's one in the deck. I
one in the deck,
presumably
yeah.
if you
Yes,
run 3
yes,
copies, there's
yes.
one in the deck. Not that. Okay, that's smart. Blocking it with 0 to 60.
Yeah.
As in you
Brendan
block with,
correctly pointing out that Brian has a heads-up play by blocking that.
Okay, if I take the boom, I will never get boom boomed again. Or no
three
rates lah.
Very insightful from Brandon. Understanding that if he takes the boom, there will be no more boom booms.
Wow, is this a greedy play? Okay, I need a deck count. No, okay, sure, yeah.
So we can actually see that Brendan's thinking about deck count potentially.
Yeah, and
Taking 0 to 60 here, and most likely Brian runs the 9 copies of 060, right? So taking the blue one here could let him take the red ones to kind of decrease the power level of the deck even more.
yes.
And leaving the boom grenade in hand here kind of strands the
Ivan
pulse
said
wave.
do what is necessary on this turn, so I take the harpoon.
Harpoon, huh?
Okay, he takes the pulse wave harpoon here. Interesting choice.
Yep, he did say his rationale for that, that being he wants to harm Brian's turn right now,
Yeah.
leaving Brian with a blue 0 to 60 and a yellow boom grenade. Essentially kind of time walks him a bit, right? I mean, this is not
Yeah,
going to be a
yeah,
very strong
sort of.
turn.
I think if he sends his blue 060 here, that's a nice balance block right there.
Yeah,
That's a pretty cool balance block for the next time he chooses to spark out the Cerebellum.
yeah, so many things to consider, right? Like, when you play Slippy, you play the bonds, you give the questions to your opponent. But when it hits, then now the question's on you. Like, what do you value? Do you value deck damage? Do you value harming their immediate next turn? Are you taking away a key piece of their entire plan?
I think this also has go again, by the way. So it has go again even without the black tech hitting, just from Slippy's innate hero ability.
Oh,
So
yes.
he's probably going to get Codex here as well.
Yep, so... And this also gives Brandon the ability to check Brian's deck.
Yes. This gives him a lot of information. How many more dissolving shields are you running? Are you running other cards like, now time zone, if you do run in this matchup at all?
Yeah, so
We see Brendan
he's saying what
laugh.
could have been.
laughing a little bit.
What could have been if he had left Brian with that hand.
Yeah.
Luckily for him, it's going to be a deck shuffle. And Brian may no longer have the Cerebellum on the top of the deck. Here we go.
We'll see if he decides to Codex here, given that he's really disrupted Brian pretty significantly. I imagine he would, though. Just to try and force Brian to maybe cash in the Crown of Providence so that later Arsenal disruption is even more impactful.
Yeah.
Because he knows that he's now left Brian with a non-block in hand.
Yeah, and Brian no longer has any Battle One equipment to cover up the
there you
break
go.
point.
Codex of Frailty.
That's going to be a very difficult question for Brian. Even if the other option is he could have copped to kind of cycle away the boom grenade in his hand,
Yeah.
but he can't because he has to save the arsenal.
Yeah, I think these maximum velocity, backed by Boom Grenade ideally, is one of the few ways you can kind of really push damage through the Assassin's armor and 3 blocks.
Yeah.
And defense reaction as well. We saw that he's running both Shelter and Sync in this matchup.
Yeah, so we see the prowess of the Codex of Frailty here, technically acting as a 0 for 7 because he gets to ponder and put 1 card in his arsenal. Even a 0 for 8 if you count the Frailty.
Yeah, the
on
Frailty
it.
token. Yeah.
Yeah, very... It's a good card.
Truly a well-balanced card.
Yeah, it's a really good card. Good card.
Yeah,
Yeah,
very
not
good
bad,
card.
Not bad, not bad. Worth its price point.
Props to LSS though, releasing the reprinted Codex of Frailty has indeed put a little bit of a damper on the price.
Yes, actually helps a lot, and I've
Yeah.
actually managed to get Codex of Frailty now.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I'm not
So-
sure if I'll be playing any heroes that use it though.
Look forward to seeing you on Assassin soon, maybe.
Yeah. Right, so Brian, taking a look now. Actually,
Yeah.
Crown of Providence in Dash.io, particularly good because you know the top card of your deck.
Yeah, and we see another Spark of Genius here actually. So maybe opting to do a little more of a setup turn next turn potentially.
That's an option. Alternatively, he could just go and attack. Like, he's gonna... In this case, he was 0 to 60, Spark, find something, Crank. Would it be another Cerebellum?
I think something interesting to note is his choice of footwear for this match
Yes,
instead of the
yeah.
Achilles Accelerator. So this one doesn't require you to boost to activate it. So potentially you can save that blue 060 for pitch instead. Oh, and he gets the red boom off the top, which does
Yeah.
give him the silver. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Brian Kong special working against him in this matchup because instead of playing the red boom onto the board, it's being banished.
Yeah, it's been banished this time, giving Brandon the silver.
Yeah,
Could be good if Brian has a heist.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Our producer Esmond.
Excellent point from our producer there.
So here we go. Did he just play that off the top?
Yes, I think he did. So after the deck was shuffled from Bonds of Agony, he got another Cerebellum Processor off the top.
Wow, alright.
Brian Kong moment again.
Yeah, crazy. Okay. So I guess he has the extra action point.
Yeah, that's really good for the Cerebellum Processor here. But again, Balance of Justice is still there, and
Yep.
there is the chance for Beef to kind of get that potential 6-card hand here.
Yep. So drawing off the Cerebellum already, and
Another Cerebellum on top.
that's not very good.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
that's not great in this instance.
Yeah.
Because he has the boost to get the draw of the Sparkle Genius, so he may not be that happy to see the Cerebellum there after all.
Yeah, unfortunately, he might have to ditch the Cerebellum on top in order to fuel this turn. So we'll see what he
Yeah.
intends to do. He only has a
So-
0 to 60, right?
Yeah, he only has a blue 060. He can use the shoes to burn.
Oh,
Oh, okay. This is
expedite.
the card he drew off the Cerebellum. All right.
Yeah.
So he does banish the last Cerebellum Processor in his deck. Brandon blocks it out with a Command and Conquer here.
Yeah, this is very difficult, right? Brian can't just keep smashing like boost attacks into Brandon because Brandon has the ability to pivot to fatigue
Yeah. I think
rather
he-
easily.
Yeah, he needs to set up a big turn where he really pushes through some boom grenades here.
Yeah, but will Brandon let him set up a turn? So the disruption from Arachne is quite crazy so far.
Yeah, we see a red backup protocol being taken by Brian here.
Yep, and Brandon taking a look at what Brian could possibly be looking for.
Okay, we see. Yeah, this does let him activate the Balance of Justice. If he wants to block the next attack from Brian here, he can cash in the balance to draw one more card. And I imagine he might consider doing so, given this is the last Cerebellum Processor in the deck.
Yeah,
Another red backup protocol on top.
that's not really something you want to
Yeah,
draw, though.
given that Brian Zero used Dash IO, he might consider using the shoes here to kind of get it out of the way.
Yes. But to use the shoes is also milling your deck even further. And Backup
Yes.
Protocol is one of those cards that helps you combat fatigue a bit, right?
Yeah, exactly so.
Oh, but he's
Yep.
gonna be doing
And
it.
he is cashing in the shoes. Banishing a Boom Grenade and a red backup protocol here.
Alright.
Probably not cards he wanted to draw.
Yeah, so pretty good there, thinning the deck a bit, but increasing threat density. He's gonna
Yep.
draw off the second Cerebellum and
And that uses the additional action point given to him by the shoes. And he's got 3 0 to 60s in hand.
there we go. So Brandon has a pretty good opportunity now to crack balance and kind of block out this turn.
Yeah. He also has the 1 block on the Redback Shroud here.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate that Brian's whole hand is the lacks of any reds.
Yeah, I think the 1 red being played here is the one on the combat chain.
Yeah. And he did send an expedite earlier, but that's one of the weaker reds in the deck.
Yeah, it's very cleanly blocked out by Arachne's 3 block non-attack, 3 block reactions and attack actions.
Does he have a maximum velocity? He does have a max value
In deck,
in graveyard.
in graveyard.
Yeah, because I think he blocked with 1, right?
Ah, okay,
Yeah.
that could be a very heads up play.
Yeah, so
Yeah, he actually could send the maximum velocity here. He has the boost to do it.
yeah. Brandon already showing the take up the mantle, but still considering the block.
I do
so-
think Take Out the Mantle is a good block here, given that he's lost both Hunter's Claves here, and I'm not sure
Yeah.
if he runs some of the Dagger Retrieval cards in his matchup, given that they block 2. It could be quite a easy 3 block here, given that it's functionally just a 0 for 2 here.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
And he's blocking for 3, taking 1 off the 060. Coming with another 060 here.
using a lot of resources from Brian's
Yeah, using a
deck.
lot of resources here. And if he wants to crack the backup protocol, I imagine he probably has to Foundry Heart.
Yeah, and that's gonna be more and more damage to Brian's deck.
Yep.
But he's turned a pretty subpar bad turn, if you will, into
Yeah.
one that can possibly send maximum velocity.
And I think he's gonna do that. He's
Yeah,
gonna do
here
exactly
we
that.
go. Here,
Yep, I see the
Alright.
maximum velocity.
yep, it's fetched out of the graveyard and is about to be slammed on the combat chain. Yeah.
This is actually really very impressive by Brian. Keep in mind he was disrupted really heavily last turn by both Bonds and Agony and Codex of Frailty into a Leave No Witnesses. So
Yeah.
this is really a show of what Dash.io can make do even with these smaller hands.
Oh, and plays out the boom
Boom
grenade.
grenade. So that is threatening on hit, accompanying that maximum velocity. Brandon does have a little bit of armor block available to him. The flick knives, I think he's played 2 Kiss of Death already, and also flick both daggers. So that might be an option he can consider.
Yeah, Brandon might be slightly regretting the fact he hasn't blocked with the balance so far.
He can crack the balance now after he's blocked with it.
That's
Then,
just-
yep,
Is he doing
looks
it?
like he's cracking it.
Yep.
And he's gonna draw a card. And it looks like a Kiss of Death.
Pretty good card.
Pretty good.
That was really good from Brian to do so much damage, set up another Cerebellum for next turn, and mind you, his Tackle Core is still there.
Yeah, Tackle Core still there. Brian has really kind of navigated that disruptive series of turns from Brandon well. I think we see Boom, Pounder, 060, and Fast and Furious. Not the most aggressive hand, perhaps, unless there's an item off the top to maybe get the action point for Cerebellum.
Yeah, so here we go, Kiss of Death. It's a 3, potentially a 5, if it's flicked. I'm sure Brandon actually went to count how many dissolving shields.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Brian had.
Brandon's a very, very meticulous player. And I think a Leave No Witnesses is an Arsenal, so that
okay.
lets him flick it and banish one more card from the top of Brian's deck. Maybe even get a silver to buy back the boots, potentially.
Yeah, so Brian could just take this, but if he likes the top card of the deck, unfortunately he's going to have to block it out to preserve it.
I think he doesn't have the luxury of blocking it out.
Yeah.
I don't think he can give 2 cards to, to preserve a card in deck.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate here. And if this Leave No Witnesses manages to hit a red, it could generate more silver and allow Brandon to buy back his boots. And yep, flicking the Kiss of Death, taking 2, taking 4 after that, banishing a yellow zipper hit, so no silver here. Brandon drawing back up to 4, and let's see what Brian has. Still Cerebellum Processor up, but without the boots, it can be difficult to get the action points. I think I see a Tackle Pounder in his hand.
Yeah, as a tackle, it's 2 items in hand actually, so 2 non-blocking cards here.
I don't think he's happy to see that.
I don't think he is. He doesn't have the action points to play them out.
Oh, and this is the classic Dash.io brick hand, one with too many items.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get a glimpse at the top of the deck here when he looks again.
But how is he even going to access the top of the deck? Like,
He
okay,
can
never
play
mind,
it.
never mind. He can just play the
It's
red
another
boom,
red boom. Okay, that's pretty
Okay.
good. That's
Yeah,
pretty good.
I retract my statements on being
I think-
action point stuff.
I think you should not doubt Brian.
Yeah, and I once again retract. Let's retract our statement.
Okay,
of
this is
saying-
okay. Brian has actually unlocked this hand pretty significantly, banishing the Fast and Furious off the initial Fast and Furious gives him back another Steam counter, which he's now deliberating what to put it on.
Yeah, we do think.
Oh, he put it on Cerebellum. I apologize.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, kind of blending in with the art of Cerebellum there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
So Brandon does have the benefit of a couple of armor pieces that block for 1 here, and they don't really do anything after he's used the 3 Kiss of Deaths and both daggers. That could be an easy block here.
yeah.
Oh, he's putting it on
Oh.
Boom Grenade. Okay, sorry,
Yeah,
he
Boom
did
Grenade.
not put it on anything yet. Looks like he really wants to preserve that damage density in his deck. And
Yeah.
if you don't have the, I mean, he does have the action point to draw off the Cerebellum, but he might not like what's on the top of his deck.
Potentially. And I mean, the idea is that if you put it on the Cerebellum, you can do it next turn. But I think he knows his turns are limited.
And wow, Brandon takes it despite having a Shelter and Storm in hand. Very interesting.
Yeah, I think, put the...
It's a pretty aggressive play there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he only did that because Brian put the counter on the Boom Grenade.
I think I saw the hand of Brendan. It's an Our Desire Body, a Razor's Edge, a Wither, and a Shelter from the Storm. So he could have blocked out the Fast and Furious if he wanted to.
But would he want to? Oh, when he...
He's gonna Foundry Heart.
Yeah, he banished a maximum velocity. That's also not what you want to see.
It's hard to get the space to kind of launch the maximum velocity though. Generally, you want a little bit more leeway than that. Speaking as a ex-Dash player before, it's quite hard to get maximum velocity off if you're below 15 life or so, because you really need a pretty big hand to get it off a lot of the time, and
Yeah.
especially so when you've already gone through two of your cerebellum processes. And this looks like a setup from Brian. He's establishing the tackle pounder that's in his hand,
And Brandon, although being left with the Shelter and Storm,
keeping a full grip here.
he can, his arsenal is open to put it.
He
Put the
can
Shelter in
keep it in Arsenal, and he's threatening a Our Desire Body here. Brian looks like he's considering the block. He could get blown out by the Razor's Edge in Brandon's hand here.
Yeah, does this indicate to Brandon that there's a red on
Yeah,
top of
this
Brian's
might be
hand?
a red on the top of the deck.
Oh,
It's the final maximum
no,
velocity, and that gives Brandon another
no
card.
way.
Let's see what Brandon drew off the top. We know he can send the Wither again.
Wow, what's happening here with the...
So Wither here actually presents a little bit of implied value. If the current Arsenal, which I forget what it is an attack action, that's potentially -1. If Brian wants to start using some of his 5 Symbiosis shot counters on next turn, that's also a -1 on them.
Yeah, this is particularly bad if Brandon drew an attack reaction.
Oh,
okay,
it's a
and
spike with Blood Rod.
and he did draw an attack reaction.
Yeah, this pushes Brian all the way down to 1.
And puts him on lethal on the Blood Rod box.
Yeah. Puts him on pretty dire straits here.
That's actually such a good draw, because if he had drawn another attack action, he wouldn't have had to go again to swing it.
Yeah, we see kind of the benefit there from using the chess piece there. Make the spike with Blood Rod free.
Yes,
And potentially if you buy it back when you have enough silver, I don't think you'll be able to get silver anymore this game because an on-hit is death for Brian. But yeah, theoretically if the game goes long and you get more silver, you can get that implied value from the Ribback Shroud quite a few times.
yeah, and I guess the difference is Redback Shroud you can use any time. The Tunic you do have to wait for it, even though it's a refreshable kind of resource.
Yeah. So we see Brandon, looks like he blocked with a Spike of Blood Rod on the 060 there.
Yeah,
We'll see.
let's see. Spike with Blood Rod blocks for 3, right?
Yes, it blocks with 3.
Oh, that's very good.
The assassin attack reactions are all blocked for 3. Pretty good.
Pretty good. Now, Brandon, being the meticulous player he is, he's really checking on what could Brian follow up on this, knowing that Brian has to keep at least 3 resources in hand to pitch for the Blood Rod Pox.
Now we see a combining Conquer in hand, Persuasive Prognosis.
Oh, what?
And Brian's deck is starting to look a little bit thin as well.
We also know that Brandon has the Shelter in Arsenal, so he has a lot of defensive capabilities this turn.
Yeah, he does. On top of the 1 block from the Flick Knives as well. And I think CNC here is a super heads up block. You're not going to get the value from the on hit anymore.
Yeah. And let's see what Brian has. A
Sprocket Rocket. Banishing an item as well, which is getting a +1 on the Sprocket Rocket.
Yep, so it's going to come in for 4.
Threatening a breakpoint here.
Just nice, there's a Shelter to cover that up if Brandon chooses to do so.
Not sure if there are any more boom grenades left in deck
Yeah,
to present a potential on hit. I think Brandon should know by now that all the maximum velocities are gone from Brian's deck.
yeah. So opting to block with the Spike with Blood Rock now.
Taking
I think,
1.
yeah, now that there are no more maximum velocities, the fatigue strategy is very real.
It is very real. We can see that Brian's actually out a lot of the power cards in his deck. The pulse waves are gone, which can disrupt the turn. Maximum velocity is gone. I pitch tackle call to save himself from the Blood Rod token. And this is kind of the Arachne bind that you put in, specifically slip through the cracks.
Yeah.
He's just coming for 3 go again, but always presenting a reaction behind it. And I don't think Brian can really afford to respect it.
Persuasive Prognosis, 1 threatening lethal, doesn't have any armor to cover this up. He has to give another card.
Yeah, and we know the Arsenal is a Shelter from the Storm. Yep.
Yeah.
Taking 2 more cards from Brian's hand.
think Beef happy to just block out and eventually wait for Brian to go through his entire deck.
Yep. Drawing another shelter from the storm here, so he's actually got quite a solid defensive hand here.
Yeah. Expedite, potentially, it really depends on what Brian has in his hand, right? Without the Cerebellums on board anymore, any extra action points are going to be converted into the Symbiosis shot rather than an extra card.
Yeah, it'll be quite devastating to let this hit. But I don't think Brandon will let it hit, given his pretty defensive hand here, and the Flick Knife is available to cleanly block out that 5 power.
Yeah, there are no knives left to flick, so it's alright to just give it here, I think.
Yeah, it's blocked out cleanly.
Brian gonna be shooting the gun.
And yeah, Brandon just blocks out. He knows that there's no real pressure on his life here.
Yeah, Brian has 1 card left in his deck.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
and he gets the fist bump.
game.
Brandon is our new national champion.
Alright, congratulations to Brandon for making it all the way up to the finals and winning with Arachne slip through the cracks. I don't think this is a very common hero that has won massive tournaments, right?
I think it's won Germany nationals as well.
Oh, Germany
yeah, German
nationals.
nationals was also won by Arachne. Yeah, I mean, you can hear the cheers and the laughter behind us.
Yeah, the slight stream delay, but
Yeah, slight stream delay, but very well done to Brendan. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll try and get Brendan here for an interview, and
Yeah,
we'll
he-
be. Yeah,
yeah, no, he will say yes.
yeah, he will
Be-
say yes.
He
yeah.
will say yes because I told him to do it
Yeah.
if he won.
Yeah, and we see last year's national champion Jin Han congratulating Brandon here. Yeah, very very happy for him.
Yeah.
He practices a lot. Yeah, so yeah, we are gonna try and get Brandon over here in a little bit.
Yeah, very great game from him. Exciting game. Shows he really understands more than just his deck. He
Yeah.
understands how Dio needs to win. He understood how Syndra needed to win. And that's really the difficulties of playing Arachne, right? Because when your strategy involves deck damage, it involves taking threats out of your opponent's deck, you need to know when to block, you need to know when to push.
Yeah, I think he threaded a line beautifully. He had the defensive tools he needed for that matchup. He had the aggressive tools he needed for the matchup, and I think he just bided his time as Brian was forced to kind of contend with the disruption that Brandon was throwing his way.
Yeah, but Brian, on the other hand, still managed to put off a very good game, managed to do a lot of his signature red boom grenades off the top, finding Cerebellum.
Cerebellum's off the top as well.
Yeah, but this time it's just a bit more difficult because the disruptive damage from Slippy really hindered his turns, and the one turn he could have really swung that maximum velocity with all those boom grenades was unfortunately
Yeah, I think Brandon was a
hindered.
bit too high life total. So we have Brandon here for the interview. You want to do it?
Yeah, sure. No, we can. Hey, hello, Brandon. Hey,
Hello.
congratulations,
Thank
bro.
you. Thank you.
Finally made it to the championships and won. How do you feel being the new national champions in Singapore?
Scared. Because the way I do my competitions is I tend to go low key.
Okay,
and that's how
low-key.
I get the advantage. But now, like, I can't go
no.
low key anymore.
No more low key already. No one. You're trying to slip through the cracks. with
Yeah,
the deck,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
slip through the
exactly.
cracks. Right?
But now nobody knows.
Now, no choice. People are gonna ask you for deck. Then you need to show the whole Slippy deck. Then every time they see Brandon, they're like, "Wow, it better be prepared because."
Yeah, every time I tell my opponent my deck is bad, and then they will play badly. But no,
No.
now I cannot do that anymore.
Yeah, now they can't do that. But hey, look here.
Oh.
You'll be presented your national champions.
Champion trophy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Yes. Yes, I would like to shout out my team.
Oh, yes, your team.
Guzzlers. Yeah.
Yes.
Jin Han, the past year's net champion, taught me how to draft.
Okay, yes.
Zach Lau, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
he told me how to play Gravy.
The two gravies you drafted.
Correct, and the
Alright.
Sleepy deck is all thanks to my very close friend Ivan Teo.
Yes, Ivan
we have the
Teo.
same deck, and every time I make a mistake, he scolds me.
Yeah.
So I know how to play better.
Good, yes. I've seen him score you and it's very helpful, right?
Yes, I agree. It's
Yeah,
a
and
great working relationship.
It was such a good deck that it made into You made it to top 8 2 times.
Yeah. Woohoo.
Yeah, very fantastic run for you. What's next for you now that you've won nationals?
I qualified for Pro Tour, so I'm gonna draft Gravy again. But yes, I'll go to Pro Tour. Yeah.
Draft Gravy again, play Slippy again?
Yes, probably play Sleepy again. Unless boating becomes good. Is boating good? No.
Yeah,
Okay.
you wait for him to
I
become
wait,
good.
Yes, I'll wait for him for a while more.
Actually, maybe since we have you here, right, maybe you can bring us through some of your thought process during the finals game. Right, we saw you actually went down to 0 daggers. We saw how you kind of blocked in a way where you kept the shelter in Arsenal. So what was your game plan into DO here?
I knew there was one more boom grenade. I mean, I looked through his deck from Bonds, right?
Yeah.
So it was just, at that point in time, the reason I took Pulse Wave Harpoon instead of the boom grenade was because I thought like, oh, LNW, I want the LNW to hit.
Yeah.
But I think looking back and reflecting, I think I should have just taken the boom so that he doesn't have items in the deck to finish me off.
Okay, I see. And were you shocked by the dissolving shield that he
Yes.
played?
Yes, I was like, Yeah, I have never seen that tag before. But yes, it did stop, like, I guess it stops mental.
Yeah,
And Kiss of Death.
Yeah, so me and Kelvin also just learned that it's an optional protection. So he kept it around for 2 turns, right?
Yeah, and he negated quite a bit of damage, right? 3 damage from it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it has value in the matchup, especially when half the time it's mental flick
Yeah,
into bonds.
and also you ran Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yes, because we hated Azalea and Dash IO was just a side effect of that.
Just an unfortunate casualty of it.
Yes, and therefore we ran it, yes.
Okay, but it seems that you accounted for a lot of matchups coming here today, and played very well for your final. So congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Do you have any last words you want to say?
No. Thanks to everyone who supported me. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Go enjoy your time as the new champion.
Right. And thank you very much to all the viewers who've joined us on this journey.
Yep.
We really appreciate you tuning in with us.
Yeah.
With that,
We.
sure, we can do it. But who's
Yeah. All right.
okay? We've been told we might do a go for it opening on
Yeah.
stream, so we'll be right back. Give us a second.
Yep. So how are we? Are we?
Okay, we are actually preparing to open the gold foils live on stream now. I've been asked by our producer to hype up the moment a bit. I'm very excited to see what we have. I would love to see some of the new extended art gold foil legendaries available.
Okay, oh, he did the. Oh my god, he did the threats! He got the gold foil extended.
The Gravy
artist,
Bowl stopping
Ryan.
player got the dead threats. Holy cow.
Well, never
I think
punished.
I think that's the hit he was looking for. He is so happy.
Yes, look,
Wow.
he looks
Gold foil
ecstatic.
dead threats.
And the
extended art.
first wave of EA gold foil did threats. Gold foil EA legendaries.
Incredible hit from James. Getting the gold foil for the hero which he's top 8'd with.
Yeah, wow, you did. This is not planned. We did not give him
Yeah,
the threats.
we did not open them and give it dead threats, but wow, that's incredible.
Wow, that's. Whoa, that's. No,
Right, and I
okay.
think the next 3 gold foils might be being opened on stream here.
Are they being. Oh, look,
Yep,
Brian's
Brian's
walking
opening
up.
his gold foil.
Yep, does he want a gold foil Teklo Foundry Heart?
I think that's the only hit he wants, probably. I know he already has a gold foil, Hyper X3.
Oh,
which
a Hyper
our
X3, yes.
Previous finalist, Ushure, has also opened before.
Yep, so here he is. He's trying to open it. Let's see what he's gonna get. He might get a Puffy at Clockworks.
Clockworks Tinkering would be an interesting card to hit.
Oh, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, we can.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, here we
Alright,
go. Here we go.
Here
Oh
we go.
yes, yes. We
Let's
see
see.
it.
What are you looking for here? 2 block? Any
Oh, yeah,
artists?
he's checking the block. He's checking the block. Oh. Oh, we can't see. Let's see. Let's see.
Dale is.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
What was that?
He's slow rolling us.
Oh! All right.
I don't know what this card does actually.
That's fantastic. Now Brian has Diadem of Dream State
Oh, Diadem of Dream State.
and Hyper X3 in his gold foil collection.
These are 2 pretty good helmets to have.
Yeah.
Oh,
of
okay, we
course
see here.
Yes.
These are a non-token permanent control rewards. Destroy may pay 1 to create
And
a
you can
bond.
bundle, and it has what too?
Okay.
Yeah, it has what too? And
Great. Great card.
fantastic. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Brian, for that.
Okay, now we see Roses opening his. I imagine he wants a Prism legendary.
Yep,
Stitch, Imperial Rapture, Phantasmal Footsteps, probably the most pricey one.
All right, here we go. He's gonna take a look. Oh, what's the? Oh, does it block?
Oh, the block. I see,
Is
I
it
see a
a
shield.
pole?
I see a shield
Is it a
value.
shield? All right. Seeing. Oh, shield.
I don't see the
Is
artist.
that too? Oh, the mask of
best!
momentum.
Oh,
Go
Mask of
foil. Mask of momentum.
Mask of Momentum Gold Foil. Probably
Fantastic hit.
the most expensive Gold Foil legendary available. Wow.
Wow. Yeah. Wow, fantastic hit.
Fantastic hit. In stark contrast to the Diadem of Dream State. Very unfortunate for Brian.
Yeah, Brian having to witness that, but
Okay, we see the last gold foil being opened now.
yep, I believe this is Tim's gold foil, right?
Yes, this is Tim's gold foil. Hard to imagine a better hit than Mask of Momentum. Unless it's another Mask of Momentum, which would
Yeah.
be nice for his hero.
Yes, yes. True. Being the Syndra player. Right, so he's gonna.
Yeah, he's gonna slowly open it up. And
Alright.
we're gonna take
Here we
a
go.
slow roll.
Right, what is it?
I think he's looking for Apex Bone Breaker here.
Oh,
Oh,
what is it?
what is it?
What is it? What is it? Oh,
Dragon-
okay,
oh,
all right,
okay. And
okay.
Dragon Scaler and
okay.
equipment he
Dragon
used to get to the top 8.
Yes, yes.
I think you can't be unhappy with that. That's pretty good right there.
Yeah, my. Wow, okay, yes, very good equipment.
Yeah, pretty solid piece of equipment. And wow, most of the gold foils from this year were pretty good.
Almost all
Almost
the gold
all
foils.
the gold foils from this year's Nationals were pretty solid.
Very good, very
Yeah.
good. Brian, unfortunately, not breaking his streak
Yes,
of
so,
Hyper X3 into Diadem.
Heart of Ice and now Diadem of Dream State. But yeah, what can you say? I think with that, I think we'll wrap up this year's Flesh and Blood Nationals 2025. Thank you very
Yes.
much for joining us on this journey. And yeah, hope to catch you next year.
Yeah, we are having actually the Pro Tour, Pro
Yeah,
Tour
Pro
is
Tour
coming to Singapore.
in just under a month. So you know, maybe we'll catch you there as well if you're in town.
Yeah, so once again, thanks so much for watching. This is Mervin, and with me is Kelvin. Signing
Thank
off.
you. Signing off.